585. When Ning Yarrow saw Chen Pingan returning from the city wall, she didn't say much. The old woman was hurt again. She caught Chen Pingan and scolded him. Nailin Yeshing didn't talk back. He had to accept his fate. It was rare to see a sword immortal being wronged like this. The old man went to drink alone. Chen Pingan was familiar with applying medicine to heal his wounds. Grandma Bai had already given him the key to the Ning Mansion's elixir room. On the way, Chen Pingan told Ning Yarrow and Grandma Bai about the assassination of Guozhujiu, the cause and effect. The old woman murmured. This group of insidious things liked to bully children. They really didn't deserve to die. Ning Yarrow didn't care too much about it. The little girl was fine. Ning Yarrow didn't want to think about other things. Anyway, Chen Pingan liked to think about things. Since Ning Yarrow was with the future son-in-law, Bai Lianshuang didn't want to get involved. She found a chance to scold Nailin Yeshing again. Previously, Miss and son-in-law were present, so she didn't scold him to her heart's content. Chen Pingan was very familiar with the process. His arms were badly mangled and most of the bones in his hands were exposed, but he still didn't realize it. He picked 3 porcelain bottles and smeared various colored plasters on his wounds. The 3 colors were different from each other. When he was bandaging his wounds, he still had the mood to tease himself. According to the way we make porcelain in the dragon kill, this is called the 3 colors of glaze. It's not a precious glaze color. Few of the emperors of the Great Li dynasty really used it. Most of them were used to reward meritorious ministers. Before the late emperor of the Great Li dynasty, the old emperor was fond of a kind of blue and white underglaze with small cai and gold painting. Only then could it be called beautiful. The process is complicated and it's extremely difficult to make it into a weapon, but it's a bit gaudy. We don't even have the chance to see the complete wear. At first, Chen Pingan was afraid that Ning Yarrow would be annoyed by these trivial things. He didn't expect that Ning Yarrow would listen so attentively. Chen Pingan then told her more interesting stories about his life in the dragon kill. When I was an apprentice, Liu Xianyang often dragged me to the old porcelain mountain. When we were there, he treated it as if it was his own home. He would pick and choose the items as if they were his family's treasures. The old and new porcelain of the past dynasties, what kind of utensils they used to be, and what kind of value they should have, were all similar to him personally making them. Under the premise that everyone was not a qi refinement warrior, making porcelain indeed required talent. After becoming a cultivator, the 4 arts of the mortal world were naturally different. At a glance, there were too many flaws and careless mistakes. They could not stand up to careful scrutiny. What a great saying, becoming a mountain guest, I'm a seer in a big dream, I only know that it's ordinary. Song Jisin's father was much simpler and more elegant. Our kill specialized in making large utensils for the imperial court. In private, us apprentices secretly made many of the characteristics of the heavy utensils used by the imperial court. Privately, we named them as loachbacks, grassroots, and cat whiskers. At that time, we even guessed that the richest old emperor in the world didn't know about these. I heard that the current young emperor's preference has turned to rich colors. However, compared to his grandfather, he is much more restrained. Ning Yarrow smiled and said, "How can you remember so many things, but I can't?" Chen Pingan said, "Why are you scolding me in such a roundabout way?" Ning Yarrow was confused. "What did I scold you about?" Chen Pingan said, "Aren't you complaining that I'm not focused on my cultivation and that I'm too slow in breaking through the realm?" Ning Yarrow bent her finger and flicked Chen Pingan's arm lightly. "You asked for it." Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with both hands and quickly turned around to avoid her. An ordinary woman would have burst into tears after seeing such a miserable situation. "You're good," adding insult to injury. Ning Yarrow stopped in her tracks. "Oh, did I cause you to be wronged?" Chen Pingan's expression was calm. He put his feet together and skipped forward. He shook his head and said to himself, "How can the Ning Yarrow I like be an ordinary woman?" Ning Yarrow kicked Chen Pingan in front of her. Chen Pingan was kicked in the butt and floated forward. His head touched the ground and he flipped his body upside down. He stood still and smiled as he turned his head. Do you want to learn my heaven and earth pillar? Ning Yarrow walked forward slowly, too lazy to respond to him. Chen Pingan stood where he was and waited for Ning Yarrow to walk shoulder to shoulder with him before he continued to walk. He asked softly, the batch of geniuses before you, the small group of innate sword embryos between 50 and 100 years old, are they very powerful? I've only seen one of them at the Stacked Cliff wine shop, Wang Zongping, a nascent soul bottleneck sword cultivator. I've never seen the rest. Ning Yarrow wasn't in a hurry to answer the question. Instead, she asked, our generation of sword cultivators is full of geniuses. It's a once-in-a-thousand-years great year. You've already heard of this. There were about 30 of us. After the 2 great battles, do you know how many of us are left? Chen Pingan said, including Guozhujiu and the other 6 people who went to the city but didn't go down to the south, there are a total of 24 people left. 8 died in battle and half died in the chaotic battle. Zhong Rong, who had excellent talent, was assassinated by a Jade Raw Realm great demon. Zhong Rong's guardian swordsman couldn't save him and died together with him. Ning Yarrow looked at Chen Pingan. She didn't seem to want to speak. You know everything anyway, so why ask? There were many things that she couldn't remember. She wasn't as clear as him. But looking at the pitiful Chen Pingan, Ning Yarrow continued, I have to cultivate. Let's talk later. Chen Pingan said, then I'll go find Grandpa Nalan for a drink. Ning Yarrow quickened her pace. Up to you. Chen Pingan, who didn't want to drink, really wanted to drink now. Ning Yarrow didn't turn around and said, don't drink too much. Chen Pingan agreed. In fact, he didn't want to drink so much just now. But now, he suddenly wanted to drink more. When they arrived at Nalan Yeshing's house, the old man sighed. It was not that drinking couldn't relieve his worries, but that the old woman had just left and scolded him badly. Nalan Yeshing asked with a smile, do you want to drink some? Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. The old man poured a bowl of wine, but he didn't dare to fill it to the brim. After all, the future son-in-law was still injured. He was afraid that the old woman would have an excuse to scold him again. Chen Pingan's arms were bandaged like dumplings. In fact, it was difficult for him to move. But as a cultivator of the lower 5 realms, he had learned some spells. With a slight thought, he controlled the wine in the bowl and pulled the white bowl in front of him. Like Chen Sancho, he lowered his head and bit the white bowl. Then, he lifted the bowl slightly and drank a mouthful of wine. Nalan Yeshing smiled. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Very good. Chen Pingan complained, Grandpa Nalan, why isn't this the Bamboo Sea Wonderland wine from our wine shop? Nalan Yeshing smiled and said, it's all from the Ning Mansion's treasury left behind this year. At the beginning of every year, your grandma will set a quota for drinking. It's almost the end of the year, and there are only a few jars left at home. Next year, she will go to help your business. I don't need to say anything. Chen Pingan said, Grandpa Nalan, are you a little curious why the progress of my 18-Holt sword chi is so slow? Nalan Yeshing nodded and said, logically speaking, it shouldn't be so slow. It's just that young Master Chen doesn't want to say, so I don't want to ask more. Chen Pingan explained, one of the chi dwellings of the sword chi pathway, like the wine on the table, once had an old treasure. Nalan Yeshing asked curiously, is it the life-flying sword of a sword immortal that was temporarily put aside by young Master? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, it's a wisp of sword chi. Nalan Yeshing was surprised. A wisp of sword chi? Chen Pingan smiled brightly and said, it's a very small wisp of sword chi. It's not appropriate to say more. Anyway, with Nalan Yeshing beside him, he could speak freely. Even if the sword immortals in the city spied on the Ning Mansion with the divine power of controlling mountains and rivers, they would deliberately avoid Nalan Yeshing, who was an immortal in the past. Nalan Yeshing was shocked, but he didn't ask much. He raised the wine bowl and said, let's stop talking and drink. Chen Pingan didn't have much etiquette in front of Nalan Yeshing. His drinking posture was not elegant, but he didn't feel burdened in his heart. Nalan Yeshing, of course, didn't care. His son-in-law was pleasing to the eye. His fist technique was high, he was not slow to learn the sword, his ideas were comprehensive, he was handsome, and the key was that he was educated, which was rare in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He and his miss were a match made in heaven. No wonder Bai Lianshuang's wife always protected him. While the old man and the young man were drinking wine, Ning Yaro also sat with Bai Memar and whispered to each other. The old woman saw her miss and said with a smile, "It's a good thing that our son-in-law suffers more when practicing the sword with his senior brother. Don't be too sad. Not everyone can be taught swordsmanship wholeheartedly by Zhuo." Over the years, there were many smart people who tried to get close to the great sword immortal, but Zhuo was arrogant and ignored them. In my opinion, it's not because he recognized our son-in-law as the disciple of the sage of literature, but because he recognized a junior brother. That's why he is willing to do this. Ning Yaro shook her head and leaned on the table. "It's not that." The old woman smiled and said nothing. Ning Yaro sat up. "He can say a lot of nice things." The old woman asked, "Miss, you don't like it?" Ning Yaro shook her head and said, "No, I don't like it." The old woman asked again, "Miss, are you worried that he will like someone else?" Ning Yaro shook her head again. "I'm not worried." The old woman finally couldn't help but laugh. "Do you feel that he has changed too much, and at the same time, you feel like you're standing in the same place, afraid that one day, he will walk ahead of you? It's not that you're afraid that he will reach a higher realm, but you're worried that the two of you will have less and less things to talk about." Ning Yaro's worries were exposed. She leaned down again and fell into a daze. Then, she said in a low voice, "I didn't like to talk since I was young, but that guy is a chatterbox. There are so many things that I don't know how to respond to. Will there be a day when he feels that I'm too boring? Of course, he will still like me, but he won't like to talk anymore." The old woman couldn't help but laugh. She asked, "Why didn't Miss say this directly?" Ning Yaro said angrily, "I didn't want to say it. He's so smart and likes to think about everything every day. How could he not think of it?" The old woman joked, "Fortunately, you didn't say it, otherwise our son-in-law would have been wronged. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Our son-in-law isn't an immortal who can predict the future." Ning Yaro nodded. Her mood improved slightly, but not by much. The old woman wasn't in a hurry. Because of these small worries. Probably only people who truly liked someone would have such worries. On this night, on the city wall, after midnight, Wei Jin stood beside left and right, drinking a pot of green immortal mountain wine that he had bought with great difficulty. The shop only sold one pot every day. Since he had bought it, it meant that the other swordsmen didn't have a share today. Wei Jin asked with a smile, "Before Chen Pinggan practiced his swordsmanship, did he say that I tricked him?" Left and right shook their heads. "He was just asking for a beating. My junior brother wouldn't do that." Wei Jin said helplessly, "Is he that smart?" Left and right smiled. "Teacher once said that you once had a sword. Together with my sword at Jiaolong Gully, it had a great impact on Chen Pinggan." Wei Jin was stunned for a moment and nodded. "In the early years, I met Chen Pinggan at a wedding dress ghost's place. According to the agreement with Senior Alliance, my sword was faster than a person's and I met the young Chen Pinggan." Left and right was silent for a moment. "Do you feel that if you're trapped by love and drag your feet, it's hard for your sword will to be pure and it's hard for you to reach the top of the mountain?" Wei Jin nodded. "I do have this worry. In fact, it's true." Left and right smiled. "Then you're wrong. Very wrong." Wei Jin put away the wine and sat upright. "I'm willing to listen to Senior Left's teachings." Left and right asked, "What's the most important thing for a swordsman to practice the sword?" Wei Jin shook his head. "I have many answers in my heart, but they're definitely not what you think." Left and right raised one hand and made a sword-holding posture. "It's the person who holds the sword. Therefore, no matter how high one's swordsmanship is or how great one's swordsmanship is, it's a small matter to me, a swordsman. Even if you hold the legendary 5 immortal swords, no matter what your current realm is, no matter if you're a sword immortal or not, you're the one who holds the sword." Left and right withdrew his hand and turned his head. "If you don't use the sword just because you like a woman, how can you be a sword immortal? You, Wei Jin, only have a good aptitude for swordsmanship. In the long run, you won't be able to reach the top with just your aptitude. I dare say that if you don't break through your heart for a long time, your final achievement will be very ordinary. In the future, don't talk to me too much. Wei Jin took a big gulp of wine and muttered, but I still feel that in this world, only love lasts longer than sword chi. I can't bear to part with it, and I don't even want to throw it away. Thinking of a person, drinking wine, and being muddle-headed, I'll go around in circles in the mountains. Compared to liking a person less, drinking less and wielding a sword to reach the top, it's better for me. Left and Right shook his head, then there's no saving you. Wei Jin probed, then I won't be able to chat with Senior in the future, right? Left and Right smiled, Sword Immortal Wei Jin, get lost while you can. Drunkard Wei Jin, you can come often. Wei Jin laughed heartily and drank to his heart's content. He was just about to ask a question. The four heavens had a total of 4 immortal swords. This was a well-known fact, so why did Left and Right say 5? The Daoist second of the Qingming heavens had an immortal sword. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu in the Central Plains had one, and the scholar who was hailed as the world's proudest had another. Other than that, it was rumored that the Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 mighty towers of the heavens, suppressed the last one. How vast were the 4 heavens? Naturally, there weren't many immortal weapons, but they weren't few either. However, there were only 4 swords that were worthy of being called immortal swords in the past 10,000 years. There definitely wouldn't be any more. But before Wei Jin could finish drinking and ask this question, he had already left the city. Because eldest sword immortal had arrived. Wei Jin left the city, bowing and taking his leave. Chen Qingdou stood by the wall. Are you surprised that you have such a junior brother? Left and Right nodded, but didn't speak. The youth who had learned the 18 stops of sword chi, Zhao Gaoshu. At that time, Left and Right had used sword chi to isolate heaven and earth, and Chen Pinggan had spoken these words. In fact, at that time, Chen Pinggan had also spoken in his mind, but it was another name, Zhao Shuxia. At such a young age, Left and Right were a little surprised that he was so cautious. The old man did not care about the sword immortal nodding his head to the left and right without saying anything disrespectful. If the sword immortal could not even tolerate this little bit of arrogance, how many sword immortals in the northern city would be left alive under Chen Qingdou's sword? Left and Right weren't surprised that Chen Qingdou knew about this. Chen Qingdou could be said to be invincible on the city wall. He was probably only inferior to the Confucian Temple, the Daoist ancestor overseeing the Beko Keikyung building, and the Buddha sitting on the lotus throne. This was also what Left and Right felt most helpless about. But at the same time, this was also what Left and Right admired the old man the most. Why did the Great Wall of Sword Chi still stand after 10,000 years of siege in the wilderness? All the great demons in the wilderness knew that as long as Chen Qingdou didn't die, even if the entire Great Wall of Sword Chi was destroyed, they still wouldn't be able to reach the inverted mountain and the vast world. Only Chen Qingdou could suppress the arrogant sword cultivators in the north of the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. Only this old man could say to the hidden official, "You're still young, so I'll tolerate it." Chen Qingdou said, "When all the big and small troubles in the city are over, ask Chen Pinggan to stay at the thatched cottage. He needs to focus on his sword practice. When he becomes a true sword cultivator, I'll leave the city wall and help him propose marriage. Otherwise, I won't have the face to ask." A boss made an exception for a sword immortal. He can't afford a store of alcohol and an elementary school. Left and Right said, "It's up to him. When the time comes, if you don't go to the Yarrow family, I'll go." Chen Qingdou laughed, "That's very unkind of you. Whether it's your teacher or your junior here, they wouldn't say such things." Left and Right frowned, "You're also eyeing the children in the shabby alley near the wine shop?" Chen Qingdou doesn't care about so many things, but you care about this. Otherwise? Chen Qingdou asked, "My swordsmanship is better than yours, my sword will is better than yours, my way of the sword is better than yours, and my knowledge is better than yours. You're always paying attention to them, can't I take a few more glances?" Left and Right said expressionlessly, "I've already tolerated you twice." Chen Qingdou smiled, "You're still inferior to humans in the aspect of sword aura. Then bear with it obediently." Left and Right sneered, 3 times. Chen Qingdou asked, Do you know why I'm willing to take a look at the children in the shabby alley? Left and right looked indifferent. This is the biggest problem involving the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Sword cultivators have been using their swords for 10,000 years and killing enemies for 10,000 years. There are more and more people who don't know why. Why they live and why they die. Chen Qingdou nodded and looked at the lights in the north of the city. The rich family's mansions were brightly lit, as bright as day. The shabby alleys in the city were dark, and the places where the two bordered were dotted with stars. Why they live and die is easy to talk about. After all, they're full of selfishness, and it's hard to really feel anything. Chen Qingdou looked lonely. I've always hoped that there would be someone who would do it himself, think about it himself, and feel it himself. Knowing the cause and effect, knowing all the historical origins, knowing what price he and his ancestors had to pay, they were still able to make the sword cultivators of the world draw their swords even if they were filled with resentment, grievance, and anger. Both men and swords headed south. So what if they die? The old man stretched out a palm and slowly raised it. The lights of the human world, first there's a speck. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets a bright galaxy. Left and right shook his head. It's too late. We've lost. Chen Qingdou smiled. Left and right, you're not as good as your junior brother. Although he knows it's useless and it's hard to change the outcome, he's still patient. Left and right were silent. Chen Qingdou smiled and asked, 4 times? Left and right said, no. Chen Qingdou nodded, then I won't hit you. I'll leave you some face, so that you won't feel uncomfortable teaching your junior brother swordsmanship in the future. Left and right said, it's 4 times now. Chen Qingdou put his hands behind his back and left, leaving only one sentence, compared to chatting with you, I prefer listening to Chen Pinggan. In the night, Chen Pinggan strolled to the dragon beheading platform. Ning Yarrow was still cultivating, so Chen Pinggan walked to the martial arts practice field. It was just a stroll. He walked in a circle. When he was about to complete the circle, his footsteps slightly deviated and then drew a bigger circle. Chen Pinggan didn't know when Ning Yarrow had come to his side. He wasn't surprised. Ning Yarrow had long learned Nalan Yeshing's stealth. For so many years, the thing Ning Yarrow had refined wasn't the high-grade carnate natal flying sword, but something else. However, even if Ning Yarrow only used her natal flying sword, it was enough for her to kill Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, and the others. This was what she said casually when Chen Pinggan and Ning Yarrow were chatting. She said it casually and naturally, but she stared at Chen Pinggan. At that time, Chen Pinggan was about to reach out and put his hand on the back of her hand, but he quietly withdrew his hand. Then, he raised his hand with a smile and fanned the breeze. The two strolled up to the pavilion. Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged beside Ning Yarrow. Ning Yarrow continued the topic from the day. In Wang Zongping's generation, there were about 10 people at the beginning. Compared to us, both the number of people and cultivation aptitude are too inferior. Among them, Mi Quan's attainment in the Great Wall of Sword Chi was originally the highest, but Mi Quan died in the first battle after leaving the city. Now, there are only 3 people left. Apart from Wang Zongping, who was heavily injured and was affected by the battle between the 2 immortal realm cultivators, she has been stuck at the nascent soul bottleneck for many years. There's also Wang Wei and Su Yong. Su Yong's innate aptitude was actually better than Wang Zongping's when she was at the bottom. However, his sword heart wasn't firm and clear enough. He participated in the great battle, but he deliberately played small fights and didn't dare to risk his life. He always thought that if he cultivated quietly and lived to 100 years old, he could steadily ascend to the upper 5 realms and then fight with all his might. In the end, in the most dangerous battle of breaking through the nascent soul bottleneck at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, not only did Su Yong fail to ascend to the upper 5 realms, but he was rejected by the sword intent of heaven and earth and became a golden core sword cultivator with a broken elixir chamber. After many years of silence, he mingled in the streets and became a gambling addict. He reneged on countless debts and lived a life worse than a street rat. Qi Shou and the others loved to treat Su Yong to drinks when they were young. As long as Su Yong could drink, he didn't mind being treated as a joke. He lived like a half-human, half-ghost. When Qi Shou and the others' realms grew higher, they felt that it was meaningless to laugh at Su Yong. Su Yong became an errand boy between the cities and the Mirage. If he earned a small amount of money, he would buy wine. If he earned a large amount of money, he would gamble. She had asked Nanny Bai about these things at the last minute and had done some last-minute research. Chen Pinggan asked straightforwardly, would Su Yong hold a grudge against the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi? Ning Yaro thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't think so. A few years before Alliance left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Su Yong was always by his side, whether he was drinking or acting as a banker. Chen Pinggan nodded. Only Wang Wei is already a sword immortal. When he was a golden core sword cultivator in his early years, he became a low-ranking consecrator of the Qi family. 20 years ago, he successfully ascended to the upper 5 realms. He opened his own residence and married a woman with a prominent surname as his Dao companion. His life is considered complete. When I was at the wine shop, I heard that Wang Wei surpassed his predecessors and became a sword immortal. It was quite unexpected. Ning Yaro said, Wang Wei is indeed not very eye-catching. Ascending to the upper 5 realms at the age of 90 is rare in the vast world. However, on our side, Wang Wei, as a surviving Jade Realm sword cultivator, naturally became the leader of more than 10 people in his early years. It is easy to compare him. Compared to the earlier generation, Wang Wei is too ordinary. If he were to be compared to our generation, let alone Pang Yuanji, Qi Shou, and Jiao Yeho, even Fatty San Qiu Yang and the others look down on him. Ning Yaro said softly, however, on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no matter what realm a sword cultivator is at, being able to survive is the greatest ability. If you die, what does it matter if you are a genius or a sword immortal? Even for us young sword cultivators, when drinking today, we laughed at Zhao Yong's downfall and that Wang Wei is not a sword immortal. Perhaps after the next battle, when Wang Wei drinks with his friends, he will be talking about his old friends. When they reached the pavilion on the dragon-slaying platform, Ning Yaro suddenly asked, give me a pot of wine. Chen Pinggan pulled his hand out of his sleeve and handed her a flask of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine from his wine store. Ning Yaro drank the wine and said, Grandpa Little Dong, that was a true genius. He was at the Grotto Heaven Realm, 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 and at the Dragon Gate Realm. He killed more than 10 demons at the same realm and 3 golden core demons, earning him the nickname of Sword Lunatic. Later, he left the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone and went to the desolate world to hone his sword intent. When he returned, he was already an upper 5 realms sword cultivator. After Dong Guanpu was exposed for colluding with demons, the crowd was outraged. Before Hidden Official could do anything, he was killed by Chen Qingju, the eldest sword immortal. At that time, Chen Pinggan was at the top of the Great Wall and saw the scene with his own eyes. Ning Yaro drank the wine. Not long after Grandpa Xiaodong died, there was a rumor that Grandpa Xiaodong was the one who arranged the assassination at the Mirage. Ning Yaro smiled, I don't believe it, but I can't stop people from gossiping. Chen Pinggan asked, let's not talk about the truth. After hearing these words, will you be sad? Ning Yaro shook her head, there's nothing to be sad about. Chen Pinggan nodded, that's good. Otherwise, I won't go out except for practicing my sword at the top of the Great Wall. Ning Yaro was puzzled, other than that Las Lu Duan being assassinated, what else is going to happen? Chen Pinggan smiled, that's for sure. Someone wants to test me and isolate the Ning residents as much as possible. In the end, they just want to distract you and delay your breakthrough. In the past, they didn't have the chance. After the incident at the Mirage and Dong Guanpu, they provoked the eldest sword immortal to attack personally. No one dares to attack the Ning residents openly. Now that I'm here, there's an opening. Ning Yaro asked, why do I feel that you aren't bothered at all? I'm actually bothered, but I know that it's useless. So I don't care and don't think about it. Chen Pinggan extended his hand to ask for the wine flask. Ning Yaro subconsciously wanted to hand it over, but she quickly glared at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan didn't get his way, so he continued with his hands in his sleeves. Outsider Chen Pinggan, how good I am depends on my cultivation and my heart. Ren Yi, Puu, Qi Shou, and Pang Yuanji have already helped me prove the strength of a martial artist. As for the heart, One is high and the other is low. If the other party is good at scheming, they will test me. For example, once Guozhuzhou was assassinated, the Ning residents and the Guo family that sword immortal Guozhou presided over would be completely estranged. This has nothing to do with how righteous sword immortal Guozhou is. Everyone in the Guo family already has a thorn in their heart. Of course, now that the young lady is fine, it's a different story. How to test a person's heart? It's simple. If a child dies in a shabby alley, Stacked Mountains wine shop's business will soon be closed. I won't be going there to be a storyteller. If I go, it's destined that no one will listen to my stories. Killing Guozhuzhou requires a considerable price. Who would care about killing a commoner's child? But if I don't care, how will the many sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi view me, Chen Pinggan? If I care, how should I care? Ning Yarrow frowned when she heard this. Listen, what Nanny Bai said was wrong. This guy was obviously meticulous and had thought of everything. Chen Pinggan laughed. What's there to worry about? If I've thought of everything, their chances will be small. However, there are some things that can only wait for the other party to make a move. Ning Yarrow asked, for example? For example, wantonly announcing that I'm the disciple of the literary sage, the left and right junior brothers. This is fine, it's just scratching an itch. The sword cultivators in the Great Wall of Sword Qi are more focused on their own cultivation. Chen Pinggan said, or for example, a young sword cultivator with no background. In front of me, he speaks drunkenly and brings up old matters of Ning Mansion. Most likely, his words won't be too extreme. Otherwise, it'll be too unreasonable and it'll only cause public anger. Perhaps even the guests who are drinking will help him. Thus, the other party's words will have to be carefully thought out. If he provokes me to attack in anger, it won't be considered him sowing discord, but purely speaking out of his own feelings. In the end, I'll punch him. Whether or not I kill him, it'll be a loss. He's young and impetuous, and he's too shrewd. He's not a sword cultivator. Ning Yarrow thought for a moment. Then we shouldn't go to Stacked Mountains wine shop in the future. If you only go back and forth between the city walls and Ning Mansion, no one will deliberately stop you. That'll be too obvious. The Great Wall of Sword Qi has many sword cultivators, but not many fools. Chen Pinggan shook his head. We have to go. Ning Yarrow didn't understand. The accountant likes to use the abacus, but he also has his own life to live. He won't sit behind the counter all day long and calculate profits and losses. Who am I? I'm used to a life of nothing. How many years has it been? Why would I be afraid of this? Chen Pinggan stood up and looked at the training field. He said slowly, You've listened to so many shameful words for so many years. I also want to hear it with my own ears. It's fine that you didn't want to pay attention to them before. But now that I'm by your side, someone dares to come to you with evil intentions. If I don't punch him directly, am I supposed to invite him to drink? At this point, Chen Pinggan smiled. It'll definitely be a matter of a casual punch. Because the other party can't have a high realm. They'll definitely be weaker than Ren Yi. If they're stronger, no one will sympathize with them. Ning Yarrow asked, when are we going to the wine shop? This was Ning Yarrow's temperament. Chen Pinggan didn't find it strange at all. Back in the small town, even if he didn't like her, Ning Yarrow's way of doing things had a great impact on Chen Pinggan. The sentence "the great way shouldn't be so small" was one thing. This made Chen Pinggan, who walked out of Lizhu Cave, never really look up at the immortals on the mountain when he looked at the cultivation on the mountain again. Chen Pinggan had a deep impression of Ning Yarrow's straightforward way of doing things, especially her attitude of since things have come to this point, what should I do? With such a clear and bright mind, one could truly not be afraid of unexpected troubles. If anything happened, just solve it. Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled. After I recover, I'll let the other party make a good plan. To be honest, many times I'm anxious for the enemy. I can't wait to teach them how to make the most moves to maximize the benefits and at the same time, make people feel disgusted. Ning Yarrow didn't say anything. Chen Pinggan sat beside her and said softly, Don't think of me as a stranger. I've always been like this. But as I said before, There's only one thing that I never think too much about. It's not something nice to hear. It's just the truth. Ning Yarrow said softly, if you don't like me, if you don't come here, there won't be so many problems. You can live a better life. You can even wait until you become a sword immortal in the future and come to me. I'll still wait for you. Grandma Bai was right. Even if Ning Yarrow wanted to be herself, she had to believe in Chen Pingan. She would tell him whatever she had in her heart. It didn't matter whether it was reasonable or not. Anyway, he was the most reasonable person, so she didn't have to worry about not being able to chat with him. Chen Pingan didn't say anything to Ning Yarrow. He just took out the small dragon beheading platform that Ning Yarrow gave him when they parted on the inverted mountain. The words Ning Yarrow and naive were engraved on the front and back. Chen Pingan looked down at the two words Ning Yarrow. He bent his fingers and tapped the name gently. His eyes widened. He scolded while tapping, "Who are you? You're so bold and so capable. I'm so sad. If you continue to be so insensible, I'll pretend to ignore you in the future." Ning Yarrow turned sideways and leaned on the railing. She smiled and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The bright moonlight drew her eyebrows. Today, the wine shop second-in-command, who hadn't shown his face for a long time, showed up for a drink. He didn't fight with the customers for a seat at the table. He squatted at the side and drank with some familiar sword cultivators. He held a wine bowl in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. On the ground in front of him, there was a small plate of pickled vegetables from the Yang family. Everyone was like this. There was nothing to be ashamed of. According to the second-in-command, a real sword cultivator was indomitable. So what if the plate was placed on the ground? This was called a sword cultivator's approachability. A sword cultivator didn't care about trifles. Why don't you try drinking in other expensive restaurants? Do you think you'll have the chance to? Try putting the bowl and plate on the ground. Even if the waiter doesn't stop you and the customers beside you don't say anything, you'll definitely get rolled eyes. How can there be such a troublesome thing here? There was absolutely no such thing. The sword cultivators who came here to buy wine, especially those who were shy of money, felt that it made sense. No sword cultivators came to drink today. Chen Pingan sipped his wine and smiled as he chatted with the sword cultivators he was familiar with. Suddenly, an unfamiliar young man stood up drunkenly. He held a wine bowl and wobbled to Chen Pingan's side. He burped and said with drunken eyes, "You're the Ning family's son-in-law, Chen Pingan?" Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Just as the person was about to speak, Chen Pingan raised his hand. The two chopsticks in his hand touched each other lightly. Stacked Zhong ran into the shop with a straight face and took out a piece of paper. The person didn't care about this and continued, "Are you worthy of Ning Yao?" "I don't think so." "So what if you beat Pang Yuanji and the other three?" "You're still not worthy of Ning Yao. But you're lucky. You're worthy of the Ning family. Do you know why?" Chen Pingan picked up some pickled vegetables with his chopsticks. Then, he lifted the wine pot and pointed behind him. Stacked Zhong opened the piece of paper. There was a sentence written on it, "Those who talk to me about the Ning family's past will have to drink as punishment. There's no need to pay." At that moment, the dozens of customers in the wine shop started to hold their breaths. Some stopped drinking and eating, while others were a little slower. They continued to eat and drink. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was almost destroyed. His Excellency Hidden Official personally led the charge, and the enemy greater demons avoided the fight. From then on, we won every single battle. We were just one battle away, and those greater demons of the wildlands could only stare at us helplessly. Your Ning clan's immortal sword immortals were just a bunch of beasts. Whatever the enemy lacked, the Ning clan's great sword immortals joined forces to give away. The greater demons of the wildlands are shameless, and when they lose, they attack the city. But we, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, do not care about face. If we didn't win the last round, this Great Wall of Sword Qi, Chen Pingan, wouldn't have come here to show off. Good heavens, you're the disciple of the literary saint, right? You're the junior apprentice brother of the left and right? Do you know why inverted Hanging Mountain's worshipping sword pavilion didn't hang portraits of the two sword immortals? You're the son-in-law of the Ning family, a proud son of heaven. Why don't you tell us? Chen Pingan took a sip of wine and gently placed his chopsticks on the plate. Stacked Zhong threw away the piece of paper and took out another from his sleeve. He shook it open. Those who talk about Ning Yaro's parents, eat my fist. Begging for mercy is useless. That person glanced at him and laughed. You're truly worthy of being a scholar of the literary saint's lineage. You're so knowledgeable that you can even guess this. What, do you want to kill me with a single punch? That person lifted his arm and smashed the wine bowl to pieces. Even I find your Ning family's wine disgusting. Chen Pingan slowly stood up, holding a white bowl that was still half filled with wine. That young man stretched his neck and pointed at his head. Come, give me a punch. If you have the ability, hit me here. He sneered. I wonder if the literary saint's disciple had already guessed that you came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi twice during the intervals of the great battle. Anyway, it's all about ability. You won 4 battles and killed me, a sword cultivator of the Viewing Sea realm. How is that not an ability? It's not that Chen Pingan didn't want to kill demons, but that the demons didn't dare to attack the city after seeing Chen Pingan. I think your ability is almost greater than all the sword immortals combined. Don't you think so, Chen Pingan? Chen Pingan glanced at the broken pieces of the white bowl on the ground. That young sword cultivator widened his eyes. Money for the wine? I have. I went to the city once and went to the south once. I didn't earn much, but it's enough to buy a few bowls of your lousy wine. He was about to take out the immortal money from his sleeve when he suddenly heard the guy in the green robe say, You don't have to pay for the wine. This sword cultivator of the Viewing Sea realm laughed. He was sure that the guy didn't dare to punch and was about to say a few more words. It was only for a moment. This young sword cultivator's head was punched. His body flipped upside down. His head was facing the ground and his legs were facing the sky. He died on the spot, paralyzed on the ground. Not only that, his soul was shattered. He couldn't be more dead. Chen Pingan held the bowl in his left hand and pointed at the corpse with his right hand. He smiled and said, You owe me a bowl of wine for the sake of the demons. In the next great battle in the south, the wilderness will have to return it to me, Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan raised the wine bowl in his hand high and looked around. He laughed and said, Small cups and big bowls of wine, drinking all the dirty things in the world. Future sword immortals, before we go to the south, who is willing to drink with me, Chen Pingan? The seated guests and the squatting sword cultivators all stood up when someone stood up first. They all stood up with their bowls full of wine. Chen Pingan looked into the distance and said loudly, My great wall of sword chi. Those sword immortals who hate not killing enough enemies can also drink. Today, there were especially many sword cultivators and sword immortals who drank wine. 586. It had been more than 10 years since Chen Pingan came to the wine shop to drink. It was the end of the year, but the Great Wall of Sword Aura did not have the rich festive atmosphere of the vast world. Thanks to the second shopkeeper, the head shopkeeper, Stack Zhong, became more and more famous. Stack Zhong also learned a lot of business from Chen Pingan. He became more and more familiar with the business. Simply put, he was willing to throw away his face. If someone asked, Head shopkeeper, are you treating us today? You have earned so much money from us, you have to treat us once, right? Stack Zhong answered, Sword immortals like you spend money to drink and kill demons. Why do you need others to do it for you? Boos rose from all the tables. Stack Zhong did not care now. After greeting Stack Zhong and his acquaintances, Chen Pingan moved a small stool to the corner of the street to sit. However, no one came today. After hearing the story told by the storyteller, many young girls hesitated and chose to take a detour when they saw the green-robed figure. Other than the big kid who was holding a clay pot who was blocked at home by his parents and Zhong Jiazhen who had to work elsewhere to earn money, the rest did not dare to come. They might not think that Chen Pingan was a bad person, but that person had killed someone in the wine shop. The children and their elders had seen it with their own eyes. This was human nature. Chen Pingan did not find it strange, nor was he disappointed. He sat for a while, basking in the warm winter sun and eating melon seeds. Then he picked up the stool and returned to the wine shop. He did not help, but checked the account book on the abacus at the counter. Stack Jong came to the wine shop in between serving the guests. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Business is not bad." Chen Pingan closed the account book, opened his palm, and gently wiped the abacus. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Have you always wanted to ask me if that person was a demon spy? No matter what the truth is, as a friend of Ning Yarrow and Chen Pingan, you want me to give you a clear answer?" Stack Jong did not hesitate and shook his head. "I don't want to ask this. I already have an answer in my heart." Chen Pingan skillfully tapped on the abacus and slowly said, "There is a great disparity in strength between the two sides, or the opponent has a profound scheme. If he loses, he will accept it. Even if he doesn't accept it verbally, he knows it in his heart. I've lost in this situation before, more than once, and it was very miserable. However, I've learned a lot from reviewing the situation afterwards. What they were afraid of was those methods that you could clearly see through at a glance, but could still make people feel disgusted. The other party didn't even think about earning much. They were just playing around." Chen Pingan hadn't said a word yet. Because the wildlands would soon be attacking the city, even if it wasn't the next battle, it wouldn't be too far away. Therefore, the insignificant pawns in the city could be squandered as they pleased. This was also a reminder to some of the key hidden pawns hidden in the depths. Chen Pingan glanced outside the shop. Someone is gathering power behind the scenes. If I let my guard down and think that the Great Wall of Sword Chi scheme is on a completely different level from the vast world, then I'm destined to be injured even if I don't die. I will also implicate the people around me. The schemer hiding behind the scenes is using the right medicine to deal with the problem. He saw that I like to do things without making mistakes, so he purposely let me have small victories." Stack Jong laughed. "Small victories?" Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou were about to jump and curse when they heard this. "Let's not talk about Qi Shou. Pang Yuanji will definitely not come here to drink again. He won't even be willing to buy the cheapest alcohol." Chen Pingan laughed. "Then it's a small victory. Pang Yuanji and Qi Shou know it. The sword immortals watching the battle know it. Everyone who should know knows it. Because I'm not a true sword cultivator, and I'm not a native of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Although that person's words were purposely made to disgust me, many of his words were indeed on point. It's a pity that without any surprises, it's hard to win against me. In my previous 2 fights with Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji, I won because I had too many surprises." Stack Jong sighed. "Chen Pingan, do you know that you are very scary? This was like 2 people playing chess. If one side guessed the opponent's moves time and time again, how would the other side feel?" Some things had already happened, but there were still some things that even Chen Pingan and Fatty Yang did not know. For example, when Chen Pingan was writing and asked Stack Jong to help him hold the paper, Chen Pingan had jokingly said that he had been waiting for him. His opponent was definitely young and his realm was not high, but he had definitely been to the battlefield in the south. Therefore, he could make many ordinary sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi empathize with him. They would feel compassion and a sense of solidarity against a common enemy. Perhaps this person was an ordinary person with a good reputation in the market of the Great Wall of Sword Chi's hometown. He often helped the elderly, women, and children of his neighbors. After this person's death, the person behind the scenes did not need to add fuel to the fire. He only needed to watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, he would not be treating the patrolling sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi as sword immortals. Naturally, there would be a public opinion that started from the bottom. It would spread from the streets and alleys, taverns, and various shops to the mansions of the wealthy. Many sword immortals heard it. Some ignored it, while others silently remembered it. However, Chen Pingan had also said that this was the worst outcome. It might not be true. Moreover, the situation was not that bad. After all, it was just a small game of chess for the person behind the scenes to test his skills. At this moment, Stack Jong was originally worried that Chen Pingan would be angry. He did not expect Chen Pingan to still be smiling. Moreover, it was not forced. Just like this sentence, It was also within his expectations. This was the second time that Chen Pingan had heard such a statement. To be able to say this in front of me, it means that you really treat me as a friend. Chen Pingan nodded and said, my enemy should feel this way. Stack Zhong said, with you by Ning Yao's side, I feel more at ease. Chen Pingan smiled and said, after the next battle in the south, if you are still willing to say these words, I will also feel more at ease. Stack Zhong's expression suddenly turned solemn. Chen Pingan nodded and said softly, yes, this is also the intention of the person behind the scenes. First, it is to first confirm whether or not the newcomer Chen Pingan, the disciple of the literary sage and the son-in-law of the Ning mansion, will really ascend the city wall and fight side by side with the sword immortals. Second, whether or not he dares to leave the city and go to the south battlefield to kill demons. Third, after leaving the city wall, what should he choose between protecting his own life and fighting with all his strength? Should he try to survive first and talk about other things later? Or should he try to save his face? For himself and for the Ning mansion, he would not hesitate to die to prove himself. Of course, the best result would be for that Chen Pingan to die heroically on the southern battlefield. If the person behind the scenes is good, he will probably have someone say a few good words for me afterwards. Chen Pingan joked, you treat the chair my master used to sit on as a family heirloom and put it away in the side room of your little house. Then do you think that the two little stools on the left and right of Mr. Wen Sheng are places that anyone can sit on as they wish? Stack Zhong's mood was heavy. He picked up a jar of wine and opened the mud seal. He poured 2 bowls of wine and drank a large mouthful, gloomy and silent. Chen Pingan raised his bowl and took a sip. He smiled and said, don't drink so much. Although the two of us are shopkeepers, we still have to spend money to drink. Stack Zhong held the wine bowl, wanting to say something but hesitated. Chen Pingan asked, any more questions? Just ask. Stack Zhong asked softly, the first person to stand up with the bowl? Was it a shill? Chen Pingan was grinning from ear to ear. He waved his hand and said, no. Then Chen Pingan pointed at Stack Zhong, head shopkeeper, just be at ease and be a businessman. You really aren't suited to do such scheming things. If I were to do that, wouldn't I be treating all the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, especially those sword immortals who watch from the sidelines, as fools who only know how to practice the sword and not the heart? Some things may seem perfect and benefit the most, but in fact, they definitely can't be done. If it's too deliberate, it won't be beautiful. For example, my initial plan was to not lose. If I beat that person to death, it's already not a loss. If I'm still not satisfied, I'll draw legs on a snake and be looked down upon for nothing. Stack Zhong sighed heavily with a complicated expression. He raised his wine bowl and imitated Chen Pingan's words, drink up all the pickles in the world. Chen Pingan smiled and raised his wine bowl, clinking it with Stack Zhong, thank you, head shopkeeper, for treating me to a drink. To the west of the city, there was the hidden official's winter palace. To the east, there was also a summer palace. They weren't big, but they cost a lot of money. Today, they were hiding in the winter palace. In the main hall, the hidden official stood on an exquisitely crafted wooden armchair. It was a celestial artifact from the vast world of Flowing Clouds continent. It was made of red wood and the lines were like water. In the main hall, there were 2 local sword immortals who assisted the hidden official. The man's name was Zhu En and the woman's name was Luo Shan. Both of them were old and in the unpolished jade realm. Other than that, there was also a nascent soul cultivator who was in charge of gathering intelligence. He was reporting everything, no matter how big or small, about the incident at the wine shop. He investigated the 18 generations of the sea-viewing realm sword cultivator Huang Ju's ancestors, including his master, family, friends, and earth immortal elders he was familiar with. He reported everything to Zhu En in detail. As for the hidden official, he was never interested in these. Other than that, there was also Pang Yuanji and a Confucian gentleman listening at the side. The gentleman's name was Wang Zai, and he had some connections with the previous Great Wall of Sword Chi's scholarly sage. The hidden official closed his eyes and walked to and fro on the chair. His body swayed and his hands held onto 2 ponytails, as if he was sleepwalking. Zhuan listened to his subordinate's report while flipping through the intelligence report in his hands. Due to the need for details, the number of words was naturally high, which was why the hidden official never touched these. The female sword immortal Luo Shan wore a round neck brocade robe. She had a flower hairpin on her head and it was extremely red. She was especially eye-catching. When it came to intelligence reports, the gentleman Wang Zai was similar to the imperial censor in the vast world of imperial court. He did not have the right to participate in specific matters, but he had the right to make suggestions. In the words of the hidden official, he had to give these outsiders who held the imperial sword a chance to speak. As for whether he listened to them or not, it depended on his mood. After listening to the intelligence report, Wang Zai asked, "Facts have proven that there is no conclusive evidence to prove that Huang Ju is a demon spy. Will Chen Pinggan be suspected of killing indiscriminately? Taking a step back, if he is really a demon spy, he should be handed over to us. If he is not, it is just a dispute between youths. Isn't he disregarding human life?" Pang Yuanji frowned and did not speak. He lowered his head and drank. As the only direct disciple of the hidden official, Pang Yuanji's words were often more effective than the two sword immortals Zhuan and Luo Shan. However, Pang Yuanji did not like to get involved in these foul matters and had always focused on cultivation. Luo Shan said indifferently, "Evil people should be tortured by evil people until they regret their evil deeds." In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was indeed no taboo. A sword cultivator of the lower 5 realms could scold Dong Sangeng as long as Dong Sangeng did not take it to heart. However, if Dong Sangeng were to make a move, he would naturally die for nothing. That Chen Pinggan was obviously waiting for others to find trouble with him. If Huang Ju knew what was good for him, he should have stopped when he saw the first piece of paper. Was it important whether he was a demon spy or not? If he died for his own stupidity, he could not blame the other party for being too harsh on him. As for Chen Pinggan, did he really think he was a sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Shameless boasting. In the next battle in the south, I will get someone to record Chen Pinggan's demon-killing process. Zhuan said with a straight face, "On this matter, you, Luo Shan, should speak less." The female sword immortal Luo Shan and the Ning couple had some grudges in their early years. As for Luo Shan's words, it could not be said that she was pleading for Chen Pinggan. At most, they would be beaten 50 times, but half of the beatings would be on the corpses of the dead. Wang Zai had been at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for 7 or 8 years. He had participated in a great battle, but he did not fight much. He was more like a supervisor swordmaster and a battlefield recorder. The hidden official had said that since he was a gentleman, he must be well-read and delicate, so he shouldn't fight and kill. At that time, Wang Zai was also quite angry. He spoke to the scholarly sage about this matter, but it was to no avail. Luo Shan sneered, "What do you think, sword immortal Zhuan? Should we call Chen Pinggan over and ask him?" The scholarly sage's disciple and a senior brother in swordsmanship are watching from the top of the wall. Zhuan's face was gloomy. According to the rules, of course they had to ask. However, that young man was too good at dealing with people. His words and actions were flawless. Moreover, his backing was too strong. Wang Zai said, "The scholarly sage is no longer the scholarly sage. Moreover, Chen Pinggan is a disciple of the scholarly sage. He should follow the rules and not kill people as he pleases." Even if the old man who no longer had a divine position in the Confucian temple was here, I would still speak the same. If it is not appropriate for the two sword immortals to appear, you can let me interrogate Chen Pinggan. Zhuan asked, "Is the interrogation location here or at the Ning mansion?" Wang Zai understood the meaning behind this sword immortal's words. He took a step back and said, "I can pay him a visit. At least Chen Pinggan won't feel too embarrassed." Luo Shan's mouth twitched, "That's good. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the sword immortal Zhuo will rush over as soon as Chen Pinggan arrives." Pang Yuanji sighed and put away the wine pot. He smiled and said, "Do you think we don't know if Huang Ju is a pawn planted by the demons?" Wang Zai said, "I'm just stating the facts. Huang Ju has a good reputation in the Great Yu Ridge Alley of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I've already read through his battle records in detail. He deserves to be praised for his efforts. Allow me to say something unpleasant. Although sword cultivators like Huang Ju don't have a high cultivation base and don't kill many enemies, they are the foundation of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. If this matter is brushed aside without any effort, I dare say that many ordinary sword cultivators will be bitterly disappointed. Fair rewards and punishments are the iron rules of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Why? Can't we do something about the disciple of the sage and the junior brother of the great sword immortal? At this point, Wang Zai's expression was firm. He looked at the two sword immortals, Zhuan and Luo Shan. At this moment, the Confucian gentleman exuded a strong spirit. Hidden official opened her eyes and stood at the edge of the chair. She swayed back and forth like a roly-poly toy. She didn't even look at the scholar. Languid, she said, if there are 10,000 people like Huang Ju in the city and I only killed 9,999, even the sword immortal boss would scold me for neglecting my duty and punish me by not drinking for many years. After she spoke, Zhuan and Luo Shan both stood up immediately. The nascent soul sword immortal looked even more solemn, as if he was listening to an imperial edict. The hidden official stretched out his hand and yawned. Have you guys lost your brains after fighting so many battles in a row? Then eat more and drink more water. Don't practice the sword all the time. It's easy to damage your brain. You're fine. As for some people, I can't save them if their brains are damaged from reading too much. The gentleman Wang Zai's expression was normal. Hidden official nodded and said, although I've never liked that Chen Pinggan, now that I compare him, I think he's much more pleasing to the eye. Sigh, why is that? Why? She pointed at Luo Shan. You tell me. Luo Shan smiled. The moonlight tonight is great. Hidden official nodded. That makes sense. Wang Zai stood still. Hidden official was somewhat convinced by the scholar's shamelessness. She threw a glance at Zhuan. The latter immediately gave an excuse and left the meeting hall with Wang Zai. Luo Shan also left with the nascent soul sword immortal. Only the master and disciple were left. Pang Yuanji smiled. Master, does the secondary sage line dislike the literary sage line so much? Hidden official waved her hand. Pang Yuanji walked to the side of the armchair, but hidden official grabbed him and pinched him hard. Yuanji, you're the one who's damaged your brain from practicing the sword. Pang Yuanji did not care much about his master's side. He broke free from hidden official's small hand and rubbed his cheeks, helplessly saying, Master, please enlighten me. Hidden official rolled her eyes. Why did I find such a foolish disciple? Do you really think that Wang Zai is targeting Chen Pinggan? He's tying us together to prove Chen Pinggan's innocence. Can't you see such a simple thing? I won't let him have his way. Anyway, that Chen Pinggan is a smart person. He doesn't care about this at all. Pang Yuanji thought carefully and nodded. At the same time, he was somewhat angry. This Wang Zai dared to scheme against his master. Hidden official waved his hand and said, that's nothing. It's obvious that Wang Zai is suspicious of the Dawn clan and us. Or rather, other than Chen Qingju and the Three Saints, Wang Zai is suspicious of all the major clans. For example, hidden official, Wang Zai is suspicious of me. Do you think that the scholarly sage who lost to me is so easy to deal with? Do you think that after he left with his tail between his legs, he would send an idiot to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and embarrass himself again? Pang Yuanji smiled bitterly. I'm not good at these things. The hidden official made a sword sign with both hands and waved it randomly. He said, what are you good at? Pang Yuanji said, isn't master very good at it? She said, I'm your master. Pang Yuanji nodded. That makes sense. The hidden official stomped his feet and said, shameless. Are you copying me? Pay up. You can even pay with wine. Pang Yuanji tossed a pot of bamboo sea grotto heaven wine to master hidden official, who kept it in his heaven and earth sleeve. The ants had moved and secretly accumulated the wine. Now, they could not drink, but she could hide the wine. At the end of the year, Ning Yaro asked Chen Pinggan why he didn't prepare spring festival couplets and door gods. Back then, when Ning Yaro visited the small town in Liju Grotto Heaven, she felt that it was quite festive and missed it. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, do you sell these things at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Ning Yarrow said that he could write and draw them himself. Chen Pingan said that he should follow the customs of his hometown and not pay attention to these things. Ning Yarrow was annoyed. Why should she care about what they thought? Chen Pingan said that he would care. Ning Yarrow was really angry. Chen Pingan explained the reason in detail. In the end, he said that there was no need to rush. He would be staying at the Great Wall of Sword Chi for a long time. Perhaps he would have a chance to do business with Spring Festival couplets and door gods in the future, just like how the restaurants in the city were used to hanging couplets. Only then did Ning Yarrow let him be. After recovering from his injuries, Chen Pingan went to the top of the city again to practice with his senior brother. This time, he was smarter. He brought a porcelain bottle of ointment with him, thinking that he could treat his injuries at the top of the city so that it wouldn't be too scary. After all, it was the new year. However, man proposes, God disposes. In the middle of the night, Ning Yarrow finished cultivating at the pavilion at the dragon-slaying platform. She waited patiently but still didn't find him. She went to the top of the city and found Chen Pingan lying about 10 steps away, bandaging his wounds. She guessed that he was seriously injured before that. Otherwise, with Chen Pingan's physical strength, he would have returned to the Ning residence on the talisman boat as if nothing had happened. Ning Yarrow sat beside Chen Pingan. She turned her head and looked around, complaining, "It's the new year." After holding back for a long time, she nodded and said, "Be careful in the future." Chen Pingan was secretly happy. Finally, she said, "Once, a wise man asked the heavens by the riverside and left 173 questions for his descendants. Later, there was a scholar in the study room who answered 173 questions of the wise men of the past. You can go and find out more about this." Chen Pingan agreed. He could ask Chen Sancho for help in buying books. Chen Sancho liked to collect books. Chen Pingan took out the talisman boat and Ning Yarrow drove it back to the Ning residence. Not every family in the Great Wall of Sword Chi had the New Year's Eve dinner. In the Ning residence, Chen Pingan personally cooked. He let Nanny buy rest and made a sumptuous dinner. Friends also had their own friends. Except for Dong Huafu, who was a bit of a loner and didn't have many peers to talk to. Yang Zue had his own small mountain and Chen Sancho had more friends. In the first month of the lunar year, Chen Sancho took 3 of his good friends to drink at the stack shop. The 4 of them sat at the table. A man named Fan Dash was so drunk that he wanted to die. He even had tears and snot coming out of his nose. Chen Sancho was helpless. The other 2 young men and women who came from similar backgrounds to Fan Dash couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, the man and woman were a pair of Taoist companions. At the table today, they couldn't say anything because the woman Fan Dash liked was from a wealthy family. Fan Dash was unexpectedly dumped by the woman and found another man with a big surname. They were about to get married. Chen Sancho's good friends were also caught off guard. They couldn't understand why the woman named Yuchia, who was in the sea viewing realm, would abandon Fan Dash and go into the arms of another man. Fan Dash himself couldn't understand it, so he got drunk and talked a lot. Seeing Chen Pingan, Fan Dash shouted, "Hey, isn't this our second shopkeeper? It's rare for you to show up. Come and drink, drink." Chen Pingan happened to come here alone to check the accounts of the stack shop. He gave Chen Sancho a look and asked him to help out. Chen Pingan was a bit helpless. He had only met Fan Dash and Yuchia twice and didn't have much interaction. What could they talk about? So he sat on the bench beside Chen Sancho. He just took 2 jars of wine and opened one for himself, drinking silently. Fan Dash was drunk. He was sad and hurt his lungs. His eyes were hazy with drunkenness and tears. It seemed that he was really sad. The most pitiful thing was, of course, that he drank so much but didn't die. He couldn't forget his sorrow. There was no other way. Sometimes drinking to drown one's sorrow was just rubbing salt on the wound. The more distressed one was, the more one had to drink. If one's heart died, then so be it. Chen Sancho didn't really want Chen Pingan to say anything. He just wanted to get more people to drink. As Chen Pingan listened, he more or less understood what was going on. It was just that the relationship between them was shallow. Chen Pinggan didn't want to say too much. Yu Chia, the woman who could make Fan Dash so heartbroken and unwilling to say a harsh word even after drinking so much wine, had a good temperament. She was a woman who never got drunk. Although she didn't come from a good family, she had the rare scholarly temperament of a woman from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. However, she also had some heroic spirit. The reason why Chen Pinggan paid attention to her was that she made a move that Chen Pinggan remembered. At that time, Chen Pinggan, Fan Dash, and the others were sitting around a table. They met a sword immortal by chance. Yu Chia got to know him and stood up to propose a toast. At that time, Yu Chia naturally reached out and held the sword immortal's arm. That move was actually very polite. Even Chen Pinggan didn't think it was rude. The male sword immortal naturally didn't have any fanciful thoughts. However, Chen Pinggan remembered it very clearly. Because Chen Pinggan had seen a similar woman at all kinds of tables in the vast world. She had an elegant temperament and a calm manner of speech, which was very appreciated by men. Such a scene didn't mean that Yu Chia was a fickle young hua. On the contrary, it was just a social interaction that paid great attention to propriety. Regardless of whether Chen Pinggan accepted it or not, in short, he understood it. Everyone had their own path of cultivation. Many words and deeds, and many of the ordinary skills that others did not pay attention to, were amulets that some people silently exchanged for themselves. However, Fan Dash obviously did not understand and did not even take it to heart. Perhaps in his heart, the woman he admired had always been so sensible. In the end, Fan Dash liked her, and it was the kind of love that was undeniable. However, he did not really understand her likes and dislikes, nor did he really understand her life. Moreover, after listening to Fan Dash's words and hearing that Yu Chia wanted to separate from him, he was completely dumbfounded. He asked her if she had done something wrong and if he could change. However, Yu Chia was very persistent and only said that both of them were not suitable for each other. Therefore, among the many drunken words that Fan Dash said today, one of them was, "Why are we not suitable for each other?" Why did he only realize that we were not suitable until today? Fan Dash suddenly shouted, "Chen Pinggan, you are not allowed to think that Yu Chia is that bad woman." Absolutely not. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Okay." Fan Dash raised his white bowl and drank half of it. Because he had poured half a bowl, he looked at Chen Pinggan who was sitting beside Chen Sancho. In fact, his eyes were listless. He asked in a trembling voice, "Tell me, what did I do wrong? Why did Yu Chia get married just like that? When it comes to love, is a good person really at a disadvantage? Is it because that bastard is better at sweet talking? Is he better at pleasing women? I poured my heart out for her Yu Chia. How is that bad? My family is very strict and I don't have much money. However, as long as it's something she likes, when I don't have enough money, I have to borrow money from Sancho to buy it for her." Fan Dash paused for a moment. "Chen Pinggan, you are an outsider. A bystander sees more clearly. Tell me, what did I do wrong?" Chen Pinggan asked, "Does she know that you borrowed money from Sancho?" Fan Dash was stunned for a moment and said angrily, "How the F***ck would I know if she knew? If I knew, Yu Chia would be sitting beside me right now. It doesn't matter if she knows or not. Yu Chia should be sitting here and drinking with me. Drinking with me." In the end, his voice weakened. The young man was sad again. Chen Pinggan drank a mouthful of wine and put down the bowl. He asked softly, "Does it really matter if she knows or not?" Fan Dash suddenly raised his voice. "Chen Pinggan, don't make sarcastic remarks here. It's easy for you to say that. You like Ning Yarrow and she likes you. You are both immortals. You don't know what's good for you." Chen Sancho was about to remind Fan Dash to stop talking nonsense when Chen Pinggan reached out and gently pressed his arm. He shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything else and just drank silently. However, Fan Dash seemed to have finally found a way to relieve his worries. He began to target Chen Pinggan and said more nonsense. Fortunately, it was only about love. Chen Sancho's face was livid. Even Fan Zhong was frowning, wondering if he should just knock him out with a punch. Chen Pinggan looked calm. When Fan Dash finished speaking, even he felt that he was in the wrong, He burst into tears. Chen Pinggan said, "You didn't do a good job and couldn't keep her. Don't find excuses for yourself and blame yourself for being a good person. You think that it's wrong to be infatuated with a woman. You talk about treating people gently. You're not as good as other people's mouths. Many people like someone, in addition to liking the other party, they also like themselves. They are intoxicated by it and love it to death. Their snot and tears are just for show. You don't even know what the person you like is thinking. You don't even know if the other party is worth it. Anyway, you have to move yourself first." Fan Dash slammed the table and said, "Shut up." Chen Pinggan said indifferently, "When you're hurt, drink and give yourself a few excuses. The sincerity of a good person is worthless. You, Fan Dash, are unlucky. Otherwise, you would have more excuses and more worries. It seems that you can't keep a woman because you don't have the money to cause trouble. As for whether or not you can be responsible for yourself before you can be responsible for the woman, do you need to think about it? I don't think so. I'm so sad. How can I move myself if I'm wrong?" Fan Dash stood up shakily. His face was distorted and his eyes were bloodshot. "Chen, let's fight." Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, "I'm not fighting. I only said a few unpleasant words because you are Chen Sancho's friend." Chen Pinggan finished the wine in his bowl in one gulp. He poured another bowl and finished it again. "You said too much. Just treat it as drunken talk and apologize." Fan Dash laughed and said, "I can't accept Chen Pinggan's apology." The other two friends of Fan Dash were also full of complaints about Chen Pinggan. "How can you persuade people like that? Aren't you adding fuel to the fire?" Fan Dash stared at Chen Pinggan and said, "How much have you been through? Are you worthy of saying such things?" Chen Sancho said to Fan Dash, "Enough. Don't go crazy drunk." Fan Dash looked miserable. He staggered and struggled to support himself on the table. He choked and said, "Sancho." Chen Sancho sighed and stood up. "Okay, Bill." Chen Pinggan looked at Chen Sancho apologetically. Chen Sancho smiled and nodded. Chen Pinggan left the table and walked to the stacked mountains. Fan Dash suddenly picked up his wine bowl and threw it at Chen Pinggan's side. Chen Pinggan slowed down but did not turn around. Chen Sancho had already gone around the table and hugged Fan Dash. He said angrily, "Fan Dash, did you lose your brain from drinking too much?" The stacked mountains were about to move. Chen Pinggan, who had his back to the table, shook his head. Regardless of whether there was a reason to be sad, a person's sadness when he was down and out was always sad. Fan Dash struggled desperately and shouted at the back of the green-robed figure, "Chen Pinggan, you are nothing. You don't know Yu Chia at all. If you dare to talk about her like that, I won't let you off." Chen Pinggan turned his head and said, "We'll talk about it after you sober up." Fan Dash accidentally elbowed Chen Sancho in the chest. He broke free and clenched his fists. His eyes were red and he gasped for breath. "You can talk bad about me, but you can't talk bad about Yu Chia." Chen Pinggan turned around. "I'm talking to you calmly, not because you're right, but because of my family's upbringing." The stacked mountains looked at Chen Pinggan's back. At this moment, she was a little afraid, just like when she saw those high and mighty sword immortals. Alliance once said that there was no need to be afraid of those sword immortals who put their dignity on their faces. The ones who really needed to be respected were those who were usually easy to talk to. This was because the so-called sharpness of character was not a pebble that slipped into one's shoes. It would hurt one's feet everywhere and make one feel uncomfortable with every step. It was the kind of pebble in a stream. It looked easy to pinch, but if one really took a bite, it would really hurt one's teeth. Chen Sancho was also very angry. He pushed Fan Dash's shoulder and the latter staggered a few steps forward. "Go, hit with all your strength. Hit yourself. If you beat yourself to death or become disabled, I'll take it as bad luck. I'll recognize you as a good friend and carry you home." Fan Dash suddenly stood still. It was as if the wind had blown at him. His mind was clear and sweat seeped out of his forehead. Unexpectedly, Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "Don't worry. Who hasn't been drunk before? Remember to pay the bill." Chen Sancho was very regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Fan Dash ask Chen Pingan to sit down and drink. Now he had to drag Fan Dash home with him. If Ning Yaro knew about this, he would be done for. He might not even be able to visit Ning Mansion in the future. Stacked Mountains came to Chen Pingan and asked, "Aren't you angry?" Chen Pingan squatted on the ground and picked up the broken pieces of the white bowl. He smiled and said, "What should I do if I'm angry?" If this happens every time, Stacked Mountains also squatted down and cleaned up the mess together. However, he found that there was no follow-up. He turned his head and was a little curious. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "As long as the speaker has a good intention, there is no bad word in the world. If there is, it's because you don't cultivate your mind enough." Stacked Mountains held back his laughter and said, "What about the one you killed with one punch?" Chen Pingan said with a look of righteousness, not to mention that the man had evil intentions. "Besides, I didn't say that cultivating my mind is enough." After cleaning up the broken pieces on the ground, Chen Pingan continued to clean up the mess on the table. Except for the half jar of wine that had not been finished, the other jar of wine that he had brought with him was still sealed. However, Chen Pingan and the others paid the bill together. It was very generous. Chen Pingan was in a good mood. He poured himself a bowl of wine and planned to take the remaining jar to Ning Mansion and give it to Senior Nalan. The shopkeeper, Stacked Mountains, pretended not to see it. Chen Pingan sat alone at the table and drank wine. A year passed, and another year came. Year after year, years after years, peace. 587. Chen Pingan drank his wine and looked at the busy manager. He felt a little uneasy and shook the wine jar. There were about 2 bowls left. The big white bowls in the shop were not big. Chen Pingan extended his hand and beckoned Stack Jong to drink with him. After Stack Jong sat down, Chen Pingan helped him pour a bowl of wine and smiled. "I don't come to the shop often. Today, I want to take this opportunity to talk to you about something." Fan Dash was just a friend of a friend. Moreover, what he really wanted to hear at the dinner table today was actually not a reason. It was just that he had accumulated too much frustration in his heart and needed an outlet to vent it. Because Chen Sanchio and the others were Fan Dash's friends, they didn't know what to say. Some wines have been buried for a long time and can suddenly be opened. Old wine is sweet and can intoxicate a person. The next time Fan Dash goes to the south to fight, the chances of him dying are very high. He probably thinks that he can live in her heart forever. Of course, this is just my guess. I like to think of the worst. But I have been scolded by Fan Dash for nothing and even smashed a bowl in our shop. I will settle this score with Chen Sanchio later. Stack Jong, you are different. You are not only Ning Yaro's friend, but also my friend. Therefore, I will not hold back with what I say next. Stack Jong joked, "Don't worry. I'm not Fan Dash. I won't go crazy from drinking. I can't bear to smash a bowl." Chen Pingan went straight to the point. "How do you feel about sword immortals? What is your feeling when you see them attack from afar and come here to drink wine?" "Or," Stack Jong thought for a moment. "Respect." Stack Jong hesitated for a moment and added, "Actually, I'm just afraid. When I was young, I suffered at the hands of low-level sword cultivators. Anyway, it was quite tragic. Back then, they were already immortal figures in my eyes. I'm not afraid you will laugh at me. Every time I saw them on the road, I couldn't help but shiver and turn pale. It was only after I met Alliance that I felt better. Of course, I want to become a sword immortal. But if I die on the path of becoming a sword immortal, I won't regret it. Don't worry. Once I'm a nascent soul cultivator, I'll become a sword immortal. I have things I want to do for each realm. But at the very least, I can bring forward the matter of buying a large residence by many years. I have to respect you." Chen Pingan raised his wine bowl and drank with each other. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, I don't think it's a big problem. Worshipping the strong and empathizing with the weak, then you're walking on the middle path. It's not just me and Ning Yao. In fact, Sanchio and the others are all worried that you fight too hard and don't care about your life. Fatty Yang had a misunderstanding with you back then, so he doesn't dare to say anything. The others are also afraid to say anything. This is similar to how Chen Sancho treats Fan Dash. But to be honest, don't talk about life and death so easily. If you can avoid death, don't die. Forget it, this kind of thing is beyond one's control. I've experienced it myself, so I don't have the right to say anything. In any case, the next time I leave the city, I'll do the same as Fatty Yang and the others and try to take a few more glances at the back of your head. Come, toast to the back of our head shopkeeper's head. Stacked Zhong raised his wine bowl and clinked it lightly, drinking again. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, the next question might be a little annoying. Let me say this first, you have to promise me that after I finish, I'll still be the shop's second shopkeeper and we'll still be friends. Stacked Zhong smiled and said, let's hear it first. Promises are useless. When a woman goes back on her words, she goes back on her words faster than you men can drink. Chen Pinggan was a little helpless and asked, you like the Confucian gentleman who took away the Great Spirit Sword? Do you like his temperament, or do you like his status as a sage? Do you hope that one day, he can take you away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi and go to the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Spirit? Stacked Zhong's face turned slightly red. He lowered his voice and nodded, saying, both. I like his character, his bearing, and especially his scholarly aura. I especially like him as a sage of the academy. How great is he? Now that he's a gentleman, of course I care. Besides, after I got to know Alliance and Ning Yao, I've long wanted to go to the Great Spirit. If I can go with him, that would be the best. However, Stacked Zhong soon became spirited. If he really likes me one day, I'll only go to the Great Spirit after I become a sword immortal. Otherwise, even if he begs me, I won't leave the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Pinggan clicked his tongue and said, it's hard to say whether he likes you or not. You're thinking so far ahead. Stacked Zhong took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He was in high spirits. Is it illegal to just think about it? Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment. I'll tell you a story. It's not considered hearsay or seeing it with your own eyes. You can just treat it as a story from a book. After you listen to it, you can at least avoid the worst possibility. The rest is not very useful and doesn't apply to you and that gentleman. It was a landscape story about an infatuated scholar and a ghost in a wedding dress. Those who were deeply in love were often accompanied by suffering. The word infatuation was often accompanied by disappointment. Chen Pinggan certainly didn't want Stacked Zhong to end up like that Confucian gentleman. Chen Pinggan hoped that all lovers in the world would find their way together. However, there was a prerequisite. Don't blindly find the wrong person. This blindness wasn't just about whether the other party was worth liking or not. In fact, it had more to do with oneself. The most pitiful people were those who didn't know why the person they were infatuated with liked them in the first place and why they didn't like them in the end. Just like how Chen Pinggan only asked Fan Dash a question at first. What he meant was whether Yu Chia knew that Fan Dash would rather borrow money from his friends to buy the item she liked. Did Fan Dash see the thoughts of such a woman? Did he know it clearly and still accept it? If he could, and was able to properly resolve the branches and leaves on this vein, that was also Fan Dash's ability. If he really didn't know at all and was confused from the beginning to the end, Fan Dash obviously wouldn't be so angry. It was obvious that whether Fan Dash knew from the beginning or later, he knew that Yu Chia knew that he borrowed money from Chen Sancho, but Yu Chia chose to continue to ask for Fan Dash's help. Did Fan Dash know what this meant? No. Fan Dash might just vaguely feel that she was wrong and not that good, but he still didn't know how to face it and solve it. Fan Dash only knew that after parting, the two sides were destined to go further and further apart. After drinking, he felt that he could not wait to give his heart. After drinking wine, he wanted to cut out his heart and let the woman see his sincerity. If Fan Dash was so unreserved in liking a woman, was it wrong? Naturally, there was no mistake. A man poured out his heart and lungs for the woman he loved and did everything he could. Was there anything wrong with that? However, if one looked deeper, how could there be no mistake? If he liked someone so much, shouldn't he know who he was liking? Just like Chen Pinggan, an outsider, who had only seen Yu Chia twice from afar, He could tell at a glance that the woman was ambitious and had secretly divided Fan-Dash's friends into different ranks. Her ambition, which was filled with fighting spirit, was not purely because Fan-Dash, as a disciple of a big surname, could guarantee that both parties would not have to worry about food and clothing. She hoped that one day, she could be invited to a table full of sword immortals to drink with just her name, Yuchia. Moreover, she would not be the one to toast to the last seat. After she sat down, someone would definitely take the initiative to toast to her. She, Yuchia, had to straighten her back and wait for others to toast her. Chen Pinggan didn't like this kind of woman, but he definitely didn't hate her. He just understood and respected the many choices she made in life. Fan-Dash understood. He didn't understand at all. If he missed it today, he would try his luck in the future. He would meet the right person and become a congenial immortal Dao companion. However, if he was unlucky, he would miss it again. Hearing the end of the story, Stack Jong felt indignant and asked, "That scholar just wanted to become a gentleman of Lakeview Academy, so that he could marry the ghost in the wedding dress officially?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "It has always been like this. He never changed his mind. That's why the scholar was forced to commit suicide by jumping into the lake. However, the ghost in the wedding dress always thought that he had betrayed her love." Stack Jong's eyes turned red. How could the ending be like this? His classmates in the academy were all scholars. How could they be so vicious? Chen Pinggan said, "Scholars never use knives to harm people. I told you this story because I want you to think more. Think about it, the world is so big and there are so many scholars. Could it be that all of them are good people with a clear conscience? If so, would the Great Wall of Sword Chi be what it is today?" Stack Jong raised her head with a strange expression and glanced at Chen Pinggan with a jade hairpin and green robe. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "I try my best to understand these things. I think more, and ponder more. I don't want to become them. On the contrary, I don't want to become them in my life." Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and said, "If there is a day when you and that gentleman like each other, then Miss Stack Jong will be a sword immortal again. If you want to go to the world, you must call Ning Yarrow and me. I will help you to guard against those scholars who read too much. Whether it's the gentleman's so-called friends, classmates, family elders, or teachers in the academy, it's best that they are easy to talk to. I also believe that there are more good people around him. Birds of a feather flock together. However, it's inevitable that there will be some fish that slip through the net. When these guys stick out their butts, I know which of their sages to disgust people. When it comes to quarreling, I am after all the teacher's last disciple and have learned some of his true teachings. What is a friend? It's just saying unpleasant words and pouring cold water. You can say what you need to say, but you have to do some difficult things. The last sentence is me praising myself. Come, let's drink a bowl." Stack Jong rarely smiled so brightly. She held the bowl in one hand and was about to drink when her expression suddenly dimmed. She glanced at her shoulder. Chen Pinggan said, "If you really like him, it doesn't matter. If you don't like him, it's useless even if you have 2 more arms." Stack Jong laughed angrily and said, "Is it a good thing for a person to have an extra arm for no reason?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "That's right. My weakness is that I'm not good at reasoning." Stack Jong's mood improved again. Just as she was about to clink her bowl with Chen Pinggan suddenly said something that spoiled the mood. "However, you and that gentleman are not yet together. Don't think too early. Otherwise, you will be sad in the future. When the time comes, this small shop will earn a lot of money for your drinks. As the second shopkeeper and friend, I will feel uncomfortable." Stack Jong's face darkened. Chen Pinggan sighed and said, "It's hard to be a friend." Stack Jong suddenly smiled and said, "You've already told me the best and the worst. Thank you." Stack Jong picked up the wine jar and found that there was only a bowl of wine left. Chen Pinggan waved his hand and said, "I won't drink. Ning Yarrow is very strict." Stack Jong didn't stand on ceremony and poured a bowl of wine for herself and drank slowly. If a customer asked for more wine, Stack Jong would get someone to get the wine and pickles. This was the good thing about experienced drinkers. They didn't need to be too polite. At first, Stack Jong was worried that she wouldn't be able to serve well and did everything herself. But there was one time when she saw Chen Pinggan doing this. He joked with the customer and even asked the customer to help him get the dishes. Both parties didn't feel that it was inappropriate and Stack Jong followed suit. Stack Jong looked at Chen Pinggan and found that he was looking at the corner of the street. In the past, Chen Pinggan would stay there longer and be a storyteller. Only today, the children were no longer around the small bench. Stack Jong knew that in fact, Chen Pinggan would be disappointed in his heart. However, Stack Jong still didn't understand why Chen Pinggan would care so much about this kind of thing. Was it because he came from the shabby alley of the small town called Liju Cave Heaven? Even if he was now an immortal in the eyes of others, he still felt close to the shabby alley. However, as long as the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi grew up in the shabby alley of the city, including Stack Jong, they all dreamed of being neighbors with those big families. They never had to return to a small place where chickens and dogs were barking. He said that he didn't drink, but looking at Stack Jong drinking leisurely, Chen Pinggan glanced at the jar of wine on the table that he intended to give to the elders of Nalan. After a struggle, Stack Jong pretended that she didn't see it. Not to mention that the customers felt that it was too difficult to take advantage of the second shopkeeper, but was she different as the head shopkeeper? Just when Stack Jong felt that Chen Pinggan would definitely pay for it today, Chen Pinggan came up with a solution. He stood up, picked up the wine bowl, and went to another table. He exchanged pleasantries with the sword cultivators at the table. After drinking a bowl of wine, when he returned to Stack Jong's side, there was more than half a bowl of wine in the white bowl. When he sat down, Chen Pinggan sighed, "They are too enthusiastic. I can't stand it. It's hard not to drink." Stack Jong said helplessly, "Chen Pinggan, you are actually a successful disciple of the Shong family, right?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "There are so many people in the world. Who isn't a businessman?" Stack Jong glanced at Chen Pinggan who was drinking wine. "Didn't you say that Ning Yarrow is strict with you?" Chen Pinggan drank a lot today. He laughed and said, "Do you think that I'm a Realm 4 Chi refinement warrior for nothing? When the spirit energy vibrates, the smell of wine will spread. It's earth-shattering." Stack Jong laughed too. However, she made up her mind to complain to Ning Yarrow. Chen Pinggan looked at the street. The business of the restaurants and wine shops was really not good. Back then, when they saw the commotion, all of them were quite enthusiastic. Now, they should have stopped, right? He hadn't fully unleashed his strength in this bag shop. After drinking the wine, Stack Jong went to greet the customers. After all, she was not as thick-skinned as the second shopkeeper. Chen Pinggan drank the half bowl of wine especially slowly. Stack Jong simply brought him a pair of chopsticks and a plate of pickled vegetables. Chen Pinggan sat cross-legged and slowly dealt with the wine and pickled vegetables. Customers came one after another. Chen Pinggan gave up the table and squatted by the roadside. Of course, he didn't forget about the jar of wine that had not been opened. Stack Jong glanced at the almost empty bowl of wine that couldn't be finished. She laughed angrily and said, "If you want me to treat you to a drink, can you just say it directly?" She was puzzled. How could a guy who was really willing to take out 2 immortal weapons as a betrothal gift be so stingy to this extent? However, when Ning Yarrow talked to her privately about this matter, her eyes were so alluring that even a lady like Stack Jong was almost tempted. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Head shopkeeper, you've really wronged me." Hence, Chen Pinggan went to another table and got half a bowl of wine from another customer. He didn't forget to raise the white bowl in his hand to Stack Jong to show his innocence. After busying herself for a long time, Stack Jong realized that this guy was still squatting there. Stack Jong walked over and couldn't help but ask, "Something on your mind?" Chen Pinggan shook his head, but then nodded and looked into the distance. "It's a good thing to have something on my mind. I always feel like I'm dreaming. Especially after seeing Fan Dha, I feel even more so." Picking up some pickled vegetables, Chen Pinggan chewed the vegetables and drank the wine with a smile. Stack Jong took a stool and sat at the side. A customer laughed and said, "Second shopkeeper, don't have any crooked thoughts about Our Lady Stack Jong. If you really do, it's no big deal. Just treat me to a jar of wine, the kind that costs 5 snowflakes, as hush money. Chen Pinggan raised his middle finger high. Stack Zhong didn't care about this at all. Moreover, the Great Wall of Sword Qi really didn't care about this. No matter how meticulous Stack Zhong was, she wouldn't be coy. If she was coy, then she had a guilty conscience. Moreover, when it came to propriety, Stack Zhong had never seen someone his age better than Chen Pinggan. In fact, even a blind person could see the relationship between Chen Pinggan and Ning Yarrow, whether it was a friend or a foe. He came all the way from vast heaven, and this was the second time. Then, he had to wait for the curtains of the next battle to open and leave the city with her to kill the enemy side by side. Perhaps some people would gossip behind their backs and deliberately say unpleasant things, but most people knew the truth. Chen Pinggan really drank a lot today. We are ignorant of people, things, and the ways of the world. We think too highly of ourselves. Often, it's difficult to save ourselves and the joys and sorrows around us. You're young, so you can learn. You don't have to be afraid of making mistakes time and time again. If you're wrong, you can change it. If you're good, you can become better. What's there to be afraid of? What's there to be afraid of is Fan Dha, being hit in the heart by the heavens. He's stunned and then starts to blame the heavens and others. Do you know why Fan Dha insisted that I sit down and drink and say a few more words? And not Chen Sanchio and the others? Because deep in his heart, Fan Dha knows that he can stop coming to this wine shop to drink in the future, but he can't lose Chen Sanchio and the others, his true friends. Hearing this, Stackcliffe asked, "You have a bad impression of Fan Dha, don't you?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "You're wrong. Fan Dha, who can love a woman so much, can't be hated. It's because of this that I'm willing to be a bad person. Otherwise, do you think I'm so free that I don't know what to say?" Scrutinizing people's hearts in detail isn't a comfortable thing. It'll only make people feel more and more uncomfortable. But if this initial uneasiness can make the people around you live better and more stable, you'll also feel more relaxed in the end. So, it's very important to be responsible for yourself first. In this process, respect for each enemy is also a kind of responsibility to yourself. Stackcliffe agreed, but he said, okay, I'll treat you to a drink." Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily. He put the bowl and chopsticks beside the dishes and left with the wine jar. As Chen Pinggan walked, he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was just a strange feeling that flashed past, but he didn't think much of it. Chen Qingdou frowned. He walked out of the hut slowly and stomped his feet heavily. The strength of his stomp was even greater than when scholar Wen Sheng visited the Great Wall of Sword Qi. On the city wall, a white robe was fluttering. An extremely tall woman stood with her back to the north and her face to the south. She was holding a sword with one hand. Chen Qingdou looked at the other person's faintly discernible figure and knew that she wouldn't be here for long. He sighed in relief. But this big boss sword immortal who had guarded this city wall for 10,000 years revealed an extremely solemn and nostalgic expression for the first time. He walked slowly to the city wall beside her feet and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" She said indifferently, "To see my master." Chen Qingdou was stunned for a long time. "What?" Then she said, "So, get away from me." 588. Fortunately, the entire Great Wall of Sword Qi had been stagnated in the river of time. Otherwise, the tall woman's words would have caused many sword immortals' hearts to become unstable. Of course, the secluded official and Dong Sangeng who were further away could still be unrestrained. However, they could no longer sense Chen Qingdou's movements. Because of the actions of their boss, if anyone dared to act on their own, it would be Chen Qingdou. Chen Qingdou was never too polite. Dong Guanpu from 10 years ago was not the only sword immortal who died under Chen Qingdou's sword Qi. Anyone who could see Chen Qingdou's sword was a sword immortal. These words were not a joke. Chen Qingdou was not angry at all. He smiled and leaped onto the wall. He sat cross-legged and looked at the vast land in the south. He asked, "How dare the Confucian temple let you stand here? These sages must know the consequences. Did the old scholar vouch for you?" "Yes, The old scholar just made a great contribution and worked for nothing. He's really willing to sacrifice merit for his disciple. On the wall, there was a difference between standing and sitting. She frowned and said slowly, Chen Qingdou, after 10,000 years of cultivation, you've become more courageous. Chen Qingdou smiled and said, I haven't spoken to you in a long time. It's a rare opportunity. It's nothing to be scolded. She only stood here for a moment and knew some secrets that the sages and sword immortals did not know. She shook her head and said, how pitiful. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it. Do you regret it? Chen Qingdou nodded and said, Chen Qingdou has a lot of regrets. Back then, people like Chen Qingdou already had a path to walk. They were unrestrained and could even surpass most of the gods. However, Chen Qingdou still used his sword to climb to the top. He rose to the top with so many people of the same path. Those who died did not regret it. It doesn't matter if Chen Qingdou regrets it or not. Chen Qingdou raised his head and asked, Senior, have you ever regretted it? The tall woman with her palm on the sword hilt was silent for a moment. She did not answer the question and said, Can't you see the 3 sword chi acupoints? Chen Qingdou answered, I saw some clues, but I didn't dare to believe it. At the same time, Chen Qingdou is also worried that this is a long-term plan of the Confucians. Chen Qingdou raised his head to look at the sky and sighed, before that child, Senior's companions were so high and mighty, so unparalleled in the world. A sword here, a sword elsewhere, casually piled up the corpses of gods like mountains, and shattered grotto heavens and blessed lands. Then came an ordinary young man with the potential of an earth immortal, but his longevity bridge was broken. Was he a 3rd state or 4th state warrior? How could Chen Qing trust Senior? I still don't understand why you chose Chen Pinggan. That's why I intentionally turned a blind eye to it. I was waiting for this day. I hoped that Chen Qingdou would be able to see you when he finally opened his apertures, and when he was about to die, he would be able to see you one last time. With a smile on his face, Chen Qingdou stretched out 2 fingers and gently swiped them forward. All of a sudden, a long river of sword chi lit up in the distance. However, it was not a straight line, but a crooked one, like a long river overlooking the mortal world from the sky. Chen Qingdou smiled and said, Chen Qingdou's earliest swordsmanship is like this. To be honest, the sword heart of today's sword cultivators is muddy, and their Dao hearts are unclear. They are not as talented as people of my generation, who could understand the great Dao with a single glance. If this sword landed in the wilderness near the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would probably cause a huge commotion. For example, if Chen Qingdou walked down the Great Wall of Sword Chi for the first time in 10,000 years and asked about the sword in the wilderness. She asked, Are you trying to show off such a small trick to me? Chen Qingdou smiled and said, I wouldn't dare. Then, this old man, who was the leader of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in everyone's eyes, finally had some of the boldness that Chen Qingdou should have. Besides, my swordsmanship is not bad now. 10,000 years ago, if I were your enemy, I would have no chance of winning. Now, if I have the chance to go against the flow of time and bring my sword to the battlefield. She did not move, but her sword was tilted and hovered in the air. The tip of the sword was pointed at Chen Qingdou. Even though the tip of the sword was less than 3 inches away from his head, Chen Qingdou did not move. A light the size of a mustard seed condensed at the tip of the sword. She said, In this great wall of sword chi, no one can do anything to you, Chen Qingdou. I am an exception. The world's swordsmanship was first divided into 4. Chen Qingdou of the Great Wall of Sword Chi belonged to one, the Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was another, the Daoist Sword Immortal of Da Xiandu Temple was another, and the Lotus Buddhist Kingdom had another. This was the swordsmanship orthodoxy, which had been hidden for 10,000 years. It was not known to the world, and even many sword immortals of the North Continent did not know its origins. They only knew that there were 4 immortal swords in the world. The 4 sword orthodoxies each had their own strengths. However, in terms of killing power, Chen Qingdou's line of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was undoubtedly at the top. Of course, Chen Qingdou was not afraid of the tall woman beside him, who had not reached the peak of swordsmanship. It was respect. But then again, he was not afraid, but how could he not be worried at all? As she said, no matter how good Chen Qingju's swordsmanship was, he would never be the best in front of her. This sentence was far more shocking than the sentence she said to Chen Qingju when they met again 10,000 years later. One had to know that unless the saints of the three sects came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi personally with the token, Chen Qingju would be invincible in the world. Even if the second Daoist had the immortal sword, he still had no chance of winning. Why did the inverted hanging mountain exist? Why was there a pavilion on the inverted hanging mountain? Why did the second Daoist not take another step when he was already on the inverted hanging mountain? Why did the second disciple of the Daoist ancestor, who loved to fight against the heavens and earth, bring his sword to the vast world and return to the green netherworld without using it? One had to know that this Daoist's plan was to step on the world's largest mountain seal and fight with Chen Qingju, who stood on the Great Wall of Sword Qi with all his might. He wanted to prove that not only was his Dao profound, half of the Beko Keikyung building came from him, he also wanted to prove that he had opened a new path for the world's swordsmanship and opened the fifth sword linear. Both of them were looking into the distance. From the beginning to the end, she did not look at Chen Qingju, not even once. On the southern wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, every stroke of the words carved on it was as big as a cave abode. Dust began to fall from the sky, and some of the earth immortal sword cultivators who were cultivating there did not notice it at all. Chen Qingju smiled and said, "Senior, is this enough?" She said, "Do you know that your inaction in the past slowed down my master's cultivation speed by a lot? My master should have broken through the 18 holts of Sword Qi." Chen Qingju said, "Young man, what's the harm in walking slower and suffering more? Walking too fast, climbing too high too early, and having seniors by their side wasn't a good thing for the heavens." Zhuo was right to tell Wei Jin about the sword. He really should tell his junior brother about it. If Chen Pinggan can't be the real master of the senior, I think it's better for this child's cultivation to be slower and slower. It's better if he can't lift the sword. In short, the later he reaches the top, the better. If Chen Pinggan really likes to use the sword as he pleases, I'll regret letting him go to the Lotus Flower Blessed Land to train and take the opportunity to rebuild the Longevity Bridge. If I remember correctly, the place where the Blessed Land connects to the Grotto Heaven was destroyed by the senior who killed a real spirit deity. The Sword Qi of the sword destroyed the small world, right? She did not speak anymore. At the tip of the sword, a speck of light the size of a mustard seed suddenly became as big as a fist. Chen Qingju's hair slowly floated up. Some of it was cut off and scattered with the wind. The strands of hair directly cut the stagnant river of time apart easily. "Chen Qingju, I'm giving you some face. You have to take it." Her expression was cold. Deep in her eyes, there was a brilliance that surpassed the brilliance of the sun and moon. 10,000 years ago, my previous master took pity on you. You ants on the ground took it. 10,000 years later, I've fallen too much. Your swordsmanship has improved a lot, but this is not a reason for you to talk to me like this. The old elementary scholar brought me here and was frightened the whole way. He said a lot of nonsense to me. It's not without reason. Chen Qingju smiled bitterly and said, "Could it be that the old scholar said something about the marriage proposal and you're angry with me? The old scholar is really cunning. He's never willing to suffer any losses." Chen Qingju reached out and held the speck of light at the tip of the sword. He said, "I can't give you more. Senior can take this pure sword will as my apology for delaying your training. If there's more, I don't care. I'm just afraid that Chen Pinggan will feel bad if he knows about it." She frowned and put away the sword. The speck of light flashed at the tip of the sword and slowly flowed through the body of the sword. She regained her posture of leaning on the sword. Chen Qingju turned his head and looked at her. He smiled and said, "Senior, what do you think of the human world now?" She sneered and said, "It's too small." Chen Qingju nodded and said, "Indeed, the sun, moon, and stars of the past were all overshadowed by your sword light. In other words, it's your existence that made the galaxy bright today. The thousands of stars in the sky were all floating corpses." Chen Qingju stood up. His body was bent, as if he couldn't bear the burden. For 10,000 years, he had never really straightened his back. The swordsmen in the world, except for a handful of great swordsmen in the human world, had long known that the swordsmanship in the world was traced back to the heaven. After that, tens of thousands of supernatural powers and spells were hacked down to the human world by the long sword that rose from the human world along with various gods. They were picked up by the ants of the human world who were originally living in the water and fire. Then, they could cultivate and become immortals on the mountain. From some puppets who were just the source of incense and livestock raised by the gods, they became the masters of the world. That was an extremely long and difficult time. Chen Qingju was one of the first people to learn swordsmanship in the human world. He was the most experienced swordsman who opened the mountain. In the end, they worked together to open the sky. The reason why the sword was called a sword and why the swordsman's killing power was the most powerful. It was beyond the heaven and earth. However, in the end of the earth-shattering war, there was a disagreement among the human race. The swordsmen became criminals and migrated to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The demon race was expelled to the barbarian land. In the vast world, the Central Earth's Confucian Temple was built. 9 majestic towers were built and stood between heaven and earth. The little Taoist riding a green ox went far away to build the foundation of the Beko Keikyang building. The Buddha stepped on the lotus and the Buddha's light shone on the earth. The extinction of the flood dragon 8,000 years ago was nothing compared to this. Chen Qingju asked softly, "Senior, why are you willing to choose that child?" She said, "Qi Jingchun said that some people's chances are 10,000. He asked me to give it a try." Chen Qingju asked, "Have you been disappointed again?" She raised her sword casually and thrust it forward. The sword pierced through Chen Qingju's head. The golden light flowing out of the sword looked like a small Milky Way hanging in the human world. Chen Qingju still didn't move. He sighed and said, "Senior's temper is still bad." She said, "I'm much better now." Chen Qingju moved a few steps to the side to avoid the sword. He said with a smile, "Then why did you split the inverted mountain in half?" If it weren't for the fact that the quasi-sage stopped her personally and showed up outside the Confucian Temple, the inverted mountain would have collapsed by now. She said, "My master was unconscious at the time. I could do it on my own." Chen Qingju said helplessly, "I didn't expect your master to be Chen Pinggan. But on second thought, it seems that if it were someone else, it wouldn't be right. If it were someone else, it's hard to say who would be the master." Chen Qingju suddenly laughed and said, "Qi Jingchun's final move, what kind of divine hand was that?" She grabbed the sword casually and pulled out the golden light from the sword. It gathered into a ball of bright light. She held it in her hand and crushed it casually. She sneered and said, "You gave me the sword intent." "You, Chen Qingju?" Chen Qingju nodded with a smile and didn't say anything. She put 2 fingers together and said with a smile, "I'll take it myself." The entire Great Wall of Sword aura started to appear out of thin air. Chen Qingju's expression changed slightly and he sighed. He could stop her if he wanted to, but the price was too high. Moreover, he couldn't figure out her temper. He had no choice but to use his trump card. As a result, the green-robed young man who had dispersed the smell of alcohol and was about to reach the Ning mansion staggered to the top of the city wall and appeared beside the tall woman. Chen Pinggan was confused and surprised. He shouted softly, "Fairy sister?" The tall woman waved her sleeve and scattered the golden light. The long sword in her hand disappeared. She turned around and smiled. Then, she hugged Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan was at a loss. He opened his arms and turned to look at Chen Qingju with an innocent expression. She pressed his head and leaned in front of her. Chen Qingju closed her eyes and then opened them again. She really wasn't seeing things. This big sword immortal rubbed her temples. How could the previous sword not hurt? Chen Pinggan's face was red. Fortunately, she had already let go. She bent down slightly and looked at him. She smiled and said softly, "Master, you've grown taller." Seeing that she was about to reach out her hands again, Chen Pinggan quickly reached out and pressed her arms gently. He explained with a wry smile, "If Ning Yaro sees this, I'll be dead." She put her hand on her chest with a miserable expression. "Aren't you afraid that I'll die of sadness first?" Chen Pinggan's eyes were full of a different kind of light. He smiled brightly and turned to look at the sky. He raised his arm and pointed at the 3 moons. He asked, "Fairy sister, I heard that it's okay to lose 2 moons in this world. The 4 seasons will continue and everything will change as usual. Then, is it possible for us to cut off one of the moons and bring it home one day? For example, we can secretly put it in our own lotus root blessed land." She looked up and smiled. "It's not possible now, but it won't be difficult in the future." Chen Qing stood at the side, feeling so awkward that he was about to die. She glanced at Chen Qingju. Chen Qingju then left. But before she left, Chen Qingju said casually, "Don't worry, I won't tell Ning Yao." Chen Pinggan turned around. Her eyes were clear. She smiled. "I'll tell her myself." She stood beside Chen Pinggan, still smiling. But in Chen Qingju's heart, there were only 3 words: die far away. Chen Qingju put his hands behind his back and slowly left. Chen Pinggan walked with the sword spirit with her hands behind her sleeves. Chen Pinggan could not be more familiar with the river of time. Walking in it, not only did he not feel tormented, he was like a fish in water. That little bit of soul-shaking torment was nothing. If not for the fact that he had to care about his face, if the sword spirit was not by his side, Chen Pinggan would have taken to his heels. After all, the benefits of being in the stagnant river of time were almost impossible to come by. Chen Pinggan turned around and asked with a smile, "Why are you here? Did my husband make a trip to Longquan County?" She nodded. The old scholar was still worried that this last disciple of his would not be safe here at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course, the old scholar was also honest with her. Chen Qingju, this old bastard, not only did he not give face to the old scholar, but why did he not even give face to Chen Pinggan's husband? Was this appropriate? Did this not mean that he did not even give face to his disciple, who was also her master? Who lent Chen Qingju the guts? Chen Pinggan said, "I thought that I would have to wait decades before we could meet again." She smiled and said, "About the sword sharpening, the dragon beheading cliff of the Wind Snow Temple has already been finished. Don't worry, master, I've been reasonable." When the Wind Snow Temple first discovered that something was amiss, he was scared out of his wits. None of the sword cultivators stationed there dared to act rashly. Then, a baby-faced brat secretly went to Dragon Spine Mountain and performed proper etiquette. I met him and imparted a sword technique to the Wind Snow Temple in exchange. The other party was quite happy. After all, I could help him break through his realm. Then, it was Ruan Teng's area. Ruan Teng agreed, so now the Dali dynasty specially chose another location for the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Ruan Teng was smart and did not ask for anything. I was happy, so I taught him a sword forging technique. Otherwise, with his broken realm, what he wanted was just wishful thinking. As for the dragon beheading cliff of the Martial Mountain, forget it. It involves too many things and will easily bring trouble. I don't care, but master will have a headache. It was not that she couldn't do some things, but just like Chen Qingju, she was worried about who the master was. If she did it, it would be Chen Pinggan's trouble. Chen Qingju was actually right about some things, but she just felt that Chen Qingju was not qualified to criticize her. Chen Pinggan covered his sleeves with his hands and said indifferently, "One day, in front of me, trouble will just be trouble." She was extremely happy. She thought that after all the twists and turns, they would be thousands of miles apart. If that happened, there would be no disappointment, but some regret. She did not expect that in the end, he happened to be the person she wanted to pass the sword to. She asked with a smile, "Master, if you can climb all the way, what kind of person do you want to be? What you say makes sense, and what you do makes sense." Chen Pinggan said without hesitation, "Then, with a sword in the sky and a punch, all the martial artists in the world will only feel that the sky is above." 589. She sighed and said, "Why do you have to live for others?" Kui Cheng's influence on Chen Pinggan's martial arts training was unimaginable. Chen Pinggan was making a promise to Kui Cheng, who had passed away. Even though they were separated by life and death, they still echoed each other. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "It's not like that. I've always lived for myself. But I've always been worried about others. I have to let the people I respect live in my heart for a long time. If the human world can't remember them, I'll remember them. If I have the chance, I'll let them remember me again. She fell into deep thought and recalled some distant memories. Chen Pingan turned around and started walking again after walking for a while. She also followed him and walked back. This was what Chen Pingan wanted. He didn't want the sword spirit to walk too far in the river of time. There were too many accidents in the world. He couldn't stop them. But at the very least, on my side, Chen Pingan's side, there won't be too many complications because of my own negligence. Mr. Qi, who knew him the best, died because of him. They sat on the top of the city wall, just like before. They sat on the Golden Arch Bridge. Chen Pingan asked, "Are you leaving?" She said, "You don't have to leave. But the old scholar waiting on the inverted mountain might have to go to the Confucian temple to ask for forgiveness." Chen Pingan said, "It's okay to leave for a short time. But don't never come back. I might still be able to bear it, but I'll feel terrible. But I can't say anything about it. It'll only make me feel worse." She said with a smile, "Master and I have lived and died together for tens of thousands of years." Chen Pingan turned around and stretched out his hand. She raised her hand. Instead of clapping, she held Chen Pingan's hand and shook it gently. "This is the second promise." Chen Pingan nodded with a smile. "I'll keep my promise." She took back her hand and patted her knees. She looked at the barren wilderness and sneered, "There seem to be a few old friends here." Chen Pingan said, "Then I'll be more careful." She said, "If I show myself, these sneaky ancient existences won't dare to kill you. At most, they'll break your longevity bridge and start over again, forcing Master to walk the same path as me." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "No matter what I think in the future, and whether I change my mind or not, as long as I'm talking about the present, I won't leave even if you beat me to death." She smiled and said, "I know." Chen Pingan suddenly asked with a smile, "Do you know what I'm best at?" She thought for a moment. "I dare to make a choice." For example, in the old Xiuzai's painting of mountains and rivers, Chen Pingan made a choice between her and Ning Yao after he delivered his sword to Sui Shan. If he was wrong, then there wouldn't be anything after that. A person who fawned over the so-called strong and powerful was not worthy of wielding his sword against heaven and earth on her behalf. After 10,000 years in the human world, how many people's knees were weak and their backs were bent? Innumerable. These people should really see the sages of the human race 10,000 years ago. They should see how the sages of the human race cut through the thorns and climbed to the top with their swords in the midst of suffering. They just wanted to die and open the way for the future generations. But in the end, after this group of people died, the brilliance of humanity, which was very different from divinity, began to change. Or rather, it was covered up. The puppets created by the gods in the past were ants because of their innate inferiority. It was not as simple as the short lifespan of the human race. Because of this, they were initially regarded as ants under the feet of the gods who were high in the sky. They could only provide incense for the gods and take what they wanted. Other than that, their lives were no different from grass. At that time, some of the gods with golden bodies overlooking the earth had noticed the changes in the human world. However, the matter of condensing and refining the golden body with the incense in the human world was related to the foundation of the gods' longevity, and the benefits were unimaginable. It was simply an inexhaustible source. Therefore, some gods turned a blind eye to it, and some didn't care about it at all. They didn't think it would take much effort to crush a group of ants. But the final result of the evolution was, of course, accidental inevitability. For example, the struggle between water and fire. The biggest exception was, of course, her previous master, as well as the other gods. They were willing to treat a small group of people as true kindred spirits. That was the beginning of the human world's swordsmanship and the myriad of techniques. Chen Pingan shook her head and said softly, "My heart is free." Then Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I have never said this to anyone before because I have never thought about it." She murmured and repeated those 4 words. "My heart is free." Chen Pingan was thrown back into the city by the old sword immortal. Nalan Yeshing had already appeared at the door. The two walked into the Ning mansion together. Nalan Yeshing asked softly, Was it the old sword immortal who took you there? Chen Pinggan nodded and didn't say anything. In fact, Nalan Yeshing wasn't very worried. Since he knew that it was the old sword immortal who did it, he was even more relieved. However, Chen Pinggan said in his mind, Grandpa Nalan, tell Grandma Bai that there is something to discuss with her. She is in the mustard small world. Nalan Yeshing looked solemn. Discuss with Miss. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, let's go together. The four of them gathered in the martial arts practice field. Chen Pinggan roughly told them about the sword spirit. He only talked about the current situation and didn't touch on the origin. Nalan Yeshing and Bai Lianshuang looked at each other as if they were listening to a book from heaven. The true spirit born from the immortal sword. Was it one of the four legendary immortal swords, the one with the greatest killing power 10,000 years ago? Was it an old friend of the old sword immortal Chen Qing? Ning Yaro was fine. She looked as usual. Then, ripples appeared in the mustard small world of the martial arts practice field. A tall woman in snow-white clothes walked out and stood beside Chen Pinggan. She looked around and finally looked at Ning Yaro. Ning Yaro raised her eyebrows. The sword spirit smiled and said, don't worry. I will leave soon. Ning Yaro said, what if you don't leave? The sword spirit stared at Ning Yaro's eyebrows and said with a smile, interesting. You are worthy of my master. Chen Pinggan knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, Ning Yaro sneered and said, is it because you don't have it? Is it up to you to decide whether I am worthy or not? Nalan Yeshing's forehead was full of sweat. Bai Lianshuang's body was tense and nervous. The sword spirit smiled and said, it doesn't count. Is it okay? Ning Yaro chuckled. Chen Pinggan looked down and didn't use any of his martial arts skills. It would be wrong to say another word. The sword spirit yawned and said, let's go. His figure, which was already faintly discernible, gradually dissipated. Finally, under the escort of Chen Qing, they broke through the sky curtain of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and arrived at the vast world. The old scholar helped to cover their tracks and went to the Aquarius continent. On the way, the old scholar asked with a smile, what do you think? The sword spirit said, she is not a beautiful woman. The old scholar rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, I'm not talking about that. The sword spirit said, you mean Chen Qing? It has been 10,000 years. They have a good chat. The old scholar frowned and thought it was not the right time to ask. The sword spirit looked down at the inverted mountain and said casually, Chen Qing agreed to let one more person go. There are 3 people in total. You can answer to the Confucian temple. The old scholar said angrily, what? Senior's great face was only worth 1 person? Is Chen Qing trying to rebel? What a disgrace. How impudent. The sword spirit said, I can make Chen Qing not let a single person pass. Now that I've gone back and forth, does that mean my reputation is worth 4 people? The old scholar said righteously, how can I ask you to go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi again? So be it if there are 3 of them. Even Chen Qing isn't being honest. We are all scholars and are filled with righteousness. We still have to talk about propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. The sword spirit looked down again. The old scholar glanced at Jiaolong Gully and said angrily, there are only some small fishes and shrimps left. I think we should forget about it. Between the inverted mountain, Jiaolong Gully and the Aquarius continent, the white rainbow and green smoke flashed and disappeared. They were thousands of miles away in an instant. Not to mention a sword immortal, even a cross-continent messenger flying sword would not be able to travel at such a speed. The sword spirit raised one hand and moved his fingers slightly. The old scholar stretched his neck to take a look. He was a little uneasy and asked tentatively, what are you doing? The sword spirit said indifferently, recording. The old scholar asked carefully, recording? Recording who? Lu Chen? Or that old Taoist from the temple? The sword spirit smiled and said, recording how many times you called me senior. The old scholar said bitterly, how can I do that? Think about how old I am and how many old fellows call me old scholar. When have I ever cared? Senior is an honorific. Old Shotsai and Sour Shotsai are just joking titles. There are a few people who respectfully call me Lord Wensheng. This anxiety, this distress, who can I find to complain? The sword spirit retracted his hand and looked at the sect on the sea where the first god of the Rain Master and the divine general of the southern heavenly gate of the heavenly court were standing. He asked, "What did Bai Zi choose?" The old scholar smiled and said, "He made a good choice. He wants to wait and see." The sword spirit asked, "What about this merit?" The old scholar shook his head and said, "It doesn't count." "How can it be counted? Whoever it is will be gone." The sword spirit sneered and said, "Scholars are really good at counting." The old scholar nodded and said, "That's right. It's really tiring." The sword spirit turned his head and said, "No." The old scholar said angrily, "It's too risky for you to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I can guarantee it with my life, but the Confucian Temple is so sneaky that they won't agree no matter what. Therefore, a portion of the merit that was allocated to my disciple in seclusion has been used up. There aren't many in the line of the secondary saints who are heroic. They are stingy. If they are not heroic, how can they be called true sages? If my statue is still in the Confucian Temple with the old man, I would have long talked some sense into the line of the secondary saints. It's also my fault. When I was in the prime of my life, the 3 schools and all the academies racked their brains to invite me to give lectures. In the end, I was too shy and put on airs. In the end, I didn't give enough lectures. Otherwise, I would have carried a small hoe and gone to those schools and academies. Now, little Ping An isn't my senior brother and is a scholar better than him. The sword spirit didn't seem to be affected by the fact that the old scholar used up her master's merit without permission. It was as if such an action was to her liking. As for what the old scholar said about using his life as a guarantee, she felt embarrassed for the sour scholar beside her. How could he not know that she was neither human nor ghost? Who in the world could kill you now? The sage of rites would never do it. The secondary saint only had a dispute with the sage of literature and had no personal grudges. The old scholar nodded and said, "It's a waste not to use it. It's better to use it up early so that my disciple won't be worried when he finds out. It's not a good thing to be implicated. In my line, I'm not trying to flatter myself. Everyone is ambitious, knowledgeable, and a true hero. Little Ping An has been to the 3 continents and traveled around, but he didn't go to any of the academies. You can tell how he feels about the Confucian Temple, the schools, and the academies. He's holding back his anger. I think he's doing well." The sword spirit smiled and said, "Kui Dong?" The old scholar looked confused and said, "Have I ever accepted this disciple? I remember that I only have one disciple, Kui Dong Shan." The sword spirit said, "I think Kui Dong has the bearing of a predecessor." "That's right." The old scholar looked absent-minded and murmured, "I'm also wrong. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to correct my mistakes. Life is like this. If you know you're wrong and can't change, there's no greater regret and pain." However, the old scholar quickly swept away the haze in his heart and smiled while pulling his beard. Those who leave can't be chased, but those who come can be chased. He had accepted a disciple who was in seclusion. What generation? I'm young, but we're of the same generation. At dusk, Stack Jong was puzzled. Why did Chen Pingan come to drink again not long after he left during the day? The business of the wine shop was good. There were no empty tables or even seats. This made Chen Pingan feel a little better when he bought wine. Stack Jong handed over a pot of the cheapest wine and asked, "What's this?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "When something happened, Ning Yao told me that she wasn't angry. She said with certainty that she really wasn't angry. But I don't think that's the case." Stack Jong didn't gloat and comforted him. Ning Yao never beat around the bush. If she says she's not angry, then she's definitely not angry. "You're thinking too much." Chen Pingan replied and said sullenly, "Head shopkeeper, you tell me, am I a better judge of character or are you?" Stack Jong could now gloat with a clear conscience. "Then you should drink a few more jugs. We have enough wine in our shop. Old rules, familiar faces. Except for those who have just broken through, we don't allow anyone to buy on credit." Chen Pingan squatted by the side of the road with a pot of wine, chopsticks, and plates in hand. Beside him was a drunkard sword cultivator who often came to his shop. He was the kind of person who would die if he didn't drink. He was in the Dragon Gate realm. His name was Han Rong. Just like Chen Pinggan, he only drank 1 drop of Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven wine. Earlier, Chen Pinggan had told Stack Zhong that this kind of customer needed to be won over with a smile. At that time, Stack Zhong was a little stunned. Chen Pinggan could only patiently explain that drunkards were all drunkards, and they liked to squat together and drink until they died. Compared to those who drank a pot of good wine every few days, drunkards were good customers who couldn't wait to return to their seats after taking a few steps away from the table. All the one-shot businesses in the world weren't good businesses. At that time, Stack Zhong even seriously recorded these words that he thought were priceless advice in the account book. This made Chen Pinggan, who was watching from the side, extremely worried. Our head shopkeeper really doesn't know how to do business. How did he manage to run this shop for more than 10 years? How many years have I been a bundle shop? Could it be that I really have some talent in doing business? Han Rong asked with a smile, "Second shopkeeper, are you drinking to drown your sorrows? What's wrong? Did you get kicked out? Don't worry. I, Brother Han, am a veteran in the field of flowers. I'll teach you a trick. Just treat it as payment for the wine. What do you think? This is a good deal." Chen Pinggan chewed on the pickled vegetables and took a sip of wine. He leisurely said, "Only after listening to you will I be unlucky. What's more, I just came out to drink a little wine. Besides, don't you know who taught who the trick is? What did Brother Han write on the nameplate on the shop's wall? Did you forget it after drinking? I don't understand. There are so many nameplates in the shop, and there's only one nameplate. The nameplate is pasted on the wall. Brother Han, do you think our shop is a place where you can confess your love? That girl still dares to come to my shop to drink. You'll have to pay double the price for today's wine. Don't. Brothers talking about money will hurt our friendship." Han Rong held the bowl with his 5 fingers and slowly drank a mouthful. He then sighed and said, "Here, there are countless bachelors, but infatuated men like me are rare. In the future, if I really succeed and bring home a beauty, I'll treat it as your shop's spirit manifesting. In the future, I'll make sure to repay my vow. When the time comes, just give me 2 pots of wine that cost 5 snowflakes." Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "Well said. When the time comes, I'll give you another pot." Han Rong asked, "Really?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "It's just a snowflake that costs money." Han Rong said disappointedly, "You're too careless. You're a dignified second shopkeeper, young and promising, outstanding, like a dragon or phoenix among men." Chen Pinggan laughed and scolded, hold on. Brother Han, I spat out wine. Will you compensate me?" Seeing the two of them chatting so enthusiastically from afar, Stack Zhong was somewhat pleased. This second shopkeeper really knew how to chat. Chen Pinggan also said that he really liked drinking at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, because there were many tables in the Great Wall of Sword Chi. For the same cup of wine at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, those with great authority would have a deep cup, while those with lesser authority would have a shallow cup. Han Rong laughed and suddenly thought of something. "Second shopkeeper, you've read a lot. Can you help me think of a few sour poems? The standard doesn't have to be too high. Just something like Seng Mengqing comes to wine. I like that girl, and I'm partial to this type. If you help me, no matter what, whether it's useful or not, I'll definitely help you pull a table full of drunkards over. If they don't drink 10 pots of wine, I'll change my surname to yours. Do you think being arrogant is like drinking wine? If you have the money, you'll bring them to the table bowl by bowl. There's no such good thing." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Besides, I'm not married yet. I won't accept a son." Han Rong picked up the wine bowl and said, "Us brothers have a deep relationship. Let's drink first. In any case, I'll make a poem for you, even if it's just 1 or 2 lines. If you don't want me to be your son, can I be your grandson?" Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and said, "Let me think about it. But to be honest, whether or not you're in the mood for poetry depends on whether or not you drink enough wine." Han Rong immediately turned his head and shouted at Tai Zhong, "Head shopkeeper, second shopkeeper, I'll pay for this pot of wine. Tai Zhong nodded. He always felt that if Chen Pinggan was willing to sell wine, it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to open a shop on the city wall. A young woman with a slender figure slowly walked over to the second shopkeeper, who was explaining to Brother Han what flying light was. She smiled and said, "Can I take a moment of child Chen's time?" Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He turned his head and said to Han Rong, "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. It's fine as long as she understands." Chen Pinggan walked with the woman on the street. He smiled and said, "Miss you, you're too kind." The woman who came was Yu Chia, the woman who broke Fan Dash's heart. Yu Chia's expression was slightly unnatural, but she soon said in a soft and slow voice, "I heard about what happened that night. Although Fan Dash and I didn't make it to the end, I still want to apologize to Child Chen in person. After all, it was because of me that Child Chen was wronged. Maybe it's not appropriate to say this. It might even make Child Chen feel that I'm being hypocritical. But no matter what, I still hope Child Chen can understand Fan Dash. He's really a good person. I'm sorry. If Fan Dash wasn't a good person, I wouldn't have been scolded by him." Chen Pinggan said, "Who hasn't drunk too much?" When a man is drunk and calls a woman's name, he must really like her. As for scolding when he's drunk, you don't have to take it seriously. "Thank you, Child Chen." Yu Chia curtsied and said, "Then I won't disturb Child Chen from drinking with your friends." After Yu Chia left, Chen Pinggan returned to the shop and continued to drink. Han Rong had already left, but she didn't forget to pay the bill. Stacked Zhong approached and asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's about Fan Dash." Yu Chia came to apologize. Stacked Zhong twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "He's afraid of angering Chen Sanchio. Chen Sanchio is the head of Fan Dash's clique. If Chen Sanchio really said something harsh, Yu Chia wouldn't be able to survive there in the future." Chen Pinggan smiled and didn't say much. It wasn't that simple. Chen Pinggan suddenly said, "Let's make a bet. Will Fan Dash show up?" Stacked Zhong nodded and said, "I bet he will." Chen Pinggan smiled and was about to nod. Stacked Zhong changed his words and said, "I won't bet." Chen Pinggan looked a little regretful. Stacked Zhong felt that he was right not to bet. He didn't expect that Fan Dash would come half an hour later. Stacked Zhong rolled his eyes. Fan Dash came to the wine shop and hesitated. In the end, he still asked for a pot of wine and squatted beside Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Miss, you said that she let you down." Fan Dash lowered his head, his face full of tears. He didn't drink, just held the wine bowl. Chen Pinggan raised his wine bowl and gently touched the white bowl in Fan Dash's hand. Then he said, "Don't take things too hard. You can't wait to fight tomorrow and think that it's enough to die on the south side of the Great Wall of Sword Chi." Fan Dash finished the wine in the bowl in one gulp and asked, "How did you know?" Chen Pinggan said, "I guessed." Fan Dash said, "Don't let me stop you from being friends with Sanchio. Or you can still be friends, but there's a grudge in your heart." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "You think too much." Fan Dash nodded and said, "That's good." Chen Pinggan said, "Even if you didn't come to find me today, I would have gone to find you." Fan Dash smiled bitterly and said, "I appreciate your kindness, but it's useless." Chen Pinggan said, "You must be feeling terrible right now. The buzzing of mosquitoes and flies is like thunder, and the passing of ants is like a mountain. I have an idea. Do you want to give it a try?" Fan Dash was puzzled and asked, "What idea?" Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Fight. You'll feel as painful as your heart. You'll feel better." Fan Dash was skeptical and said, "You're not just looking for an opportunity to beat me up, are you? I just broke your wine bowl. Do you hold a grudge?" Chen Pinggan said, "Forget it if you don't believe me." But in the end, Fan Dash still followed Chen Pinggan to the corner of the street. Without waiting for Fan Dash to get into a fighting stance, he was knocked down with a punch. After falling down several times, Fan Dash finally stood up with a face full of blood and dirt and staggered back to the street. Chen Pinggan finished his work and was still calm and composed. He walked to the side and turned his head and asked with a smile, "How was it?" Fan Dash wiped his face and spread out his hands. He looked up and cursed, How was it good? If I go back like this, Sancho and the others will think that I've really taken things too hard. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's nothing for a man to vomit a little blood. Otherwise, you'll have drunk my bamboo sea paradise wine for nothing. Remember to pay for the wine before you go. As for the white bowl, forget it. I'm not the kind of person who haggles over every ounce. I won't remember such a small thing. Chen Pingan stopped and said, I have something to do. Fan walked to the shop alone. Chen Pingan turned around and smiled. I didn't scare you, did I? It was the teenager, Zhong Jiazhen. Zhong Jiazhen shook her head and said, I wanted to ask you about the word steady. According to Mr. Chen's original meaning, what should it mean? Chen Pingan said, there's another word for steady. It means people are not in a hurry. The meaning is similar to slow. But there's nothing wrong with being slow. In the end, you want to be fast, so you're in a hurry. Zhong Jiazhen thought for a moment and smiled. She raised her head and looked at Chen Pingan, who had his hands in his sleeves, and asked, Mr. Chen, I can't even practice martial arts or swordsmanship. If I have time in the future, and you happen to be near the shop, can I ask Mr. Chen for advice? Chen Pingan smiled and said, of course. I'll come here often in the future. Zhong Jiazhen blinked. Chen Pingan turned around and saw Ning Yao. Zhong Jiazhen said goodbye and ran away. Chen Pingan walked quickly and asked softly, why are you here? Ning Yao asked, drinking again? Chen Pingan was speechless. She reeked of alcohol. If she dared to deny it, she would be beaten half to death. Ning Yao suddenly took his hand. Neither of them spoke. They walked past the shop and onto the street. Ning Yao asked, why aren't you saying anything? Chen Pingan thought for a while and said, Chen Pingan, even if you're lucky enough to get a wife in the future, she'll probably be a simple-minded one. Ning Yao didn't say anything. She was silent for a while and laughed to herself. She narrowed her eyes and raised her hand, leaving an inch of distance between her thumb and index finger. She seemed to be talking to herself. You don't even like this? Ning Yao was puzzled. She realized that Chen Pingan had stopped walking, but they were still holding hands. Ning Yao turned to look at him. For some reason, Chen Pingan's lips trembled and he said hoarsely, if one day I leave first, what will you do? If we have a child together, what will you do? He was no longer the youth in straw sandals from Clay Bottle Alley. He was no longer the Chen Pingan who carried a basket of herbs on his back. When he thought of this, he felt sad, and then very sad. All the pain that could be described in words could be slowly endured. Only the sadness that was secretly hidden away would be broken into pieces and gathered together. Year after year, like a lonely little mute, it would hide in the corner of the heart and curl up. That child would only need to raise his head and silently look at each of his grown-up selves without saying a word. 590. The spring breeze called for a spring rain. Under the eaves, Chen Pingan, who was sitting on a chair and reading a scholar's notebook, stood up and reached out to catch the rain. Before returning to Ning Mansion from the city, Chen Qing asked if he should leave a natal lamp. In this way, if he died in the southern battlefield in the next battle, although it would hurt his foundation of Taoism, at least he would have half a life. The first step of the soul tablet inscription method was more torturous. Ordinary cultivators couldn't bear this pain. The gods of mountains and rivers in the world punished the ghosts and spirits in their territory and lit the water and mountain lanterns with the soul as the wick. It was powerful for a long time. It was only a short period of pain, which was far inferior to the soul tablet inscription method. The second step was to light the lamp in one's own hall of ancestral masters. After the first step, the biggest disadvantage of the natal lamp was that it cost money. The wick was made with the secret skill of immortals. It burned immortal money every day. Therefore, the natal lantern was something that could only be lit by the most important direct disciples of the ancestral hall in the vast world. Knowing the natal lantern was the first hurdle, and the forging of the natal lantern was the second hurdle. After that, the immortal coins consumed were often an important expense for the ancestral hall. Because once the lamp was lit, it couldn't be broken. If the lamp was extinguished, it would hurt the original soul of the cultivator. It was common for the cultivator's realm to drop. The third step was to rely on the natal lamp to reconstruct the soul, yin spirit, and yang spirit real body. And it might not succeed. Even if it succeeded, the achievement of Taoism in the future would be greatly reduced. Therefore, the creation of the natal lamp was really a last resort. It was a helpless measure for the cultivators of the sects on the mountain to deal with the what-if. But no matter what, the soldiers of better than 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 better however, for such cultivators, the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls of their previous lives were often incomplete. How much they could replace depended on fate. Therefore, whether they could enlighten their acupores or not depended on fate. After enlightening their acupores, it was hard to say what would happen to their current body and past lives. Chen Pinggan came back to his senses and collected his thoughts. He turned around and saw Fatty Yang and his group. It was rare that Stack Jong was also there. The wine shop was afraid of rainy days, so they could only close for the day. However, the tables and chairs were not moved away and were placed outside the shop. According to the method that Chen Pinggan had taught her, every time it rained or snowed, the shop would not do business. However, every table would be placed with a jar of the cheapest Bamboo Sea Paradise wine and a few wine bowls. This jar of wine was free of charge. Anyone who saw it was free to drink, but each person could only drink 1 bowl at most. Ning Yarrow was still cultivating at Dragon Beheading Cliff. After returning to Ning Mansion from the street last time, Grandma Bai and Nalan Yeshing found that their miss was a little different. She treated cultivation seriously. Fatty Yang had come to discuss the matter of Chen Pinggan and Stack Bamboo joining the silk and satin shop together. Chen Sanchio and Dong Huafu were purely there to join in the fun. Everyone walked under the eaves with umbrellas in hand, closed their umbrellas, and leaned against the wall. Chen Pinggan walked into the side room with a book in one hand and a chair in the other. Fatty Yang looked at the overly clean room and lamented, "Why does my good brother, the son-in-law of the Ning family, live in such a shabby place?" Chen Sanchio took out a tea set from his Fengtsuan object. It was said that it was used by a great dynasty in the central divine continent. Chen Sanchio began to brew tea. He wanted to ask Chen Pinggan to drink with him, but did he dare? Did he still want to come to Ning Mansion in the future? While Chen Sanchio was brewing tea, he smiled and said, "Thank you for fan dash." Chen Pinggan waved his hand. The scholar's handbook on the table, A Conversation Under the Shade of the Flowering Tree, was a rare book that Chen Sanchio had helped him buy from the Mirage House. There were also many other history books. He must have spent quite a lot of money to buy them. However, talking about money with Chen Sanchio, this kind of rich young master, was a slap in the face. As for Dong Haitan, who was also born in a first-class wealthy family, he could forget about it. This guy's ability to save money was even better than Chen Pinggan's. Since young, it was said that he had never spent money on a single piece of snow. Chen Pinggan wanted to find someone to help him bet when Dong Huafu would take the initiative to spend money. Then he and Dong Huafu would cooperate and secretly make a lot of money. Chen Pinggan felt that he could make a profit, so he told Dong Huafu about it. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, "I don't spend money anyway. What's the point of earning money? My family is not short of money." Chen Pinggan was deflated. That seemed to be the case. Stack Jong laughed the happiest. However, he didn't laugh for long before he heard Chen Pinggan say, "You don't need to spend money. I made a deal with the banker. We can bet that you will spend money within 10 days, spend money within a month, and continue to not spend money within a month. As for how much money you will spend, we can also bet on whether you will spend money on one or several snowflakes. Then we can have him deliberately leak the news that I, Chen Pinggan, have placed a heavy bet on you spending money in the near future. However, I won't say whether it will be within 10 days or within a month. In fact, I bet that you won't spend money within a month. You see, you didn't spend any money. You can still drink and earn money." Stack Jong felt that this second-in-command was even more ruthless than Alliance when it came to being a banker. Chen Sanchio wanted to drink some wine. Yang Zhuo was eager to give it a try. Then I also want to earn some money by betting that Dong Haiten won't spend money. Chen Pinggan squinted his eyes and said, of course you were helping the banker who was hired with a lot of money to stabilize the gambling situation. When some crafty gamblers were hesitating, you, Fatty Yang, accidentally asked the servant to deliver the money. You didn't expect to give yourself away and let the news spread like wildfire. They knew that you, great young Master Yang, had secretly spent a large sum of money to bet on Dong Haiten within 10 days. This confirmed the rumor that I had bet on Dong Haiten spending money. Otherwise, this group of wily old gamblers most likely wouldn't have taken the bait. Young Master Yang, no matter how much money you had spent, didn't it just circle around my pocket and return to your pocket? After this, you can split the money with me and Dong Haiten. Yang Zhuo clapped his fist and said, wonderful. Stack Zhong and Chen Sanchio looked at each other. Stack Zhong wanted to join in. It wasn't much, just a few pieces of snow. This kind of money that went against his conscience was enough to earn a little. If he earned too much, Stack Zhong would feel guilty. Unexpectedly, Chen Sanchio shook his head and said, don't try to drag me into this. My conscience hurts. Stack Zhong hesitated. Chen Pinggan said with a look of disdain, you can't use this trick in the first place. If you use it too much, it will make people suspicious. Chen Sanchio cupped his fists and shook them. I thank you. Dong Huafu said straightforwardly, I want 50%. You two can split the remaining 50. Chen Pinggan said earnestly, Haiten, I heard that everyone in the city knows that Ning Yaro could beat 100 Chen Pingans with one hand. I don't think it's a big deal, but look at that fan dash. Not only did he scold me in my territory, he even threw a bowl at me. Do you think I hold a grudge? I don't hold a grudge at all. Now we've become good friends who can forget all grudges with a smile. Dong Huafu's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. I just said that you'll take 50%. I'll split it with Fatty Yang. After that, they began to talk about proper business. Chen Pinggan and Stack Zhong planned to join in on the silk shop under Yang Zhuo's name. Both of them would only take 10% each. Chen Pinggan brought them to the opposite room and pushed open the door. The table was piled high with seals of various sizes, no less than 100 square meters. Then there was also a manual of seals that Chen Pinggan had compiled himself, named the 100 Sword Immortals Manual Seal. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, the seals have all been carved. They are all auspicious and auspicious characters. Women give to women give to men, and men give to women. They are all excellent. As for the shop, they will only buy silk and fabric. They won't give it to us. They will only give us a seal if they pay a deposit in advance, starting from a small sum of money. Whoever pays first will get to choose the seal first. It's just that the side note hasn't been engraved yet. If you want to engrave more characters, especially if you want my, Chen Pinggan's, signature, you'll have to pay more. In addition to the shop's 10%, I'll have to take an extra cut. If a woman pays the shop, in the future, when she buys clothes and fabric, the shop will also give her a slight discount. If a woman directly takes out a grain of money and throws it at our great Master Yang's face, there's no harm in giving her a big discount. Yang Zhuo picked up a seal. The seal script was the most lovesick room. He hesitated and said, although we have some women from big clans who can be considered to be versed in literature and ink, their knowledge is actually very ordinary. Would they like these? Moreover, aren't the materials of these seals a bit too ordinary? Chen Pinggan said, if the materials of the seals were too good, why would they be used as a prize in the silk shop? It's meaningless to make a profit at a loss. These are actually just handheld items that can be enjoyed. Moreover, in this world, there's actually no one who doesn't like good words and good characters. It's just that I haven't had many opportunities to see them before. Chen Sanchio flipped through the seals. Finally, he saw a small seal with the words "The heart is attached to a beautiful woman, thinking of her." He threw a grain of money to Yang Zhuo and said with a smile, "Just treat it as putting a grain of money in your shop, so this seal belongs to me." Yang Zhuo knew that Chen Sanchio was more knowledgeable about this kind of thing than him, but he was still not too sure. He said, "Chen Pinggan, about joining the shop, there's no problem. You and Stack Jong each get 10%. However, I'm worried that these seals will only be liked by Chen Sancho. On our side, there are too few people like Chen Sancho who like to read and flip through books. What if when the time comes, we can't give them away and we can't sell them? I don't care, the shop's business is just average, but if you lose face, don't blame my shop's feng shui for not being good. Is there really a woman who is willing to be a sucker for something like this? Chen Pinggan picked up a booklet from somewhere else and handed it to Yang Zhuo. He smiled and said, "Take it and read it a few times. Just copy it. Anyway, the shop's business is not bad." Dong Huafu suddenly said, "I want this seal." Chen Pinggan glanced at the seal he had engraved. With a single glance, he knew that the inscription was, "Traveling the mountains, regretting not being able to travel far, my sword hangs a rainbow." Yang Zhuo smiled and said, "You're paying just like that. How can I be the banker then?" Dong Huafu said, "Originally, it was 4-1. Now I'll take 30% and you take 20%. Yang Zhuo said without hesitation, "Deal." Stack Jong was also flipping through the seals. There was that clear light. There was also youthful old dreams, harmonious wind and sweet rain. I will bow my head to the sword immortal for life. Behind me to the north, beautiful eyes look forward to it. Deer cry, birds chirp in flight, reluctant to part. This is the longest sword chi in the world. I don't dare to climb the city wall with my sword, lest I drive back the 3 moons. When Stack Jong flipped through the last seal, Yang Zhuo's eyes suddenly turned red. He said to Chen Pinggan in a trembling voice, "If I want this seal, how should I settle the bill?" Stack Jong was surprised. Dong Huafu was also stunned. Chen Sancho looked a little sad. Yang Zhuo's father, after losing his arms, had never gone to the city wall except for that time when he carried the seriously injured Fatty Yang away. Chen Pinggan gently took the seal from Stack Jong and handed it to Yang Zhuo. When doing business, it's important to clearly settle the bill between brothers. I'll give you this seal. It's not a business deal, so there's no need to talk about money. When Ning Yarrow arrived, she happened to see Fatty Yang and the others leaving with umbrellas. Ning Yarrow walked into the courtyard with Chen Pinggan and asked, "What's going on?" Chen Pinggan gave her a general explanation. Ning Yarrow went to the room where the seals were placed and sat down. She picked up a seal and asked, "You've been busy with this for the past few days. It's not just to earn money, right?" Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "Indeed, it's not to earn money." Ning Yarrow said, "Just now, Grandma Bai said that the heavenly treasures needed to refine the 4th natal item have almost been collected secretly. Don't worry, Grandpa Nalen will personally check the items outside of the Ning residence's treasury. No one will tamper with them." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Indeed, we should work harder. Being surrounded by a bunch of golden core seniors every day makes me tremble in fear. I don't even dare to speak loudly." Chen Pinggan had broken through the bottleneck of the Willow Tendon realm at the Lion Peak of the North Continent. Now, he was in the Bone Chi realm, one of the 4 realms of cultivators. Confucian cultivators had a unique advantage in this realm, and their chi cultivation techniques were the most outstanding. As for the 5th realm of chi refinement warriors, the hut-building realm, where one's body is the furnace, the chi refinement warriors of Buddhism and Taoism had a greater advantage. The reason why the 3 sects were superior to the rest of the 100 schools of thought was that the advantages of these 2 realms were very obvious. Although the lower 5 realms of cultivators were low, they were known as the 5 realms of mountaineering. They were the foundation of the Great Tao. Whether one could enter the cave-dwelling realm of the lower 5 realms was as important as whether a pure martial artist could break through the 3rd realm. Ning Yarrow leaned on the table and looked at the seals one by one. She said slowly, "When the door of the residence is opened, the apertures open and take in chi. The human body is a small world, and the sea of chi takes in all rivers. This is the cave-dwelling realm. From this moment onwards, cultivators can truly refine the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in an orderly manner. The 356 apertures in the human body are like 365 natural grotto heavens and blessed lands, waiting for cultivators to ascend the mountain and cultivate. Like our great wall of sword chi, Whether we can nurture an innate sword embryo is the dividing line between geniuses and ordinary people. Similarly, in the wilderness, whether the demons can transform into human form early on and cultivate chi with human form is also very important. In the cave-dwelling realm, male cultivators can enter the sea-viewing realm after opening 9 apertures. It's more difficult for female cultivators, as they need to open 15 apertures. Therefore, there are far more female cultivators in the cave-dwelling realm than men. However, female cultivators in the sea-viewing realm are usually stronger than men. You're a bit special. You already have 3 natal apertures, and 3 more have been soaked in sword chi for many years. In addition to the 18 stops of sword chi and the 1st and 15th apertures guarding 2 of them, you have 5.5 apertures. When you refine the other 2 natal items and gather the 5 elements, you'll have 7.5 cave dwellings. As long as you enter the cave dwelling realm, you might be able to break through quickly and enter the sea viewing realm. The cave dwelling realm is originally to open the door and welcome guests from all directions. Ordinary cultivators in this realm will be very torturous because they can't bear the torment of the tide-like spiritual chi. They will be regarded as the disaster of a flood, and their soul and body will be unstable. On the road of cultivation, they will often have to take 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward. It's difficult to move forward. You're the least afraid of this. The sea-viewing realm won't be a big obstacle for you. You're a pure martial artist at the same time, and you're also in the golden body realm. The flow of your true chi is extremely rapid. Cultivators should accumulate spiritual chi bit by bit to open and expand their path. It won't be a problem for you. Only in the Dragon Gate realm will you have some trouble. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "It's been hard on you." She must have asked these trivial things from Nailin Yeshing at the last minute. Because Ning Yaro's own cultivation didn't need to know these things. Ning Yaro picked up a seal, held it in her hand, and said casually, "You should know these better than me. Then pretend I didn't say anything." Chen Pinggan put his hands on the table and rested his chin on his arms, looking at the seals. The rain outside the house didn't stop. In the past month, it had rained a lot. Even the rain didn't know that spring was coming. Chen Pinggan turned his head and looked out of the window. In his hometown, his first disciple, Pei Qian, once sat on the steps of a mountain. Pei Qian watched the wind blow through the pine and cypress trees, and the shadows of the trees swayed. Time passed slowly. She secretly told her master that as long as she looked carefully, everything in the world, whether it was flowing water or walking people, would be very slow. She had to be anxious for them. Pei Qian would often lean against the railing on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building with Nuanshu and Millet, watching the rain or snow fall. He would look at the icicles hanging under the eaves and smash them into pieces with his walking stick. He would then ask his friends about his swordsmanship. Occasionally, when Meili was bullied badly, she would be angry with Pei Qian. She would yell and tell Pei Qian that she would never play with her again. Zheng Dafeng, who was at the foot of the mountain, could probably hear her. Then, Nuan Shu would be the peacemaker, and Pei Qian would give Meili a way out. Soon, they would be talking and laughing. However, when Chen Pinggan was on Luopo Mountain, Pei Qian definitely didn't dare to use the bedsheet as a cloak and run around with Meili. At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if one looked carefully, they would also be lively and cute. For example, when Chen Pinggan went to the top of the city wall to practice his swordsmanship, he would purposely drive the talisman boat a little further away. He could also see a row of children leaning on the city wall with their butts sticking out. They were pointing at the wilderness in the south and telling all kinds of stories. They were also busy arranging seats for the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Just the 3 old sword immortals, Dong Sangeng, Chen Shi, and Qi Tingji, would be enough for the children to argue until their faces turned red. If all the sword immortals in the history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi were included, then there would be even more arguments. It was said that Guo Zhujiu also practiced a lot of martial arts at home. She would blow on her palm and control her spirit energy. She would shout, "Look at my raging flame palm. Ha ha ha." She would practice a set of martial arts from the family gate all the way to the back garden. When she reached the garden, she would have to gather her spirit energy in her dantian and stand on one leg. She would use her whirlwind kick and spin 18 times, not one more or one less. The poor precious flowers that sword immortal Guojio had painstakingly cultivated suffered a lot from her fists and kicks. In the end, the entire Guo residence was in chaos. They were worried that this lass might have gone berserk. Perhaps sword immortal Guojio was already regretting grounding his daughter at home. Nowadays, when Chen Pinggan went to the corner of the street near the wine shop, Zhong Jiazhen would occasionally come by. She was the first child to hold a clay jar and wanted to learn her martial arts. She was the first child to sit beside the wooden stool. Therefore, she had heard more stories about mountains and rivers than her peers. It was said that because of these stories that no one had heard before, she became quite close with a pretty lass in the alley next door. One time when they played house, he was no longer just a sedan bearer or a coachman. He and the lass finally became husband and wife. Later on, when she squatted beside Chen Pinggan and ate melon seeds together, the child laughed foolishly for a long time. The house was silent. Silence was better than any sound. After that, Chen Pinggan went to the top of the city wall again. He was still unable to walk within 30 steps of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Therefore, the junior brother was still the junior brother, and the senior brother was still the senior brother. After he finished practicing, he asked Zhuozhuo if the poor fellow who was applying medicinal plasters with bottles and jars had any words for Mr. Zhuozhuo knew better during the last 2 sword practice sessions. Chen Pinggan said seriously, "How is that possible?" Zhuozhuo asked, "How's the business of the wine shop?" Chen Pinggan said, "Very good." Zhuozhuo turned his head. Chen Pinggan immediately made up for it. "But I'll have to trouble senior brother to add flowers to the brocade." Zhuozhuo didn't give up and started to change the topic. "Have you read the Heaven's Questions and Heaven's Questions that I told you before?" Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I've read them all." Zhuozhuo said, "You will be the Heaven's Questions and answer 173 questions. Chen Pinggan was caught off guard. Zhuozhuo said indifferently, "You may begin. If you don't know anything, skip it." Chen Pinggan forced himself to solve the questions one by one. He barely answered half of the questions. Zhuozhuo said, "The answers are not important." Before Mr. became a saint, the most famous debate was only about 2 things. The first was how to study. It was to study one thing at a time and accumulate merit over time. The most important thing was to establish oneself first and not blindly immerse oneself in the cause of division. In fact, looking back, is the result important? The 2 sages were still arguing. If it was really either one or the other, how could the 2 sages become sages? At that time, Mr. told us that when it comes to studying, both secrecy and simplicity are acceptable. The young and the old are 2 different realms. The young need to think more and seek secrecy, the old return to simplicity and seek simplicity. As for whether we need to establish great ambitions first, it's not that important. Even if we establish it early, we may not be able to establish it. Of course, it's better than nothing. If we don't have it, we don't have to worry. Studying is the most worthless thing in the world. It's like a street full of rich families with countless flower beds. There are people cultivating them but no one guarding them. The door is wide open and the garden is full of flowers. You can pick and return with a full load. Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "Mr. is knowledgeable and senior brother is knowledgeable." Zhuozhuo couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "You have never stayed with Mr. for a long time. Where did you learn these words?" Chen Pinggan was a little aggrieved, "From the books. Especially Mr.'s works, I have already memorized them." Zhuozhuo said with a straight face, "Very good." In the small mustard world of the martial arts practice field, Chen Pinggan and Nailin Yeshing were learning swords. Although it was called learning swords, it was actually tempering the body. It was a method that Chen Pinggan figured out himself. At first, he wanted to ask his senior brother to help him with the sword, but for some reason, the senior brother only said that Nailin Yeshing could do such a small thing. As a result, even a sword immortal like Nailin Yeshing was a little hesitant. He finally understood why the great sword immortals were unwilling to use their swords. Because according to Chen Pinggan, even if the person he first met was a sword immortal, Chen Pinggan himself was also a martial artist of the golden body realm. It was still a little dangerous and there would be accidents. If he was not careful, Chen Pinggan would have to lie in bed for a month or so. This was much more miserable than regrowing flesh and bones after the event. Chen Pinggan hoped that Nalan Yeshing would use his sword one by one, from top to bottom, in accordance with the method of 24 solar terms, and help temper the big and small apertures of the human body and dragon on the spine. The beginning of the cervical vertebra, the great vertebra, the Tao path, the body pillar, the divine path, the beer, the yang, the center, the hanging pivot, the life gate, the waist. These key apertures especially needed to be used to temper this path and pass with sword chi and sword intent. Because Chen Pinggan also had to cooperate with a pure fire dragon of true chi, it was impossible for him to stand still. That would be a deadly practice. In addition, the amount of spiritual energy remaining in each chi residence was different, so it was more of a test of Nalan Yeshing's precision. Ning Yarrow was sitting in the pavilion of the dragon beheading platform. Today, Dong Bubu and Dong Huafu came to the Ning mansion as guests. She said that she wanted to ask for a seal from Chen Pinggan. Fatty Yang's shop was too black-hearted, so she might as well buy it from Chen Pinggan directly. Chen Pinggan and Nalan Yeshing did not deliberately hide anything from Dong Bubu when they practiced sword. Last year, there were 4 consecutive battles on the street. Therefore, the big clans including the Dong family knew about Chen Pinggan's general details. Dong Bubu leaned lazily on the railing and asked, "Ning Yao, don't you feel sorry for him practicing like this?" Ning Yao did not speak. This time, Nalan Yeshing was extremely careful, so the result was not great. Chen Pinggan didn't want any immediate benefits. He left the martial arts practice field with Nalan Yeshing and then walked up the dragon beheading cliff alone. Dong Bubu said that she and a few good friends all wanted a seal for their own use. They couldn't think of a seal, so they gave it to Chen Pinggan to decide. Dong Bubu also brought 3 pieces of jade that were enough to carve seals. She said that one seal was a small sum of money. The extra material outside the seal was engraved as Chen Pinggan's salary. Chen Pinggan was not stupid. Was money so easy to earn? So he immediately looked at Ning Yarrow. Ning Yarrow nodded and agreed. This scene made Dong Bubu very jealous. She clicked her tongue and didn't say anything. Dong Bubu also told an interesting story that was a little related to the Ning mansion. Recently, a group of cultivators from a big dynasty in the central continent came to the inverted hanging mountain. They were escorted by a sword immortal who had been here to kill demons before. A nascent soul chi cultivator was in charge of the specific affairs. They led 7 or 8 young geniuses from different sects and immortal mansions to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to practice swordsmanship. They would stay there for about 3 to 5 years. It was said that the youngest one was only 12 years old, and the oldest one was only in his early 30s. When they arrived at the inverted hanging mountain, they directly lived in the Plum Blossom Garden, one of the 4 private mansions that was as famous as the Yuan Ruo mansion. The Great Wall of Sword Chi and Dong Bubu were the younger generation. There were actually only 3 big mountains. Ning Yarrow, Dong Hei Tan, and Chen Pinggan were part of the group. Then there was Qi Shou's group, followed by Pang Yuanji and Gao Yeho's group. Compared to the first 2, they were more scattered and not as united. These young sword cultivators were mostly from the streets. But as long as there was a call and they were willing to gather together, be it in numbers or battle strength, they were not to be underestimated. As long as the young people of the world came here to train, first Cao Ci, then Chen Pinggan, they would have to pass the 3 tests. This was the old rule. But there were some unwritten rules about who would be in charge of guarding these 3 tests. For example, Qi Shou and his friends were in charge of entertaining the prodigies from the central continent. Ning Yao, on the other hand, didn't like this. Occasionally, Chen Sanqiu would show his face and join in the fun. But in more than a decade, Chen Sanqiu had only fought twice. Ning Yao, on the other hand, had never participated in these small fights. But previously, Qi Shou's group had been beaten black and blue by Chen Pinggan. Even Pang Yuanji had not escaped. So logically speaking, someone from Ning Yao's side had to be involved in these 3 tests. 4 groups of outsiders who came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to train, each side would send out 3 people. Of course, if one side could take down all three, it would be exciting. From a spectator to a spectator, Chen Pinggan found it interesting. He asked if the battle could be held on the main street and take care of his wine shop's business. Dong Bubu smiled and said, "The location has always been arbitrary. There are no rules. Usually, it is up to the last person guarding the test. If you are willing to fight, don't mention the main street, you can even place it on the wine table of the folding mountain shop." Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, "If I am injured, the money I earn from the wine won't even be enough to pay for my medicine. Our wine shop is famous for its low prices. It's hard-earned money." Dong Bubu smiled playfully. This guy was just like the rumors. He was really thick-skinned. Dong Huafu said, "Fan Dash seems to be preparing for the first battle. San Chiu will probably accompany him. The third person might be Gao Yi or Sima Weiran. It's hard to say for now." Chen Pinggan asked, "What are the cultivation levels of the other party's sword cultivator geniuses?" As for Sima Weiran, Chen Pinggan knew that she was also a golden core sword cultivator. However, compared to Pang Yuanji and Gao Yi, she was slightly inferior. However, she had been in seclusion for the past few years. What was interesting was that she had two preachers. One was a hidden official who patrolled the Sword Immortal Bamboo Monastery. The other had an even greater background. He was an old Sword Immortal who was in charge of guarding the prison. There were rumors that this reclusive old man was of the demon race. It was unknown if Sima Weiran, who had come out of seclusion, would be able to catch up with Gao Yi. Dong Huafu was stunned. "Is there a need to know?" Dong Bubu echoed, "There's no need to know." Chen Pinggan looked at Ning Yao. She seemed to have the same attitude. He said helplessly, "Pretend I didn't say anything." The group of sword cultivators from the central divine continent walked through the inverted mountain gate and stayed in Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's residence. Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's family was similar to the Yang family. They had frequent business dealings with Haoran World, so they had many friends. However, Sun Juyuan was having a headache. This was because this group of guests had announced on the first day they arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Chi that they would send out 3 people to pass the 3 stages. They would be at the Sea Viewing Realm, the Dragon Gate Realm, and the Golden Core Realm. If they lost one battle, they would lose. On this day, Chen Pinggan was drinking at the shop. Ning Yao was still cultivating. As for Yang Zhe, Chen Sancho, and Fan Dash, the second manager had a rare opportunity to sit at the table and drink. The shop's business was good, and there were more than 10 sword cultivators squatting by the roadside to drink. All of them were cursing, saying that this bunch of foreign brats were really shameless, 2F** king arrogant, shameless, and petty. For some reason, when they said these words, the drunkards spat and were filled with righteous indignation. However, they all looked at the second manager in green robes with a white jade hairpin. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Head manager, it's time to raise the price of our shop's Bamboo Sea Paradise wine." There was silence all around. Then, there were cries. Tai Zhong received a look from the second manager. He shook his head and said, "No. What's the point of raising the price? What's the point of raising the price?" A customer shouted directly, based on the fair words of the head manager, "Another jug of wine." Very quickly, there were people shouting to buy more wine. Tai Zhong smiled and said, "Take it yourselves." Yang Zhe glanced at the guy who was the first to raise the price. He then looked at Chen Pinggan and asked telepathically, "Shills?" Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. He answered, "Do you think I can't deal with this bunch of bastards? Shills are everywhere. It's impossible to guard against them." Then Chen Pinggan said to Fan Dash, "This group of foreign sword cultivators is not arrogant, nor is it that they do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. They are just scheming against you. They have taken advantage of you from the start and gained momentum for nothing. If they're all golden core cultivators, they'll lose without a doubt. Therefore, their true confidence lies in the first round of the Sea Viewing Realm. Among those sword cultivators of the Central Plains, there's bound to be an extremely outstanding genius. Not only is he most likely to win, he might even win cleanly. The chances of winning the second round aren't small either. Even if they lose, it won't be too bad. Anyway, if they lose, there won't be a third round. As for the third round, they don't plan to win at all. Even if they can win, they won't. Of course, they really can't win. You're in the Dragon Gate realm, so I advise you not to fight. But if you can afford to lose, then it's fine. Said decisively, I can't afford to lose. Chen Pinggan gave him a thumbs up. Admirable. As expected of Chen Sancho's friend. Chen Sancho said helplessly, what does it have to do with me? Then, on the other side of the street, several young people came. There were also young boys and girls. They went straight to the wine shop to buy wine. However, one of them bought a pot of azure immortal mountain wine that cost 5 snowflakes. As he walked, he opened the mud seal and took a sniff. However, in the vast heaven of the central plains, he said with a smile, it seems that when I return to the vast heaven, I'll have to pay a visit to the bamboo sea grotto heaven. I heard that someone is using the name of Madam Mountain Deity to sell wine to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Yang Zhuo looked at Chen Pinggan and asked, can you bear it? Chen Pinggan nodded and smiled. Yes. A tall young man turned his head to look at the wine table in the shop and smiled. What can I do even if I can't bear it? In an instant. This tall and sturdy young man with a sword on his back was grabbed by the head by a green-robed man and lifted up high. That person had one hand behind his back. He turned his head and asked with a smile, what did you say? Speak louder. 591. There were a total of 5 people in this group of foreign sword cultivators from the central divine continent. Other than the wine-carrying youth who was still very calm, the other 3 retreated slightly, ready to summon their flying swords at any time. One of them was in his early 20s and had a wooden expression. Regardless of whether it was retreating or drawing spiritual chi, he was half a step slower than his companions. There was also a young lady who was slim and elegant. She wore a colorful collar and a gauze skirt decorated with hundreds of flowers. It was the jade carefree style that the female cultivators of the central divine continent liked. She was the first to reach out and press on the long sword at her waist. As for the last person, it was naturally the sword-carrying youth that Chen Pinggan had lifted into the air. After being restrained by Chen Pinggan and suppressed by his fist intent, the latter could not draw spiritual chi from a few of his key acupuncture points. He tried to break through the door but was repelled time and time again until he could not move. After a few rounds, his face turned red and turned purple, like a dead fish hanging on the wall. The shame in his heart was probably no less than the killing intent in his heart. Chen Pinggan asked, he is not willing to say. Are you going to say it for him? The wine-carrying youth smiled brightly. What did he say just now? I did not hear it clearly. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, are the secondary saints also deaf? The young lady said angrily, Chen Pinggan, let go of Jiang Guancheng for me. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are a little famous here at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. You want to kill someone just because of a disagreement. The disciples of the literary sage's lineage are all good-tempered. First, it was Kui Dong who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. Then, it was Zhuo who destroyed so many Xiantian sword embryos in the central divine continent. That martial uncle of mine, and you, Chen Pinggan, as a disciple of the Confucian school, the literary sage disciple, you are actually doing a lowly job here and selling wine personally. What a disgrace. At the mention of martial uncle, the young lady gritted her teeth and tears welled up in her eyes. However, when she mentioned Chen Pinggan again, she immediately returned to normal and was especially angry. Chen Pinggan turned a deaf ear. On the contrary, he didn't really care about people criticizing him in front of his face and scolding him. Besides, he was not scolding Mr. He was just scolding Mr.'s junior brothers and his senior brothers. He was the youngest in Mr.'s line. Did he need his junior brother to speak up for his senior brothers? Speaking up for imperial tutor Kui Dong? Or are you fighting for justice for your senior brother? Do you need it? Chen Pinggan felt that there was no need for that. One continent was equivalent to one country. He wanted to stop the demons from heading north and prevent them from taking over the territories of the Tongye, Baoping, and North Continent in one go. One wanted to become the best swordsman in the world outside of the vast world. Both of them were very busy. As for Chen Pinggan, he was also busy. Practicing martial arts, swordsmanship, cultivating qi, studying, and about to refine his fourth natal item. On top of that, he was earning money to carve seals. How could he not be busy? However, the most important thing was that this little girl's words, regardless of whether they were reasonable or not, and whether they were reasonable or not, in the end, they did not have any malicious intentions. In that case, Chen Pinggan could understand and accept it. "Zhu Mai, how can you speak to Mr. Chen like that?" The young man lectured the young girl and then continued to talk to Chen Pinggan with a smile. "Mr. Chen, you are of high seniority, so this junior will listen to your teachings. No matter what Mr. Chen says, this junior will correct it if it's wrong and encourage it if it's wrong. Also, Mr. Chen's Jiang Guanxing is the direct disciple of Sword Immortal Ku Xia. Sword Immortal Ku Xia is one of the 10 disciples in my hometown. It will be very troublesome. Of course, Mr. Chen's senior brother, Great Sword Immortal Zwe, is someone I have admired for a long time. Now that Great Sword Immortal Zwe is practicing swordsmanship at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there is no need to worry too much. However, the sword immortals in the world are one family. It will not be nice to hurt the harmony." Chen Pinggan asked, "You are a sea-viewing realm sword immortal? You are the candidate for the first battle?" The young man did not answer the question. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Mr. Chen, you are from the Baoping continent. Don't tell me you are helping the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi to guard the pass?" The young sword immortal and Chen Pinggan, one used the vast world's elegant language while the other used the Great Wall of Sword Qi's dialect. The young man lowered his head to take a look. Chen Pinggan gave the tall young man a light push and sent him flying 100 feet away. He complained, "You are so tall that I have to stand on tiptoe for half a day." Then, Chen Pinggan looked at the interesting young man who was holding the wine. "You are so young, but you have such a high cultivation level. You are wandering around here and saying such nonsense. Aren't you afraid of scaring us cowards with low cultivation levels to death?" Chen Sanchio used the dialect of his hometown to explain the contents of their conversation to the surrounding customers. Whistles rang out from the wine shop. The drunkards and bachelors who were squatting down to drink were very cooperative with the second manager. In the past, they had only thought that the second manager was a miser. They did not expect him to be so handsome when compared to these little bastards from the central divine continent. In the past, they had really wronged the second manager. In the future, when they came here to drink, should they bring fewer dishes and pickles? Moreover, it was not easy to take advantage of the second manager by eating pickles and pickles. After that, they felt that it was not very appropriate. If they ate too much, it was easy to drink too much. Chen Pinggan turned to look at the wine shop and asked with a smile, "Why don't I guard the first round as a Realm 4 cultivator? If you all bet that I will lose, I will be the banker." The customers raised their middle fingers and scolded him with laughter. They were not polite at all. There were even people who directly cheered for the foreign sword cultivators. They said that their second manager did not have any ability other than selling wine and writing couplets. If they really fought, he would be defeated in 2 or 3 punches. What was there to be afraid of? As a foreign sword cultivator, he should show some heroic spirit. That Chen Pinggan came from a small place like the Aquarius continent. Ren Yi, Puu, Qi Shou, Pang Yuanji. These 4 fellows had teamed up to be the banker and purposely lost to that bastard Chen Pinggan. As long as they were not idiots, they should not believe them. The young girl called Zhu Mai laughed coldly. "So you are not only a wine seller, but also a gambler. Old Mr. Wen Sheng must have been blind to find a closed-door disciple like you." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Drinking wine, gambling, killing demons, these are not worth mentioning. In the eyes of the cultivators of the central divine continent, they are very insignificant." When he said this, Chen Sanchio's side cheered loudly, slamming the table and knocking on the chopsticks. Zhu Mai was choked. And there was some fear in the depths of her heart. It was as though she had been placed in a strange little world. Because although Chen Pinggan was a little far from the big and small sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, this little disciple of the Wen Sheng who did not live up to his name seemed to be resonating with the sword cultivators behind him. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Do you know why my words are unreasonable? It's just that drinking and gambling shouldn't be done by scholars in this vast world. Just because I purposely brought up the matter of killing demons, you're speechless. Because you're still a sword cultivator of the Central Plains with a bit of conscience. You sincerely believe that killing demons is a magnificent feat, that is why you feel guilty and guilty. Actually, there is no need for that. In order to be reasonable in this world, there must be a sequence. You have to speak one way or the other. Whether it is big or small, right or wrong, they cannot be covered or offset. For example, if you first admit that killing demons is extremely right. That is right, 10,000 years later, you come to me and say that drunkards and gamblers are extremely wrong. Do you think I will admit it? How about it? Does the lineage of the Wen Sheng have a good temper and are willing to be reasonable?" The young girl widened her eyes, her mind a mess. Why did this green-robed drunkard in front of her say such ridiculous words that seemed to make some sense? But she could not help but feel a burst of anger. In the end, Chen Pinggan said to the wine-carrying youth who was no longer smiling, "Don't worry, I will not guard this first stage as a fourth realm Qi refinement warrior." "Why?" "It is not that I don't want to teach you how to be a person and how to speak properly. It is because I respect all of you. As a Central Plains sword cultivator, you are willing to make a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At the very least, you are willing to see the barren world with your own eyes. It is official business for cultivators from other places to pass the 3 stages. Between you and me, it is a personal grudge. We will talk about it in the future." Chen Pinggan walked back to the wine shop. A man who was eating pickled vegetables with his chopsticks shouted, "Second manager, you are so impressive. Treat us to some wine to celebrate." Chen Pinggan chuckled and said, "I beg all of you sword immortals to be more shameless. Quickly rein in your sword auras. Especially you, Yi Chuanjin. Every time you drink a pot of wine, you will eat 3 plates of my pickled vegetables. Do you really think I don't know? I have tolerated you for a long time." That man picked up the remaining plate of pickled vegetables on the ground with 2 fingers. "Return it to you." Chen Pinggan was speechless. That man was smug. Damn it, when I am shameless, even I am afraid. Why would I be afraid of you, second manager? Besides, didn't you learn it from second manager? Chen Pinggan coughed and did not take a seat. He clapped his hands and said loudly, "Our shop is a small business. I originally planned to give you a free bowl of Yang Chun noodles for every pot of wine you buy in addition to the pickled vegetables. This is me puffing myself up at my own cost. But now, it seems that I should forget about it. In any case, Yang Chun noodles are not considered a delicacy. The soup is bland, and only the noodles are chewy. There are a few pieces of chopped green onions and a small plate of pickled vegetables." Yi Chuanjin immediately looked at the drunkards around him with eyes as sharp as flying swords. This was because everyone knew that it was impossible to reason with second manager. Yi Chuanjin gritted his teeth. "Second manager, give me a pot of good wine. 5 pieces of snow cost money. Today, I accidentally ate a little too much pickled vegetables. It is a little salty. Drink some good wine to suppress it." "All right. Old brother Yi, please wait." That fellow went to the shop to get the good wine. He did not forget to turn around and smile. There will be Yang Chun noodles in 2 days. Jiang Guanqing had already been helped up. He used his sword qi to shatter the fist intent aura, and his complexion improved. Zhu Mai asked softly, "Yang LV, are you all right?" Yang LV, who was carrying the wine, shook his head and smiled. "What can happen to me? If the other party took the opportunity to guard the pass, then I would be in trouble. I would be scolded to death by Junbai." Zhu Mai grumbled softly, "You are really too much. You allowed Jiang Guanqing to come here and cause trouble. Junbai warned us not to go out easily after reaching Sword Immortal Sun's residence." The youth in a simple but elegant robe turned to look at the wine shop, and quickly retracted his gaze. He did not like that kind of chaotic atmosphere. In fact, he hated it. Cultivators did not have the least bit of self-respect. They did not have the slightest bit of immortal aura. Yang LV picked up the pot of azure immortal mountain wine and smiled. I just want to know if this immortal wine is related to the azure immortal mountain. My family's old ancestor always attends the azure immortal banquet of the bamboo sea grotto heaven. Zhu Mai rolled her eyes. You, Yang LV, are the only one who likes to flip through family trees and old almanacs. Are you afraid that others don't know how rich your family's ancestors are? Jiang Guanqing's family and sex heritage are not inferior to yours. Have you ever seen him brag about who his senior uncle is? However, his brain is not good. He listens to rumors and does everything without thinking. Just a few words from others and he likes to explode. Does he really think that this is our hometown, the central divine continent? When I came to the Great Wall of Sword Chi this time, my family's old ancestor warned me not to put on airs here. I just have to be a good mute and deaf. Sigh, forget it. I don't have the right to say this. I've already said it. You are not allowed to go to Junbai and say whatever you want. Just say that I didn't say anything from beginning to end. Junbai, sigh. He is only at the sea viewing realm, but when he is angry, he is so scary. I am fine. After all, my realm is not high. Look at all of you. Aren't you all learning from me and keeping quiet out of fear? Yang LV's expression was slightly unnatural. If she did not have a family's granduncle who was now the mountain lord of the academy in the Liuxia continent, and it was said that Zhu Mai had been blessed since childhood and had signed a strange mountain alliance contract with a woman from the Great Peak in their dynasty, Yang LV really wanted to give her a big slap in the face. If she did not have these two relationships, Yang LV would have taught her to speak more human words so that her words would not stab people in the heart. At the wine table, Stack Zhong had also just heard that the shop would give away a bowl of Yangchun noodles for free. After Chen Pinggan sat down, he said softly, I have to make Yangchun noodles and manage the business. I'm afraid that I can't handle it alone. Chen Pinggan said with a smile, I heard that Le Kang's father is good at cooking and kind. He hasn't had a stable business these years. Later, I will teach him the secret method of making Yangchun noodles. He will be the hired worker of our shop. When Zhong Jiazhen is free, she can also come to the wine shop and do some odd jobs. The shopkeeper can also rest a little. Anyway, these expenses add up to less than a bowl of wine in a year and a half. Stack Zhong smiled and nodded. He was especially happy. It was no less than making money. Chen Sanchio, Fatty Yang, and the others were already used to it. These were all things that Chen Pinggan would think and do. However, Fan Dash was a little puzzled. He joked, Chen Pinggan, you really don't find it troublesome? How did you get your current cultivation? Did it fall from the sky? Chen Pinggan shouted, Dash. Fan Dash was a little nervous. What? Chen Pinggan said patiently, look, you are drinking with so many golden core seniors. Sanchio, Fatty Yang, Charcoal, and Stack Zhong are on such a small table. Look at how big the tables are. In the end, you are only drinking the cheapest wine. It is not appropriate. Fan Dash was unwilling to be a sucker as there was still a Realm 4 Chi refinement warrior on the table. Chen Pinggan said softly, if I am not wrong, that young man carrying the wine should be the person in charge of the second round. He is at the Dragon Gate realm like you. He is so young. If you lose, you will lose a lot of face. Fan Dash asked the shopkeeper for a pot of good wine. He could not help but ask, are you so sure that there will definitely be a second round? Chen Pinggan thought for a while and explained, if Lu Duan was not grounded at home by Sword Immortal Guo, it would be hard to say. But now, there will definitely be a second round. The reason is very simple. The swordsmen of Central Plains are the most concerned about their reputation. If there are no accidents, the guardian of the sea viewing realm on our side is Gao Yuqing, the younger sister of Gao Yi. Am I right? She has only been to the city wall once and has not yet gone to the southern battlefield. Gao Yuqing's aptitude is naturally very good. But in terms of combat experience and the killing power of her flying sword, the The golden core swordsmen of the Great Wall of Sword Chi are much better than those of the same age in the righteous world. But below the golden core stage, the advantage is not small, but it is not as big as you think. Moreover, there are many geniuses in the Central Plains. That Jiang Guancheng is the grand disciple of one of the top 10 in the Central Plains. His master is the sword immortal Ku Xia. He is still not considered someone who can speak up in this group. It can be seen that Jiao Yuqing will lose. And that young man carrying the wine is clearly not the person in charge of that mountain. When I made my move earlier, I saw that the other party's companions were very nervous and wanted to help subconsciously. None of them looked at the young man carrying the wine at the same time. It can be seen that the young man carrying the wine is far from being able to convince the masses and is not some backbone. If he is not the backbone, why would he dare to pull all the young geniuses and gamble the face of the Central Plains sword cultivators to fight those 3 battles? There must be someone else in Sword Immortal Sun's residence. He must be the leader in their hearts. I estimate that he is a proud son of heaven who is young and has a low cultivation level but outstanding combat strength. What's so great about him? He can make other sword cultivators who are 1 or 2 cultivation levels higher than him willingly listen to his orders. Therefore, the rules of the 3 trials are undoubtedly the handiwork of that person. After all, Sword Immortal Ku Xia has been to the Great Wall of Sword Chi before. He would not be so bored. That nascent soul sword cultivator would not dare to do so. To put it bluntly, this bunch of young masters and young mistresses are really under the protection of a nascent soul cultivator. This can be seen as proof that the young sword cultivator is not ordinary to be able to make a sword immortal and a nascent soul senior listen to him. Fan Dash was shocked when he heard this. Chen Pinggan, did you already know the origin of this group of people? Or did news from Inverted Hanging Mountain reach the Ning residence? Chen Pinggan smiled and said, take a guess. Stack Zhong rolled his eyes. He wanted to remind Fan Dash not to guess as it would tire him out. Yangs were asked, now, there are many people betting on this. Shall we? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, betting on one of our own to lose. It's divine money earned. It's nice to take it. Fan Dash handed over a wine bowl. Just based on that sentence, I won't lose out by buying this pot of wine. Chen Sanchio added, anyway, he borrowed money from me. Yangs were praised. Fan Dash, not bad, not bad. You have the same effect as Dong Haitan. Dong Huafu shook his head and said, you are still lacking compared to me. Fan Dash raised his wine bowl and smiled. Then, shall we drink together? Everyone at the table raised their wine bowls and drank. On the way back to the Ning residence, Chen Pinggan met a man in a scholarly robe, Gentleman Wang Zai. Wang Zai's words were concise and to the point. He asked about the sword cultivator Huang Ju and also told Chen Pinggan about the investigation at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. To put it simply, it was about Huang Ju's death. The 2 sword immortals were not willing to investigate the hidden official's lineage that was in charge of such matters. However, whether Huang Ju was a demon spy or not was not conclusive. At the very least, there was no conclusive evidence. Therefore, Chen Pinggan might be able to get away with killing Huang Ju, but the hidden official's bloodline, as well as Wang Zai, definitely wouldn't help him prove his innocence. In the future, Chen Pinggan would have to bear all the slanderous rumors. At the end of his speech, Wang Zai also mentioned some of Huang Ju's matters in the streets. He would be in charge of wrapping things up and taking care of the old and young. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, impartial? Why? Wang Zai said telepathically, my teacher and Mr. Marrow are old friends. They once traveled far to seek knowledge. Mr. Marrow has always been unable to go to the records of Wright's Learning Palace to sharpen his knowledge. It is his life's regret. Chen Pinggan understood and cupped his fists. Wang Zai could only return the gesture. Actually, this was not very appropriate. However, his previous thoughts might not escape the eyes of the hidden official and the 2 sword immortals, Zhuan and Luo Shan, so it did not matter. Wang Zai suddenly laughed. I heard that Mr. Chen personally compiled and bound 100 sword immortal seal manual. One of the seals had the words the sun shines in the day, the moon shines in the night. I have a classmate who has the word "you" in his name. I can give it to him. Wang Zai did not feel awkward calling the young man Mr. Chen. Chen Pinggan laughed. I've already informed Yang Zhuo. If Mr. Wang does not mind the smell of cosmetics in the silk shop, feel free to take it. If you find it troublesome, I'll have someone send it to Mr. Wang's study room. It's just a little bit of work. You don't even have to worry about it. Wang Zai smiled and nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. It would be even better if there is a signature. Chen Pinggan said, it's nothing. Wang Zai asked, do you know why I'm willing to do this? Actually, I can just keep silent. I'm already worthy of your friendship with Mr. Mao. Chen Pinggan shook his head, I don't know. Wang Zai sighed, it's good that you don't know. Wang Zai bid farewell and departed, his scholarly robes fluttering in the wind. Chen Pinggan returned to the Ning residence. He first stood at the training ground for a while, watching Ning Yarrow cultivate in the pavilion. Even if he only looked at it from afar, it was a beautiful picture. It was enough to make his mind happy. After that, he returned to his room. Chen Pinggan continued to carve seals. The extremely rough 100-sword Immortal Seal Manual would definitely need to be rebound in the future. The 100-sword Immortal Seal Manual did not only have 100 seals. The 100 seals on the table had already been taken by Yang Zhuo to the shop. They were the treasures of the shop. The seals on the table were still mostly plain seals. There were very few engraved seals. For Chen Pinggan, the matter of engraving seals, besides calming his mind, was also a kind of review of what he had learned. In addition, how to give away his knowledge in a few words, together with a seal made of ordinary materials, and make people take it away willingly, or even spend money to buy it. Could it be a small skill? It was actually very big. In the history of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there were so many sages of the Sage of Rights and the Sage of Second Sages. They came and went, and some even died on the southern battlefield. Could it be that these righteous scholars did not wish for the Great Wall of Sword Qi to have the sound of books? However, everyone had their own difficulties, and restrictions. In the end, they were unable to truly spread the teachings of Confucianism. Of course, Chen Pinggan did not feel that he had the ability to do so. He could only do what was in front of him and what was at hand. Previously, Chen Pinggan was not too willing to accept the private collection of seals from Dong Buji and a few friends. However, when Ning Yarrow nodded, he nodded. There were some things that one could not completely ignore just because one was high up in the clouds. Of course, Dong Buji deliberately mentioned this matter to Chen Pinggan in front of Ning Yarrow. This was also a smart move on Dong Buji's part. Chen Pinggan carved those few private jade seals in a proper manner, putting in a lot of effort in terms of elegance and cultured style. Since it was an honest business deal, it had to be fair to both the old and the young. Previously, when he was drinking with Dong Haitan at the shop, he said that his sister felt that it was a good deal. If there was a chance in the future, she would help to rope in business. However, Dong Haitan asked for a commission. Dong Huafu did not mind. He did not want his sister to run to the Ning residence so often. If she ran too often, who knew what kind of nonsense would be spread? The one to suffer would be Chen Pinggan first. But in the end, the one to suffer the most would definitely be Dong Huafu. Chen Pinggan had been angered by Sister Ning. If he did not look for Dong Huafu to settle the score, who would he look for? It wasn't as if he didn't know how Chen Pinggan dealt with Fan Dash. After being beaten up, Fan Dash was quite happy. Fan Dash might be a fool, but Dong Huafu wasn't. As the legitimate daughter of the Dong family, Dong Wui's friends were not stingy either. They agreed to give them to Chen Pinggan as a gift for his cutting skills, and they really carved them into extremely small seals for Chen Pinggan. They were about 10 square meters in size, but the seal characters were very dense. There were even more than 100 characters in 1 square meter. The material of these seals was not ordinary white jade, but the famous frost jade. Chen Pinggan had to use the Flying Sword 15 as a carving knife to carve the characters. Of course, he would not give them as a gift for the silk and satin shop. The customers had to buy them with real money. 1 square meter was a small sum of money. Forgive me for not bargaining, but whether you want to buy or not. Perhaps it was because he felt that the rich women who visited the silk shop at the Great Wall of Sword Chi might not be able to understand the intricacies of the seal. The seal that seemed to repeat the words Dao observation 3 times would likely eat dust for a long time. Chen Pinggan switched to a plain seal for carving. He engraved the words, flowers and moon reunion, immortal couple. Chen Pinggan shook the seal and even lowered his head to blow at it. He weighed it in his palm and felt very satisfied. Just this cutting skill, and the meaning behind it was that if no one fought for this seal, his surname would not be Chen. The shop's business could not only be bought by women, but also by men. Only then could it be considered his real ability as the second shopkeeper of the silk and satin shop. Therefore, Chen Pinggan pondered for a moment, whistled, and leisurely engraved a seal. There are beautiful women in the world, but they are ashamed to walk away from the 3 lanterns in the sky. Over at Sword Immortal Sun Juyuan's residence, Zhu Mai and Jiang Guanqing lowered their heads and stood under the stairs of a gazebo. As for Yang LV and company, they did not dare smile. In the gazebo, there was a youth playing chess by himself. His name was Lin Junbai. The chessboard and the chessboard were treasures that the youth carried with him. It was said that they were originally treasures of White Emperor City and later passed into Lin Junbai's hands. 2 of the chessboard jars had 2 inscriptions: everywhere, God protects, and everyone, everything, heaven protects. The many black and white chess pieces on the chessboard were like 2 types of sword light. Each of them gave off sword chi of different colors. As the chessboard faced off against each other, sword chi crisscrossed on the chessboard. Every time Lin Junbai placed a chess piece on the chessboard, just the trajectory of the pieces that circled around the sword chi was enough to dazzle one's eyes. Lin Junbai actually did not reprimand the 2 of them. He only listened to the course of events and asked for some details. However, Zhu Mai and Jiang Guanqing were rather alarmed. It was very hard to imagine that Lin Junbai was actually a cultivator from the mountains. It was just that in a few short years, his life had become too brilliant and dazzling. It made it very easy for others to overlook this youth's background as a commoner. Lin Junbai glanced at the chessboard and then at the chess manual by his side. He turned to the crowd and smiled. There's no need to be nervous. The chessboard is still there. Everyone, go and cultivate. 3 days later, the 3 passed the 3 trials. Then, Lin Junbai called out to someone. Senior brother Bien, shall we play a game of chess? The youth who had gone to the wine shop with Yang LV and company nodded. He walked into the gazebo alone and took a seat. Previously, on the street, after Chen Pinggan's attack, he appeared the most sluggish. Unlike before, this young sword cultivator named Bien moved a chessboard jar to his side. Instead, he appeared rather languid. He propped up his chin with one hand and helped Lin Junbai collect the chess pieces into the jar. Unlike Lin Junbai, he did not deliberately circle around the sword chi. Instead, Bien chose to forcefully break through and collect the chess pieces. Lin Junbai was just about to speak. Bien grumbled. You've already said it twice. Is my memory that bad? Just pretend to lose to Sichu Wei Iran. Otherwise, the Great Wall of Sword Chi will lose face. We will have endless trouble in the future. It will inevitably affect Yang LV and Zhu Mai's quiet cultivation. Lin Junbai smiled. That's good. Bien said, you won the first round without any suspense. But are you confident about Yang LV's second round? Lin Junbai said, I'm confident, but not confident. If senior brother Bien is still in the Dragon Gate realm, there will be nothing to worry about. After our 2 rounds, the other party will probably not have the heart to find trouble with us. Bien mocked. I'm lucky and broke through quickly. Is that wrong? This Jindan Bien was the only sword cultivator who did not belong to the Shao Yuan Empire. He looked to be in his early 20s, but in reality, he was about to reach his 30s. However, even at the age of 30, it was still a shocking matter to have reached the Jindan bottleneck. Lin Junbai's master was the imperial tutor of the 6th great empire in the world. Bien was an unnamed disciple of Lin Junbai's master. Lin Junbai did not know much about the true origins of this nameless sea-viewing realm sword cultivator. His master was unwilling to say more. During their journey to inverted hanging mountain, other than sword immortal Kushia who had some inkling, even the old nascent soul cultivator did not know Bien's true cultivation level. As for Yang LV and the rest, they were even more unaware that there was a flood dragon swaying beside them. They were only happy to watch a joke. If Lin Junbai's greatest interest in this experimental learning was to find someone to play chess with, and at the same time, to witness the sword techniques of the left and right sword immortals, then Bien, who could only be considered half a senior brother, was here for the sword immortal Wei Jin, who was the most talented person in the sword Dao in the Aquarius continent. However, in the plum blossom garden on inverted hanging mountain, senior brother Bien seemed to have good fortune. He got along well with a lady who was in charge of the courtyard. And in his hometown, Shaoyuan dynasty, Bien was only a sea-viewing realm sword cultivator. At most, he had the title of imperial tutor's unnamed disciple. He was still like a fish in water, and had endless opportunities. Sometimes, Lin Junbai even suspected that Bien was one of those legendary immortals who were born enlightened. Lin Junbai asked, "I heard that Chen Pinggan has an immortal weapon. He did not use it in his earth-shattering battle with Pang Yuanji. What was the outcome of your battle with him?" Bien pinched a chess piece between his fingers and placed it on the stone table outside the chessboard. His two fingers closed together, and casually rubbed the extremely precious snow-white chess piece here and there. He seemed to be angry with the chess piece. He said casually, "Cultivating the Dao, cultivating the Dao. In the end, I have to compete with others. What's the point?" Lin Junbai smiled slightly and grabbed a chess piece. "Who's first?" Bien was not in a hurry to play chess. He raised his head and asked, "You know?" Lin Junbai nodded. "When you came back, you were clearly injured. But you smiled more than usual, and your voice was louder." "I guessed it." Bien sighed, "But the opponent is Cao Ci. It's not shameful to lose, right?" Lin Junbai nodded. "It's not shameful to lose to Cao Ci. But I don't think it's wise to go up and get beaten up." Bien was silent. Lin Junbai asked curiously, "How many punches?" Bien's chin twitched, and he pointed at the chess piece he was holding. Lin Junbai was puzzled. "One punch?" Bien laughed angrily. "You look down on your senior brother that much?" "Two punches. One punch broke my flying sword, one punch made me dizzy. But to be honest, if I'm shameless, I can take a few more punches." Lin Junbai smiled and did not speak. Bien asked, "Since Yang LV is not certain of victory, you don't have any other plans?" Lin Junbai said, "I had a plan in the beginning. If the Great Wall of Sword Qi had Guozhujiu in the second round, I would have broken through on the spot. If the third round was Jiao Yeho or Sima Wei Iran, then I would have broken through. But after I settled down here, I changed my mind. Because there's no need. If that's the case, it will only benefit others. If Chen Pinggan is present, there will be a fourth round. I'm not my senior brother after all. I will definitely lose to Chen Pinggan, who has also fought 4 rounds. It will only make Chen Pinggan more popular." Bien quipped, "You care so much about Chen Pinggan? Zhu Mai and the others running to the wine shop to crash into the wall was also your intention?" Lin Junbai smiled, "To be remembered by me, Lin Junbai, Chen Pinggan should be happy." And Chen Pinggan, who everyone was thinking about but did not know, was in a secret room in the Ning residence, starting to refine his 4th life source item. After the water word seal in the water residence, the 5-colored earth in the mountain temple, the wooden house god statue, it was the metal of the 5 elements. Finally, it was the fire of the 5 elements that he had not found a suitable life source item for. The water word seal was refined at the southernmost tip of the Aquarius continent, at the peak of the cloud sea of Old Dragon City. The 5-colored earth was refined near the estuary of the North Continent. The wooden house god statue obtained from the Taoist temple in the ruins of the immortal residence was refined on the island of the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Now, the metal of the 5 elements that he was about to refine was a golden page. Accurately speaking, it was a Buddhist scripture. Regarding this matter, Chen Pinggan had asked his senior brother whether it was appropriate or not. Left and right only said that a gentleman does not stab, there was nothing inappropriate about it. The cauldron was still the 5-color golden chamber stove that Chen Pinggan obtained from Lu Yong, an old nascent soul cultivator from Tongyi-ju. It was of a very high quality, but because of Jiang Shangzhen, it was half sold and half given to Chen Pinggan. Lu Yong once said, "Metal is indestructible, so it is a treasure." Therefore, this furnace was actually the most suitable material for refining. It was the metal of the 5 elements. In the secret room, many heavenly materials and earthly treasures were prepared. Outside the secret room, Nailin Yeshing sat cross-legged, responsible for guarding. On the other side of the dragon-slaying cliff pavilion, Bai Mema accompanied Ning Yarrow and chatted. The old woman smiled and said, "Don't worry, the heavens help the worthy. Our son-in-law is a righteous person, and the heavens will help him. What's more, the son-in-law is knowledgeable. Although he is a Confucian disciple, he can travel far and walk in the world like a bodhisattva. Miss, you don't have to worry about this refining." Ning Yarrow was still a little worried, but she still smiled and said, "Bai Mema, don't say these words to him, he will be uncomfortable." The old woman deliberately said, "Is it about calling him son-in-law? At most, the son-in-law will be uncomfortable with words, but his heart is very comfortable." After being interrupted, Ning Yarrow felt a little better. She smiled and said, "If the refining is successful, I will accompany him to watch the 3 battles in 2 days." The old woman said, "Miss, you were not interested in these things before." Ning Yarrow said, "I'm not interested now, I just want to accompany him to relax." After a moment of silence, Ning Yarrow said, "Bai Mema, you may not see it, but Chen Pinggan will be the most upset when refining the metal of the 5 elements." The old woman asked, "Is it the mood or the difficulty of the trials?" Ning Yarrow said, "Both." The old woman suddenly felt a little nervous, even more nervous than her own Miss. Ning Yarrow smiled and said, "Bai Mema, it's okay. Chen Pinggan can always solve problems by himself. He has always been like this. If he knows that we are worried, he will be worried. Otherwise." Ning Yarrow looked at the martial arts practice field outside the pavilion. "There is no suffering, he will be unable to chew and swallow." The old woman nodded and said, "That's good." Ning Yarrow took out a seal from her sleeve and handed it to the old woman. She whispered, "I stole it." The old woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After taking it, she looked at the seal and was in a daze. She carefully put it in her sleeve and couldn't hide her smile. Son-in-law's handwriting is really good. Especially those seal characters, they were very comforting. Her hair was stained with frost and snow, but she was still a beauty. Ning Yarrow shook her head. He said himself that his handwriting is very stiff. Except for the regular script, he only learned a little bit of the other cursive scripts. In the eyes of experts, it will only be a joke. However, it is more than enough to deal with these ordinary seals. Outside the secret room, Nailin Yeshing was a little confused. Why had 2 hours passed, but Chen Pinggan hadn't lit the furnace yet? In the secret room, Chen Pinggan was still in a daze with his eyes closed. In the Yang family's splendid mansion, which had the words "My family is rich" plastered all over the walls, Fatty Yang Zhuo was anxious and anxious. He had gotten the seal early and rushed home excitedly, but he was in a dilemma. He didn't dare to take it out and kept delaying it. Today, in the corridor outside his father's study room, he was hesitant and wondering. His father's study room had no door, just to make it easier for the Yang family head to come in and out. In fact, it didn't have to be like this. It was Yang Zhuo's father's decision to tear down the door. He said that he had lost his arms, but he didn't. Opening and closing the door with sword chi, was it fun? Yang Ming had already noticed his son's movements in the corridor. Such a fat man, his footsteps were loud. No matter how bad his cultivation was now, he was still a nascent soul cultivator. How could he not know? Yang Ming frowned and said, "If you don't want to enter the house, get out of here." Yang Zhuo was still in awe of his father. There was no other way, he had been beaten since he was a child. Later on, his father had probably completely given up. He was not even willing to beat or scold him, the only child of the Yang family. It was not until the last time when he carried Yang Zhuo back home that the man started to treat his son a little better. Occasionally, he would ask about Yang Zhuo's progress in cultivation. After that, The woman whose greatest ability in life was to spoil her only son, was probably instructed to be strict with Yang Zhuo for the first time. Whether it was cultivation, business, or making friends, she was very strict with Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo subconsciously wanted to get out of here obediently, but after a few steps, he gritted his teeth, walked to the study room, and crossed the threshold. Yang Ming was a middle-aged man who didn't smile. His 2 sleeves were empty. He was sitting on a chair. The desk in front of him was full of books. There was a little demon who was responsible for flipping the books. Yang Ming frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Zhuo took out the seal with trepidation and gently put it on the table. "Father, this is for you. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Yang Ming was stunned. The seal was made of ordinary material. He asked, "Are you short of money? Then you give me this." Yang Zhuo's face turned red. He didn't even dare to explain anything. He lowered his head and quickened his steps, leaving the study room. After leaving the corridor, Fatty Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In the study room, the obedient and docile little demon bounced to the seal. It squatted down and showed the bottom of the seal to its master. Yang Ming looked at it for a long time and suddenly asked, "Do you think I'm too strict with Zhuo?" The little demon nodded vigorously. Yang Ming smiled and turned to look out of the window. There was a tall city wall in the distance. He didn't dare to climb the city wall with his sword, for fear of driving back the 3 moons. "Your father doesn't have this ability." The little demon blinked. It had served its master conscientiously for many years, but it had never seen such a smile. On the city wall, Gentleman Wang Zai had just sent a newly printed 100-sword immortal seal manual to the scholarly sage Yi Laolian, who was guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was very rough and couldn't be compared to the vast world seal manual, let alone the one that was carefully collected by a scholarly family. The sage flipped through the pages and smiled when he saw something he liked. There were no mountains or rivers, but it was the highest city in the world, where the children were playing and the sword immortals were drinking. When the scholarly sage flipped to a page, he stopped what he was doing and nodded. Wang Zai looked over and saw that it was 300 frostfall persimmons. He smiled and said, "Maybe no one at the Great Wall of Sword Qi knows about this place for now." The scholarly sage smiled, "Then there's only one possibility. There will be people who have the time and money to buy books and check the origin of the seal." The Shao Yuan dynasty of the Central Continent was like the Zhuiying dynasty of the Aquarius continent. Hence, there were many spectators for the Battle of the 3 Stages. The location was Xuanhu Street, where the rich and powerful families lived next to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The reason why it wasn't the Taixiang Street where Chen Sanqiu and Dong Huafu's families were at was because they didn't dare to. Even if both sides had the guts to choose this location, no one would come to watch. Fatty Yang stood on his tiptoes and looked around. Why isn't Brother Chen here yet? Dong Huafu was eating a huge biscuit. The things that young Master Dong bought were all accounted for by Chen Sanqiu and Yang Zhuo. Fan Daqi glanced at the entrance of a house. Chen Sanqiu patted his shoulder and Fan Daqi smiled, "It's okay." At the 2 ends of the street stood the local sword cultivators led by Qi Shou and Jiao Yi, as well as the foreign sword cultivators led by Yang Lv and Jiang Guancheng. They surrounded the young Lin Junbai. The border was still the most unassuming existence in the crowd. Jiao Yi's sister, Jiao Yuqing, would defend the first stage. Jiao Yi, who didn't show up last time, was naturally here today. Pang Yuanji stood beside Jiao Yi and was talking to the small Jiao Yuqing about some things to take note of. It wasn't that Jiao Yi didn't want to, but that his sister didn't like to listen to his nagging. Lin Junbai slowly walked forward. Jiao Yuqing strode forward. Neither had any intention of using their flying swords. They gradually closed the distance between them. A group of Earth Immortal sword cultivators squatted on the steps of a mansion and laughed. "Jiao girl, he's really handsome. He's good enough for you. As long as you beat him, carry him on your shoulders and run. Find a place where there's no one and you can do whatever you want." Jiao Yuqing turned a deaf ear to him and focused on the youth who was getting closer and closer. Lin Junbai actually had the mood to leisurely look left and right, sizing up the rich mansions on both sides of Xuanhu Street. 2C viewing sword cultivators. Just one sword was enough to determine the winner. Gao Yuqing was the first to use her flying sword. She tore through the air and disappeared in a flash. Lin Junbai's flying sword was the last to strike. Not only did it easily knock away Gao Yuqing's flying sword, it also stopped in front of Gao Yuqing's forehead. Gao Yuqing's face was pale. The flying sword suddenly disappeared. Lin Junbai had already turned and left. Yang LV took a deep breath and walked out of the crowd, brushing past Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai smiled at him. You can take your time to determine the winner. Yang LV nodded heavily. There were many spectating sword cultivators on both sides of the street. There were no boos or curses. In a battle of the same level, the winner was determined in an instant. That was the opponent's ability. But that youth was asking for a beating. He was almost catching up to that wine shop's second shopkeeper. Who would come? That second shopkeeper and Ning Yarrow walked over side by side. They just happened to appear on Lin Junbai's side of the street. Lin Junbai looked at that green-robed man whose face was slightly pale and who seemed to be ill. He smiled and didn't look at him anymore. But the girl beside that person was said to be even more amazing. There were countless words of praise. Lin Junbai had heard a lot of it at the Plum Blossom Garden on inverted Hanging Mountain. She was just a sea-viewing cultivator less than 10 years old. How was she amazing? A 20-something-year-old sword cultivator at the bottleneck of Jindan. She hadn't reached Yuanying yet, right? Even less so. She didn't seem to be invincible, right? Lin Junbai shook his head. He looked at her a few more times. He didn't even feel that she was very pretty. She was much worse than the Ning Yarrow of the Great Wall of Sword Qi in his imagination. Chen Pinggan walked slowly with his hands in his sleeves. He turned his head and glanced at that youth, smiling. Watch your eyes. The entire street was filled with whistles. The Great Wall of Sword Qi never spared any effort in making fun of their own people. Especially that second shopkeeper. He wasn't a little girl like Gao Yuqing. This guy was very thick-skinned. Earning money was even more against his conscience than fighting. Lin Junbai smiled. Are you talking about yourself? After Chen Pinggan finished speaking, he didn't look at the youth anymore. Instead, he looked at Bien, who was hiding in the crowd. Bien's expression was normal, but he was muttering inside. Had he given himself away at the wine shop? It couldn't be. Ning Yarrow pulled on Chen Pinggan's sleeve. Chen Pinggan stopped and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Ning Yarrow looked at him. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded. Therefore, Ning Yarrow turned to Lin Junbai and said, "I told you to watch your eyes." Watch your eyes. Lin Junbai's mouth twitched. Then, Ning Yarrow said something. The entire street fell silent instantly. Chen Sanchio and Yang Zhuo looked at each other and saw the pity in each other's eyes. Therefore, the two of them tried hard to hold back their laughter. Not only that, even the sword immortals guarding the city wall rushed over on their swords. They didn't even use the mountain view abhina. This was because Ning Yarrow said, "If you dare to break through at the last moment and use your sword at the Dragon Gate realm, I will suppress it at the sea viewing realm. If you break through again and use your sword at the Golden Elixir realm, I will suppress it at the Dragon Gate realm. Do you want to admit defeat now?" 592. Cultivators did not like the possibility of accidents. Lin Junbai especially did not like accidents happening around him. Yang LV, Zhu Mai, and Jiang Guanqing had company at the border. It was not an accident that they had gone to the wine shop to buy wine 3 days ago. Yang LV's ancestor was familiar with the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Yang LV's personality was sinister, and he was good at stirring up trouble. Zhu Mai's martial aunt had her innate sword embryo shattered in the hands of a sword immortal many years ago. She was also deeply influenced by the secondary sage's knowledge and liked to fight for justice the most. She was straightforward and outspoken. Jiang Guanqing had an impulsive personality. He had endured all the way to the inverted Hanging Mountain. With the three of them around, he wasn't afraid that Chen Pinggan wouldn't make a move at the wine shop, nor was he afraid that Chen Pinggan would be heavy-handed. Even if Chen Pinggan disappointed him, was impatient, liked to show off his cultivation, and wasn't much better than Jiang Guanqing, he still had his senior martial brother to protect him at the border. And if Chen Pinggan was heavy-handed, he would make many enemies. Therefore, outside the pavilion of the native sword immortal Sun Juyuan's residence, Zhu Mai and company felt guilty. Even the proud Yang Lv felt uneasy. Lin Junbai was not angry at all. She needed to treat the chess pieces on her chessboard well. This was the teacher who had imparted knowledge to him, and at the same time, the master who had taught him the Tao. The imperial tutor of the Shaoyuan dynasty had taught Lin Junbai the first day he played chess. Humans and chess pieces were ultimately different. Humans had lives to live, and they had Taos to walk. They had emotions and desires. If you treated them as dead objects and played with them as you wished, you would not be far from death. As a matter of fact, Lin Junbai had treated Yang Lv and the others honestly and courteously all the way to the south. No matter who it was that asked him for advice on learning, swordsmanship, or chess, Lin Junbai would tell them everything he knew. Along the way, Lin Junbai had a detailed understanding of the geniuses of the 8 continents outside the Central Plains, especially those with unique personalities. For example, Lin Su of the North Continent, Liu Yuju of the White Mountain Continent, and Ma Kuxuan of the Aquarius Continent. All of them had their merits. Looking at their lives, one could use them to temper one's Tao heart. However, Lin Junbai was caught off guard. It was like he was the only one on the chessboard. He could not borrow any Dharma or take advantage of the situation. Only he and his intrinsic flying sword were in danger. Previously in Sun Juyuan's residence, Lin Junbai had told the border guard that he didn't want to confront Chen Pinggan so early because there was indeed no chance of victory. After all, he wasn't even 15 years old. If this was the case for Chen Pinggan, it was even more so for Ning Yao. Lin Junbai's confidence came from her future self. She compared herself to Chen Pinggan and Ning Yao today. Or it could be said that today's Lin Junbai was the same as 10 years ago's Chen Pinggan and Ning Yao. This was also the second lesson that Mr. Imperial Tutor had taught him. Those who were unwilling to admit defeat would die easily. Lin Junbai's mind spun rapidly. He hoped to find a surefire plan that could help him out of this predicament. As for why Lin Junbai was so against Chen Pinggan, it was naturally because of the ripples caused by the battle between the 3rd and 4th ranks. Confucian students were most particular about heaven, earth, king, family, and master. On the path of cultivation, they were often the closest to their master. They would accompany each other for the longest time and have the deepest influence. Lin Junbai was no exception. Once he joined a certain Confucian lineage, he would often inherit the grudges of the past. His teacher had a deep grudge with that old elementary scholar. In the early years, the Shaoyuan dynasty was the earliest dynasty in the Central Plains that spared no effort in banning the study of the sage of literature. However, whenever the old elementary scholar was mentioned in private, the imperial tutor, who had the potential to walk the path of the vice-chancellor of the academia, chancellor, and vice-chancellor of the Confucian temple, did not hold much grudge against him. If one ignored his character and only talked about his knowledge, the imperial tutor would rather admire him. This made Lin Junbai even more unhappy. After saying those words, Ning Yao did not say anything else. To her, Lin Junbai's choice was very simple. He would not use his sword and admit defeat. If he used his sword, he would still lose. He would suffer more. Therefore, Ning Yao did not understand why there was so much to think about. Ning Yao did not like this young man. Apart from his inability to control his eyes and his lack of speech, his thoughts were too heavy and impure. Sword cultivators pressed forward with indomitable will and purposely suppressed their opponents. Did he really not respect his natal flying sword at all? If the 3 sects and the 100 schools of thought had a lot of criticism towards the sword cultivator's flying sword, it could be understood as people of different paths could not work together. However, why was the sword cultivator himself not willing to show any sincerity? Therefore, after Lin Junbai used his sword and lost, Ning Yao was prepared to say only one thing. Among the myriad of immortal methods in the world, only the flying sword was the most direct. If he did not use his sword and admitted defeat, then there was no need to say anything more. In truth, aside from Lin Junbai, Yang LV, who was facing off against Lin Junbai on the street, was also very embarrassed. As for the second person guarding the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Dragon Gate Realm Sword cultivator Liu Tiefu, he was naturally not embarrassed. Instead, he was very happy. The reason was very simple. He called himself the #1 person in the Great Wall of Sword Qi and admired Ning Yao. He grew up in the streets, but he was very thick-skinned. From the very beginning, he had done everything he could to sneak into the Ning mansion. For example, he wanted to become Nailin Yexing's unofficial disciple like Kui Wei. He also wanted to work as a guard in the Ning mansion. However, every time he met Ning Yao on the street, Liu Tiefu's face would turn red, and he would lower his head, bend his back, and run far away. He would do it all in one go. He would be satisfied just by looking at Ning Yao from afar. He said that if he got too close to Ning Yao, his face would turn pale and his palms would sweat. It would be easy for Ning Yao to dislike him. That was why Liu Tiefu loudly told Yang LV that they would compete again once the dust settled. As for whether Yang LV could understand his dialect, Liu Tiefu could not be bothered. He was already squatting on the ground and looking at Miss Ning from afar. He waved his hand a few times, probably wanting the young man beside Miss Ning to move away and not hinder him from admiring Miss Ning. Liu Tiefu admired Chen Pinggan quite a bit, but even though he had defeated Qi Shou and Pang Yuanji, Liu Tiefu still felt that he was not worthy of Miss Ning. However, since Miss Ning liked him, he could only endure it. Even if he could not endure it, there was nothing he could do. He could not defeat Ning Yao, so he could only find an opportunity to go to the wine shop. After drinking, he carved his name and secretly wrote on the back of the nameplate, "Miss Ning, you have someone you like. I am very sad." As a result, the second time Liu Tiefu went to drink, he saw Chen Pinggan standing at the entrance of the shop. He smiled and waved at him, saying that they should have a chat. Liu Tiefu did not say a word and ran away. He only dared to ask if his nameplate had been thrown away. When he learned that it had not, he felt that Chen Pinggan was not bad. If the person Miss Ning liked was petty, it would be outrageous. Sword immortals rushed over from the city walls and landed on the walls of the mansions on both sides of the street. Not only that, there were clearly sword immortals flying over on their swords in the air between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the city. Lin Junbai had a calm expression. He cupped his fists at Ning Yao and said, "I was young and ignorant. I, Lin Junbai, admit defeat." Borderland heaved a sigh of relief. It was right not to draw his sword. If he did, Borderland would be worried that Lin Junbai, the future pillar of the Shaoyuan dynasty's sword Dao, would collapse in a foreign country. When that happened, Lord Imperial Tutor would not let Borderland off easily. Unlike Lin Junbai's careful thinking, Borderland would not think too much. He would only choose one or two paths to see through. For example, there was a saying on the Great Wall of Sword Qi that Ning Yao was a type of sword cultivator and other sword cultivators were another type. Furthermore, Ning Yao had participated in many battles outside the city and had traveled the vast world alone at a young age. Ning Yao was definitely not a frog in a well with excellent aptitude. Therefore, when Ning Yao said this, it meant that Ning Yao was confident in her victory. Therefore, Borderland did not need to investigate Ning Yao's flying sword, its lethality, what kind of mystical ability she had, and what her realm was. There was no need. Ning Yao said, "Then what's the point of you coming to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to practice the sword?" Lin Junbai smiled and said, "There's no need for Sister Ning to worry. Junbai has his own path." Ning Yao frowned and said, "Take back your words." Lin Junbai said helplessly, "Are outsiders at the Great Wall of Sword Qi so careful with their words and actions? When Junbai draws his sword in the future, won't you be trembling with fear?" Ning Yao turned her head to look at Chen Pinggan. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Don't worry about my opinion. Ning Yao is Ning Yao." Borderland took a step forward. He couldn't just stand by and watch Lin Junbai lose his footing. After all, he was still a young man. His so-called composure was more of a result of being influenced by the imperial preceptor for many years. For the time being, He was still imitating more and hadn't learned the essence. Moreover, there were many sword immortals watching the battle. The pressure on Lin Junbai was too great. Yang Lv, Zhu Mai, and the rest could not tell, but Borderland knew very well that Lin Junbai was almost at the limit of his patience. Those who thought too much would not care about anything else once they made a move. After leaving the Shaoyuan dynasty, Lord Imperial Tutor specially looked for him at Borderland to mention this matter. He hoped that half a disciple of Borderland would be able to stop his junior brother Lin Junbai at the crucial moment. His purpose was to help Lin Junbai win the game of chess without harming the foundation of his great Tao. This was because in the eyes of Imperial Tutor, this disciple of his, Lin Junbai, came to the Great Wall of Sword Qi not to practice the sword, but to cultivate his heart. Otherwise, Lin Junbai was an innate sword embryo. No matter where he cultivated the way of the sword, whether it was on the peak of a secluded mountain, in the mud of the marketplace, or in the court of Jianghu, there would not be much difference. The problem was that Lin Junbai was too conceited and did not know it. This was an extreme. It was inevitable that Junbai's swordsmanship would be better and there was no need to rush. However, Junbai's temperament had to be closer to the two words moderation. He must avoid going to the other extreme. Otherwise, his Tao heart would be covered in dust and his sword heart would shatter. It would be a disaster. Borderland was actually a little jealous of Lin Junbai. He was worthy of Imperial Tutor's careful guidance on the path of cultivation. Chen Pinggan had a smile on his face. Almost at the same time, he took a step forward with Borderland. He smiled at this fellow who was good at pretending to be ignorant. It was a pity that the other party was only at the level of pretending to be a son. He could not even be considered as a grandson. He was still lacking by quite a bit. In the previous conflict at the wine shop, this brother's performance was too obvious. It was not smooth enough. At the very least, there was panic in his expression and eyes. He seemed to be flustered and did not seem to be skilled and natural enough. Going too far was as bad as falling short. At the very least, it did not work on Chen Pinggan's side. Ning Yaro said, "When outsiders pass the 3 trials, you might think that we are bullying them, but in fact, that is not the case. It is a form of respect for the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, so what if we lose 3 consecutive battles in 3 trials? To dare come to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for training and to dare take a look at the wilderness is already sufficient to prove our identity as sword cultivators. However, since you have schemed on this matter and set the rules yourself, it is fine to scheme against the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In a battle, to be able to scheme against your opponent is your ability, Lin Junbai. After all, sword cultivators speak with their swords. A win is a win." The spectating sword immortals nodded inwardly. Most of them smiled knowingly. Most of the native sword immortals had been young before. They had personally defended the 3 trials. Instead, it was a few young sword cultivators who looked at each other. After hearing Ning Yaro's words, they realized that they had such noble character and unquestionable integrity. That's not right. Our original intention was to beat the crap out of those outsiders, right? Just like Qi Shou's group and Pang Yuanji, who was supposed to join in the fun, teamed up to beat up the second shopkeeper. At first, we treated it as a joke. As for the black-hearted and stingy second shopkeeper who won in the end, that was of course another matter. But in that case, Ning Yaro was not wrong. The Great Wall of Sword Qi had no grudges against the truly strong martial artists, regardless of where they came from. More or less, they were willing to be respectful. Sword immortals, there was the F***King Alliance, whose sword techniques were beyond the clouds, and the small Aquarius continent's carefree Wei Jin. Young people, there was the immortal Cao Ci, and then there was the shameless Chen Pinggan. Lin Junbai took a deep breath. "Do you really want me to use my sword to fight before you stop? What I said earlier was just a formality. I hope that you will use your sword, because you are an eyesore." Ning Yaro said, "Since you say that you are young and ignorant, then I will suppress my cultivation level to be lower than yours. If you don't dare to use your sword, then how will you dare to use your sword against Gao Yuqing?" Here, Ning Yaro turned to look at the young girl standing between Jiao Yeho and Pang Yuanji, her eyes red and swollen. "What are you crying for? Go home and cry." Jiao Yuqing actually did not have any tears on her face, but she was still so frightened that she quickly wiped her face. At the border, she knew that something was wrong and was about to take action. But when she saw Chen Ping'an's eyes, she hesitated for a moment. Lin Junbai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. On the street, on the two sides of the gate and the top of the wall, there were flashes of sword light. In the next moment, Lin Junbai seemed to be in the middle of a flying sword formation. Dozens of life-origin flying swords that looked like they were personally created by sword immortals of the upper 5 realms and earth immortals, surrounded the young Lin Junbai. The sword intent was pure, the killing intent was dense, there were no signs of imitation. Every flying sword that hovered around Lin Junbai pointed at different points, but without exception, they all pointed at the most important acupuncture points for Lin Junbai's cultivation. But this was not the thing that made Lin Junbai's back shiver and his guts shatter. The scene that made the young man feel the most despair was the flying sword that hovered 10 feet in front of him. The tip of the sword pointed at his forehead. Lin Junbai's life-origin flying sword was called Slaying Flood Dragon. And the flying sword in front of him was precisely Slaying Flood Dragon. Lin Junbai's life-origin flying sword naturally resided in his natal acupuncture point. The flying sword in front of him was obviously an imitation flying sword, but apart from Lin Junbai being unable to communicate with it mentally, its aura, sword chi and spirit intent were exactly the same as his own life-origin flying sword. Lin Junbai even suspected that this imitation flying sword that should not have appeared in the mortal world might really have the ability to slay flood dragons. Not to mention Lin Junbai, even Chen Ping'an only now understood why Ning Yaro had casually said when they had chatted before, "My cultivation level is not that important to me." It was just a pity that Ning Yaro had never liked to discuss his cultivation with Chen Ping'an. Most of the time, he would patiently listen to Chen Ping'an talk about those trivial matters. At most, he would slap away the hand that Chen Ping'an had furtively extended towards him. After Lin Junbai's greatest despair, there was actually an even greater despair. If it was said that Ning Yaro had summoned so many flying swords of unknown depths, especially those that could imitate his own life-origin flying sword, trapping him with dozens of offensive flying swords was already shocking enough. Then on Ning Yaro's side, there were dozens of flying swords that formed a formation. With the swords guiding each other, he used some unknown ability to create a veritable mini-world. Ning Yaro, who had suppressed his cultivation level to the sea viewing realm, was within it just like that. It was true that he was at the sea viewing realm, but what kind of sea viewing realm was this? Not to mention Lin Junbai, even if his senior brother was at the bottleneck of Jindan, would it be easy for him to use his flying sword to break open a mini-world? Ning Yaro said indifferently, "Draw your sword." Lin Junbai's expression was dazed. He did not draw his sword, asking with a trembling voice, "Why is it that this is clearly a swordsmanship, but it can reach the acme of perfection?" Ning Yaro said, "Before all the techniques in the world were swordsmanship. Don't you know this? Don't tell me you think that the sword immortals of the Great Wall of Sword Chi would only use their swords and flying swords to smash into the battlefield." Ning Yaro looked at the youth and shook his head. He withdrew his flying swords and the mini-world around him. The dozens of flying swords around Lin Junbai also vanished. Bien shouted softly, "Don't." Bien took a step forward. He no longer cared about hiding his cultivation level. He had to stop Lin Junbai from recklessly summoning his life-origin flying sword. It was not that Chen Ping'an did not sense the youth's sinister intentions. He still did not move. His hands were folded in his sleeves, peacefully leaving the battlefield to Ning Yaro. Ning Yaro's cultivation level was the highest among his generation. Was it not the same for his many battles and great military achievements outside the city? A small and exquisite sword formation appeared in front of Ning Yaro. Guided by golden light, Lin Junbai's flying sword that had suddenly appeared, Slaying Flood Dragon, was firmly trapped within. Not only that, the dozens of flying swords that had previously flashed around Lin Junbai shot out like arrows, simultaneously piercing through dozens of acupoints on Lin Junbai's body. Then, they suddenly stopped, their tips pointing outwards while their hilts pointed towards the youth. Among them was the slaying flood dragon replica. It flashed past Lin Junbai's forehead and stopped a jong behind the youth. A speck of blood condensed at its tip. Lin Junbai was bathed in blood and tottered on the verge of collapse. Lin Junbai stared fixedly at Ning Yarrow, who seemed to have become a sword immortal long ago. Two specks of golden light abruptly lit up in the depths of the eyes of the youth, who was undoubtedly going to lose and should admit defeat. They were actually two life origin flying swords that had been hidden and nurtured in his eyes for many years. This meant that Lin Junbai was no different from Qi Shou, having 3 Xiantian flying swords. However, the dozens of flying swords of the lightly injured youth drew out arcs of sword light of various colors. The tips of the swords converged and gathered in front of Lin Junbai's eyes. Lin Junbai did not move at all. However, the youth's yin spirit had left his body. He took a few steps to the side and held a long sword in his hand, about to strike at Ning Yarrow. Ning Yarrow similarly did not move. He also had a yin spirit with an ethereal figure. He held a half-immortal weapon that had long been refined into his life origin item. He did not even look at Lin Junbai's yin spirit and held his sword with one hand. The tip of the sword was already pressed against the youth's forehead. Ning Yarrow's true body said slowly, "It's harder for me to resist killing you than to kill you casually. Therefore, you must cherish your life." It was only at this moment that Lin Junbai understood what Mr. Imperial Tutor meant when he said that they were both geniuses, but there was still a difference between heaven and earth. Lin Junbai was bathed in blood. His eyes were gloomy and his heart was like a piece of wood. In order to express his sincerity, the boarder did not deliberately speed things up. He strode to Lin Junbai's side and pressed down on the youth's shoulder, saying solemnly, "How can there be no victory or defeat in a game of chess?" Lin Junbai's eyes regained some of their former brilliance. A sword immortal spectating the battle laughed, "It's not fun at all." Even though Ning Yarrow is pressuring the boarder, she still held back most of her strength. A sword immortal friend by the side said, "That's enough. If we were at the age of that youth with water in his head, we would probably be even more useless." Sword immortal Dao Wen suddenly said, "It's probably because he drank too much of Chen Ping'an's wine." Many sword immortals and sword cultivators agreed. An old sword immortal at the immortal realm laughed, "Ning Yarrow, my horizontal star dipper isn't a good imitation. It's still lacking." "Why? Are you looking down on my intrinsic flying sword?" An old sword immortal who was spectating the battle from his own residence on Great Elephant Street sneered, "That crappy sword of yours isn't good to begin with. Every time you fight, you only care about your head. What's the use of imitating it?" Liu Tiefu wiped his eyes and was extremely excited. As expected of Miss Ning, who he only dared to watch from afar and secretly admire. She was too strong. Chen Ping'an held his hands in his sleeves and said to Lin Junbai openly, "Victory or defeat is a trivial matter to you. Face is just a minor matter. Besides, how much of a loss can you make my Ning Yarrow use her sword? So don't pretend in front of me. If you gain something, happily accept it and keep it well. Go home and be happy. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Then, Chen Ping'an laughed at the boarder, "You worried about him for nothing." Lin Junbai turned a deaf ear to it. He withdrew his yin spirit and cupped his fists, bowing, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior Ning. Junbai will never forget it." Ning Yarrow withdrew her sword-wielding yin spirit and said, "Up to you. I don't remember who you are anyway." Then, Ning Yarrow looked at Yang LV and Liu Tiefu on the street and frowned, "Still watching the show?" Liu Tiefu jumped up. "Damn, Miss Ning actually looked at me for the first time. I'm nervous. I'm really nervous." Yang LV felt that whether he fought or not, it didn't seem interesting. Winning would be boring. Losing would be embarrassing. It was likely that no matter how the two sides fought to the death, not many people would be interested in watching. After the woman stopped, the sword immortals had already left in groups on their swords. Each of the high and mighty immortals seemed to be quite happy when they left. Lin Junbai turned and left, swaying. His opponent's sword didn't hurt his cultivation foundation. He just looked a little miserable. As for the outcome of this battle, it was just as that guy said. Ning Yaro proved that her sword Dao was indeed too high. She didn't hurt Lin Junbai's Dao heart too much. Of course, there would be an impact. For the next few years, it would probably be like a haze shrouding Lin Junbai's sword heart, like an invisible mountain suppressing the lake in his heart. However, Lin Junbai believed that he could dispel the haze and move the mountain. Only Chen Pingan's words outside of the battle disgusted him. It made Lin Junbai feel very depressed. The boarder took the lead and walked to Lin Junbai's side. Lin Junbai's face was pale. He laughed softly. "I'm fine. I can afford to lose." The boarder turned to look at the green-robed young man who was asking for a beating. He felt a little strange. This Chen Pingan was different from the white-robed Cao Ci who was asking for a beating. Cao Ci's martial arts were magnificent. Being close to her was like looking up at a mountain. Therefore, even if Cao Ci didn't say anything, she gave others the misconception that you really can't beat me. I advise you not to attack. However, Chen Pingan seemed to have "you can definitely beat me. Why don't you give it a try," written on his forehead. The boarder couldn't help but sigh. Had he met a senior who was on the same path? When Lin Junbai and the boarder left, Jiang Guanqing and the rest followed. Lin Junbai didn't forget to nod at a golden core sword cultivator. The latter nodded in return. Zhu Mai was still unwilling to leave. She left 5 or 6 people behind to stay with her. After all, there were still 2 more stages to pass. Zhu Mai's mood was a bit strange. That extremely powerful Ning Yaro, she had only seen Ning Yaro use her sword once and her overwhelming admiration had spontaneously arisen. But why would Ning Yaro like the man beside her? When it came to the matters of love between a man and a woman, just how stupid was Fairy Ning? Chen Pingan and Ning Yaro walked to Yang Zuo's side. After Ning Yaro appeared, no one dared to cheer, boo, or whistle for her on the way. No wonder there was a saying on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. So what if Ning Yaro used her sword? It was useless to be a level higher than her. This made Chen Pingan both happy and aggrieved. Why was he the only one who was disliked? There were many bastards who were drinking at the table or eating pickled vegetables on the side of the road. Many of them called him brother. Stack Zhong was in high spirits as he whispered to Ning Yaro. Chen Pingan rubbed his chin with his palm. He turned to ask Fan Dash. Fan Dash was a little flustered. "What now?" Chen Pingan asked sincerely, "What do you think of me as a person?" Fan Dash carefully glanced at Ning Yaro on the side and nodded vigorously. "Very good." Chen Pingan humbly asked for advice. "Is there anything that needs to be improved? I'm a person who loves to hear others speak frankly about my shortcomings." Fan Dash shook his head. "No." Ning Yaro smiled and nodded. Fan Dash almost cried. So if he didn't say anything good, Miss Ning would really take it to heart. "Miss Ning, you didn't seem to be this kind of person before." On the street, Yang LV and Liu Tiefu started the second stage battle. Compared to Lin Junbai and Gao Yuqing, the two-sword show of Sea Viewing Realm, the two fought back and forth, using one technique after another. Chen Pingan watched with rapt attention. Chen Sanchio was puzzled. "Do you need to watch so attentively?" Chen Pingan nodded and carefully sized up the complicated trajectories of the flying swords. He smiled. "Other than you friends, I first view you as my enemy." Fan Dash was hesitant and asked tentatively, "Am I also a friend?" Chen Pingan subconsciously withdrew his gaze and looked at Fan Dash. "Of course." Fan Dash gathered his courage and said, "Friends are friends, but not as good as Sancho and the others, right? Otherwise, when you talk to me, you don't have to deliberately look at me." Chen Pingan couldn't help but be startled. He didn't deny it and smiled. "You're a big man. Why are you so meticulous?" Other than Ning Yaro, everyone looked at Chen Pingan with a smile. Fan Dash quietly moved forward and gave Chen Sancho a light elbow with a forced smile. 5 snowflakes for a pot of wine, I understand." Chen Sancho said angrily, "What do you understand?" Chen Pingan suddenly said, "Dha, in the future, follow Sancho to the Ning mansion. We'll take turns to fight you and exchange pointers with you. Remember, if you really break through your realm, you can go to the wine shop to drink and howl a few times. That pot of wine for 5 snowflakes will be my congratulatory wine for you. Fan Dash was stunned and didn't speak. Chen Sancho stepped on the back of Fan Dash's foot. Only then did Fan Dash come back to his senses. He grunted and said no problem. In the second stage, as Chen Pinggan expected, Yang LV won by a small margin. Liu Tiefu didn't lose too badly. Boos rose from both sides of the street. The thick-skinned Liu Tiefu grinned and cupped his fists to thank the sword immortals for watching the battle. In the third stage, Sichu Weiran was in charge of guarding it. His opponent was an Aurus Core sword immortal called Jin Junmeng. He had just broken through and became an Earth Immortal sword immortal not long ago. He was in his 30s and was an extremely famous prodigy of the Shaoyuan dynasty. However, in this trip to the south, all of his glory was overshadowed by Lin Junbai, Yang LV's talent in the way of the sword, and Zhu Mai and Jiang Guanqing's illustrious family backgrounds. Moreover, Jin Junmeng wasn't the type of sword immortal who liked to show off. Even though he knew that he was Lin Junbai's only abandoned pawn, he didn't feel much resentment in his heart. To be able to compete with the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the true genius Q-sword, Jin Junmeng, who was the oldest among his peers, had no regrets. This time, he followed the group of young geniuses to the inverted hanging mountain and stayed in the Plum Blossom Garden before coming to the Great Wall of Sword Qi's sword immortal son's residence. Jin Junmeng followed Lin Junbai's arrangements without delay. However, he had many small plans of his own, all of which were related to the sword. Therefore, although there was no suspense to the outcome of this battle, it was most like a proper Q-sword battle. Sichu Weiran also didn't purposely use her sword to speed things up. She only treated this battle as a form of training. Therefore, after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Jin Junmeng withdrew his sword and admitted defeat. Sichu Weiran, who had always been proud and arrogant, had a rare smile on her face as she returned the salute after sheathing her sword. Actually, in the battle of the 3 stages, Lin Junbai's side had returned victorious. However, at this point, no one on Lin Junbai's side felt that they had won at all.